Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Most feared? Isn't that too much? Rin asked strangely. That's not too much. Rin Hashirama shook his head. With a condition of society like that, a devil fruit user is indeed very scary. Especially for Logia devil fruit users. If he is in the East Blue region, he will definitely become the ruler there if Garp doesn't come there for a vacation or that person doesn't cause much trouble until Garp comes after him. Hashirama's gaze then look at ours. What devil fruit do people eat? The one named Smoker, ours? Logia Makumaku no Mi type devil fruit. An ability that can turn the user's body into smoke, ours said calmly. Logia? Ha ha ha. It's a shame for the pirates who met Smoker, especially the novice pirates. Hashirama immediately laughed out loud. He will definitely be caught right away. Logua town is an island close to the upside down mountains, isn't it? Rin asked. Yes. The town of Logtown is there. There also usually the pirates will come to fill food supplies and all other needs to continue the journey to the Grand Line. However, since Smoker's deployment to the base, not a single pirate has been able to escape while Smoker is there. For those who passed and were able to go to the Grand Line, it was purely due to luck as Smoker wasn't there when they arrived. It's quite surprising to know that the pirates in the East Blue region must have good enough luck to be able to sail to the Grand Line, Rin said strangely. That's not surprising, Rin smiled and continued, luck is part of strength. HMPH. Only a fool would believe that, Rin said with a sniff. Well, compared to you joining our conversation. Wouldn't it be better if you focus on your judgment, Rin? The longer you judge it, the longer it will take us to start the construction process. HMPH. Rin sniffed, then his gaze returned to the document in front of him. Well, if what you say is true, ours. We don't need to be so quick to go get the devil fruit. Just wait for Alkiora to come and take it. Ars nodded. I see. Ars paused and continued. Do you have any plans regarding the construction of your department? My departmental development? Hashirama muttered, then shook his head. I still don't have a plan. Well, then, slowly you design the construction for your department's territory. To be honest, I myself am not good at designing military areas like I told you earlier. Ars paused and continued. Military areas will be left to you guys in terms of development. I understand, Hashirama nodded, but I think I'd better leave it to Tobirama for this matter. He's better at designing buildings and stuff than me. Tobirama? Ars asked. He is indeed a genius. However, I think you'd better rely on yourself for now, Hashirama. Because it will take me quite a while to summon Tobirama. I will prioritize calling the department leaders first for the military area before summoning his subordinates with a special case for Alkiora. I see. Hashirama nodded. You asked Kajin and the others for help regarding the development problem. They will definitely be happy to help you. Ars paused and continued. At the very least, if you want to start construction, every component that your department must have, such as training grounds, residences and offices, can be prepared using your own abilities except for the housing equipment. If you want to immediately start building a department, you can build a house that can be used by your over 300 subordinates. Regarding the matter of household appliances, you can ask Kaguya for funds to be used to buy these household appliances. What kind of dwelling is better? A house that is built per unit or a multi-story building like a building where the workers live? It's better if you build a building similar to the workers for your subordinates to live in. Ars paused and continued. My plan is, when I pick up the families of the workers who have found homes, there will be a recruitment of as many construction workers as there are currently. Get home. If your department is to be started soon, those construction workers will later be assigned to build your own territory. That's a good idea. Hashirama was delighted to hear this and continued. Well, ours. At the time of recruiting the construction workers, can it also be followed by the recruitment of your subordinates? You want to recruit him immediately? Asked Ars with great interest. Of course, Hashirama nodded. I want to start running my department right away as long as there is still a place to live later. No problem. You can do it. However, don't recruit too many. You can recruit 9 to 12 people for the first time. So that later you don't bother teaching them about the concept of chakra. Then also, recruit people who are under the age of 12 so that you can teach them well and they can also catch your learning quickly. I understand. Hashirama nodded. Chapter 110, Discovery of Ancient Weapon. Uranus, what do you think, Myard? How long will it take you to build an office belonging to the Department of Population? Asked Ars. After a long wait, Rin judged the design Ars gave him. Rin finally decided to use the design as an office building belonging to his Department of Population. This is also why Ars has asked Hashirama to start cutting trees according to the size of the area where the building will be built. How long? Myard muttered under his breath. The time used varies quite a bit. Myard paused and looked at Ars. If I just use the labor of the workers who build one warehouse, it will take 3 days of work. If using the labor of the workers who work in the 2 warehouses, it will take 2 days of work time. While if using the labor of all workers, at least tomorrow it can be finished. With a note, I have to start today's work. Don't arrange all the workers under you to do this construction, Ars said. Let the warehouse workers do the work. As for the workers who are currently working in cages, let them stay focused on doing the work there. Myard nodded and then asked again, when can I start? When are you going to finish building the warehouse today? This afternoon can be completed, Myard said calmly. Then, after your workers have completed the construction of the warehouse, you help them to study the building of the population department so that they already know the construction design and various other things. I see. Myard nodded. You can go back and continue your work. Myard nodded and immediately left the location. Ars' gaze then turned to Rin. How many workers do you need? How many? Wait a minute. Rin thought for a while and said, 25. No, I want 50 people working within my department. 50 people? Are there too many? Ars asked while frowning. If you recruit a large number of workers, Rin, there will be workers who don't have jobs or will just be lazy. It is better to recruit the right amount so that every worker is not lazy and can do their job. Who says 50 people is too much? Rin asked while hugging her hands. That's a small amount, Ars. The building that will be used by my office has a very large size. Among the 50 workers that I want to recruit, there will be 10 of them who are tasked with assisting in building cleaning or cleaning service work, while 40 other people will work on the documents and others. 20 of them will work on the first floor while the other 20 will work on the second floor. That's the right amount in my opinion. Is that so? Ars asked while thinking for a moment. Why are you being so stingy with me, Ars? Rin asked with a frown. Kaguya, you gave her such a great assistant. Robin has a very high intelligence and also excellent work ability. Kajin and others get 125 subordinates each who are ready to follow his orders. Ishiki and others get 225 subordinates. Well, me? I'm only asking 50 people. You don't allow it. What, enough? Enough. Ars immediately raised his hand and said, all right. You can recruit him. However, only 50 people. No more additional workers. No. Rin immediately refused. What if there is a situation where my office has a lot of visitors who want to take care of documents? With only 40 workers there will not be enough to take care of all that. I will definitely ask for additional workers later, but for an office with document management like you, 50 people is quite a number, Rin said with a sigh. That's very little, Rin said again with a frown. On the first floor, which deals with documents belonging to the natives, among the 20 people will have their own duties, such as recording, shooting, filing, administration and others. They have many tasks. Also, in addition to having fees in the office, later there will also be workers who take care of matters outside the office, such as socialization and matters relating to teaching and promotion and others. Those 50 workers will not be enough if our kingdom is to be open to the public. I don't agree with not adding more employees to my department. Ars paused for a moment and said, how many additional employees do you want later? Rin's eyes immediately got excited hearing this. 50. I want to get an additional 50 people later. That's too much. Ars immediately rejected it. Reduce. At least 25 people. It still works. That's impossible, Rin said again with a frown. 25 people is too few, at least add a little. Our kingdom has an abundance of funds. In addition, later we will get an increase in funds that will be obtained through extortion against the world government. Don't be so stingy like that, idiot. Rin paused and continued, I want 50 points. Otherwise, I will never move from your house and will stay at your house even if I get mine. This will be troublesome, Ars muttered while looking at Rin. 30 people, how about? Not 50 people. It is my decision and will not be replaced. Rin refused again firmly. Ars sighed and knew the argument with Rin wouldn't end if it continued. Alright. You win. 50 extra people. Rin was very excited to hear this. However, with a note that you will recruit employees when your department really needs them. Otherwise, I will not approve the recruitment. HMPH. Don't worry, I know about it, Rin said with a smile. Well, apart from that too. The first type house for the current wave will be completed soon. You will get impossible. Rin immediately rejected him. I won't move. Besides, right now wasn't my time to get that house. There are still people who came earlier than me. I will not move. Rin suddenly realized with his face immediately reddened. Don't get me wrong, idiot. It's not that I don't want to move out of your house. It's just that, there are parties who deserve to get it first like Jin and others. You're cheating if you do that. Don't ever expect me to be happy living in your house if you're not happy. Why are you staying at my house? Ars asked with a question using logic. You stupid. That's my business. Why are you taking care of it? Rin asked with a frown. You two are like a husband and wife who are fighting. Hashirama suddenly came towards them while laughing. Who is a husband and wife couple? Ars and Rin shouted in unison. Wow, you two are even in unison. You two really make a perfect match, Hashirama said while laughing with excitement. Rin's face immediately reddened upon hearing this but was quickly concealed while shifting her gaze to the side. Ars sighed then asked, I guess your work is done? Hashirama nodded, yes. You just need to level the ground again and then take the trees to the wood department to be processed into spa wood for use. Did you bring a storage capsule? No, Hashirama shook his head. I have asked my clone to go get it. Ars nodded and immediately took out his denden mushi then called one of them. Rin and Hashirama were quite interested in who this Ars contacted. Communications are quickly interconnected. Hello, Elizabeth II is here. Elizabeth too. It's me, Arzo. Ars Elizabeth II's voice sounded very excited when she found out who was calling her. What's the matter with calling me, Ars? I'm sure you've heard from Rin about the construction of our kingdom's population department, right? Yes. Miss Rin once said that before your departure. Has the population department been completed? Not yet. Only the area that has been determined for construction. Tomorrow the construction of the department building will begin and will probably be completed within 2 days of work. 2 days? That's pretty fast, Elizabeth II said. Do you need help with recruiting? Yes. That's what I wanted to call you. Can you help me spread this information? Ha 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 ha. That's a very easy thing to do, Elizabeth II said with a smile. When are you going to recruit and how many workers does your kingdom want to recruit? Arrange recruitment on February 22nd. You have things to do tomorrow, don't you? Together with the Ryugu Kingdom and the Amazon Lily Kingdom. I don't want to disturb that time. Help me to arrange the recruitment on 22 February and the number to be recruited is 50 workers. 40 people will be recruited by assessing their academic ability while the other 10 people will be judged on home-based ability in terms of cleaning things. 40 people? Isn't that too much? Elizabeth II asked strangely. I don't think it's much. I thought so too before. However, after thinking about it for a while and listening to Rin's words, I think it's a pretty good amount to operate a population department office. Well, if you say so. Okay. I will help to take care of this matter, okay? That's all from me, you can continue your work. I know you must be quite busy right now. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. As long as you contact me, I will definitely take my time. Ars just smiled then hung up the call again and looked at Rin. Recruitment time will be on February 22nd. You must prepare yourself immediately. HMPH. Stay cool. I will definitely do it, Rin said proudly. I should get the business trip fee as well as the payment fee, right? Yes, Ars nodded. You tell this to Kaguya and ask her to arrange your travel financing matters. Ars then looked at Hashirama. You help look after him, Hashirama. He will be quite troublesome later. Hey. What do you mean I'm quite troublesome, Ars? Rin asked in a displeased tone. Ha 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 ha. You almost seem to have become the husband of Rin. Ars Hashirama laughed then said, don't worry, Rin is my friend. I will definitely protect him. As husband? Stupid. Who also wants this idiot to be my husband? Rin asked with her face red from embarrassment. Ars just chuckled and didn't really mind Hashirama's joke. Well, Hashirama, Rin and I's business here is done. Ars said, we will head back to the royal palace first. If you have any news regarding the location of the ancient weapon, Uranus from your clone, please tell me immediately. So that we can arrange an attack plan tonight. I understand. Hashirama nodded. Hey, Rin. Let's go back, Ars said then started walking away from the location leisurely. Wait, fool. Rin immediately caught up with Ars and started walking together. The two then started arguing with each other. The two of them are really a perfect match, Hashirama muttered. I'm quite interested. Who will be Ars' partner in the future? Rin, Kaguya, Sheena, or Iowa? Among the four of them, who will win Ars' heart? This is worth following along. Hashirama ended those words with a small chuckle. Red line, upper sky 7 kilometers from the right side of Marijoa. Wow. The world government actually put ancient weapons out in the open like this? Are they really not afraid that this weapon will be discovered by the other party? I don't think that's possible. Because the world government will definitely not allow anyone or any group to go on adventures down this red line area other than them, said Hashirama's clone while staring at the front where there was a very, very large iron object. The iron object has a length of about 1,500 square meters with a width of 500 square meters, and the height of the iron object reaches 750 square meters. The iron object was like a large space warship. Is this really the ancient weapon, Uranus? It's really huge, Hashirama's clone muttered with a surprised face. At the very least, it would take a lot of paper bombs to destroy this weapon, and the bombs would have to be destroyed from the inside in order to maximize their explosive effect. Hashirama's clone walked over to the weapon, then touched the outer wall and tapped lightly. Steel? Luckily this object was not made using sea stone. If you use it, it will be very difficult to destroy. Since its base material is steel, it will be easier to destroy just using paper bombs, especially the inside of this thing is definitely the most vulnerable part and easy to destroy. It's best to tell the boss about this immediately. His Majesty will definitely want to get the information right away in order to devise a plan to destroy this thing. Hashirama's clones immediately disappeared, and all experiences and things he saw were immediately sent to Hashirama. Chapter 111, The First Henry Obito Assassination in History. Grand Line, Island of Sabaudi Archipelago. Area 12. Currently in the area of 12 Sabaudi Archipelago Island, every resident there is in a sitting position with his head facing down. This is because currently in the area there is a Tenri Obito and his troops are there. Saints Yoru-sama, we can't come to the territory of Area 13. That territory is the territory occupied by the Fortis Kingdom. Boom. Without much time, the Tenri Obito named Yoru immediately shot his assistant with the weapon under him. None of the residents dared raise their heads, and their faces were only shocked at the sound of the gunshots. HMPH. Fortis Kingdom? It's just a small kingdom that they dare attack us. Yoru said in a disdainful tone as he continued, they are just lucky that their kingdom is currently unknown. If only they were found out, we could destroy them with the weapons we currently have. But boom. The Tenri Obito assistant wanted to continue with something he wanted to talk about. However, before having time to say such things, the assistant was immediately shot in the head by the Tenri Obito and died instantly. You ignorant bodyguard. Doesn't he know who I am? I am the descendant of the people who created the current world. He shouldn't have said such things. Yoru said back. Guards. Throw this man's corpse into the sea. Let the Sea King eat him alive. We understand, Saints Yoru-sama. The bodyguards wearing armor immediately carried out Yoru's orders and carried the corpse of the assistant to the sea to be disposed of. Fortis Kingdom? Is everyone in this world afraid of the Fortis Kingdom? It's just a stupid and petty kingdom that has no value at all, Yoru said mockingly, then looked at his other assistants. Isn't that so? That's right, Sans Yoru-sama. The Fortis Kingdom is a small kingdom that is of no value to you at all, the assistant said forcefully. Even though those words sounded very natural. However, in his heart he was very afraid and also wary for fear that in this area there were soldiers of the Fortis Kingdom. The assistant knew that although the Fortis Kingdom was only a small kingdom, however, the world government was very afraid and dared not do anything with this kingdom. Even when Ars threatened to kill the Tenri Obito directly if he did anything on his territory, the world government could only remain silent and do nothing. The news about Ars' threat itself was unknown to the Tenri Obito and only his guards knew about it. However, even if they knew it, they couldn't say such a thing to the Tenri Obito. For fear of being killed by them directly. Area 13 is an area that belongs to the Fortis Kingdom, isn't it? Yoru asked again. That's right, Saints Yoru-sama. The assistant said back politely. Yosh. Let's go over there and kill everyone there. I wonder how the Fortis Kingdom will respond. Everyone who was there immediately took a deep breath upon hearing those words. Even the assistants, guards, and slaves who were with Yoru took a cold breath. They knew that at this time something big was going to happen on Sabaudi Island and that the Tenri Obito might be killed. However, even if they know this. However, they couldn't fight anything and could only follow the orders they were given. By the time Yoru left the area, all the citizens immediately got up and their eyes showed a look of contempt at the departure of Yoru. Hey, did you hear that? I heard it clearly. That idiot would actually do what he wanted to do? Killing in the territory of the Fortis Kingdom? Are the Tenri Obito really idiots? Is it just because they have ancient weapons that they dare to attack the Fortis Kingdom? Did they forget that their territory is currently bombed by the Fortis Kingdom? Complete idiot. How about we go see in person? I wonder how the Fortis Kingdom will behave, especially when it finds out the world government has ancient weapons. I'm also interested. Does the Fortis Kingdom really dare to kill as it says or not? It didn't take long for the news about Tenri Obito Yoru moving to Area 13 to be known by all residents on Sabaudi Island. Everyone immediately stopped their activities and rushed towards Area 13 to watch the scene live. The Marines who received this information were immediately taken aback, especially Vice Admiral Gerard, who currently leads the Sabaudi Island Naval Branch headquarters. What did you say? Gerard, who was sitting in his chair, immediately stood up with bulging eyes. Is what you said true? That's right, Vice Admiral the Marine said with a face full of fear. Right now Saint Yoru-sama and his entourage have moved towards Area 13 in an attempt to carry out a massacre there. Saint Yoru-sama wants to kill everyone who is there, and for the women he wants to make everyone his slaves. Bastard! Gerard immediately shouted in annoyance, is the Tenryubi Udo stupid? Didn't they get any prior notification? Unlucky. It was the territory of the Fortis Kingdom. As long as they take action, the Tenryubi Udo will surely die there, especially there is Boa Hancock. What shall we do, Vice Admiral? The soldier asked nervously. Fast. Send the entire army in the region. Secure the territory and don't let any civilians get hurt. I will tell this to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He should know about this. I understand. The soldier immediately left the location. Gerard then immediately contacted Sengoku very quickly. Hello, Sengoku is here. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, it's me, Gerard. What's calling me, Gerard? Did something big happen in the Sei Bounty area? Yes, Fleet Admiral. This is something very big, Gerard said seriously. Right now there is a Tenryubito named Saint Yoru-sama who is going to Area 13 to carry out mass killings there while also capturing all the women as slaves. What? A loud scream immediately rang out from behind the Den Mushi. Gerard, that Area 13. Is not that? That's right. Gerard said in a deep voice, that is the territory of the Fortis Kingdom, god damn it. Sengoku shouted angrily, didn't the world government notify the Tenryubito of the previous threat issued by the Fortis Kingdom? I think it's possible they told me this, Gerard said deeply. However, due to the previous news regarding the possession of ancient weapons, there is a possibility that the prestige possessed by the Tenryubito reawakened and they returned to their former selves at the time before the Fortis Kingdom gave them a threat. Unlucky. Sengoku said seriously, you go safe there. If you can hold Hancock to kill the Tenryubito, don't let Saint Yoru-sama die there. If possible, don't let the plans of. Suddenly a Navy soldier came in and immediately gave a report. Report. Vice Admiral Gerard. Saint Yoru-sama has arrived at Area 13 and currently he has shot 3 men who were there. Currently Saint Yoru-sama has been captured by the Kuja security forces and has been brought before the Empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, Boa Hancock. Gerard and Sengoku, who were listening to this report, instantly fell silent and their faces completely lost their enthusiasm and even anger. He can't be saved anymore, Sengoku muttered. Gerard, forget about the task earlier. I will present this report to the world government. If Saint Yoru had been captured by Boa Hancock, it would be impossible to save him again. He will die. You go over there and if you can get the body back. If you can't, you'd better withdraw. We Marines don't want to be hostile to the Fortis Kingdom, I see, Gerard said in a deep voice. Island of Sei Bounty Archipelago, Area 13. Currently, the 3 people who were previously shot by Tenryubito have received medical treatment from the hospital that was just built in Area 13. Tenryubito and his guards who had previously been arrested and had their bodies tied up and immediately thrown to the ground by the security forces from Amazon Lily Kingdom. The spectators from various areas who saw this were very excited. This was the first time they had seen this incident in person. Unlucky. How dare you treat me like this? You will definitely regret it. The world government and navy will not let you guys go. You will regret making me like this. Not only you. Your entire family will be slaves of the world government for the rest of their lives. They will all be tortured to death. Yaru shouted in annoyance with a face covered in wounds, then looked around him. All of you. Bastard. What are you guys doing there? Everyone bow down to me. Are you not listening to me? Yaru roared back in annoyance. Meanwhile his bodyguards were currently in a state of silence because they knew their lives were truly over at this point. Meanwhile, the slaves captured by Yoru had previously been freed by the security forces of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. The slaves were very happy because they finally got the freedom they had always wanted. Damn it. Why did you boom? Shut up, you trash. Hancock, who had been very annoyed at hearing Yoru's chatter, immediately kicked Yoru so strongly that her body immediately retreated several meters from its previous position. Boa Hancock. How dare you hit Saint Yoru-sama? Do you know the consequences of hitting him? One of his bodyguards boldly asked. If you dare. Why? Does the world government dare to attack us? Huh? Do you guys dare to go to war with the Fortis Kingdom? Hancock said mockingly, tell me. Have you guys been that arrogant after having one ancient weapon? The Kingdom of Fortis has some ancient weapons, but they are not as arrogant as your attitude. If you dare attack me, go ahead. However, I wonder, will the Fortis Kingdom remain silent after knowing this? The guard immediately fell silent hearing this. Simultaneously the sound of Den Mushi was heard and it was Hancock's Den Mushi. Hancock frowned and immediately raised it. Who? Asked Hancock coldly. It's us, Goro Shimasato said coldly. Hancock, release the Saint Yoru you captured. Impossible. Hancock immediately rejected him. "Why should I let him go when he himself is the one who violates the rules in our territory?" asked Hancock coldly. "He still hasn't broken the rules. He just shot him. But not to the point of killing him. The rule of the Fortis Kingdom is kill and not shoot." "Nonsense," Hancock said angrily. "Yes, it is true, King Fortis set the killing rules. However, here is my territory and King Fortis has given me full rights and authority to govern this territory. He has wreaked havoc on my territory and I have the right to punish him. You can punish him. However, you can't kill him." "Impossible," Hancock said back. "Whatever punishment I give it is up to me. You have no right to order me." "Are you taking us to war, Boa Hancock?" Masato asked back coldly. "Do you dare to do that?" Hancock asked coldly. "If you guys dare, please come. Do you think I am afraid of the threats you give me? Huh? Just came cowards, old fools." The Grossi who listened to Hancock's taunt fell silent. Because even though they gave a threat to Hancock, they knew that they absolutely couldn't make an attack on Hancock. Even though they have ancient weapons. However, they currently only had one ancient weapon. As for the Fortis Kingdom, they have several and are ready to use at any time. "Don't go too far, Hancock." Suddenly the voice changed to Ogata's. "You're lucky that you currently have the protection of the Fortis Kingdom." Without waiting for a long time, Hancock immediately closed the communication connection. The audience, especially those who live in Area 13, immediately exclaimed with enthusiasm to see Hancock's actions. At the same time, Gerard suddenly appeared there, which caught everyone's attention. "Vice Admiral Gerard? What is the Vice Admiral trying to do here? Did he come because he wanted to help the Tenri Obito?" "Don't get me wrong," Hancock Gerard immediately spoke. "I came here because I received orders from above to secure the body of the Tenri Obito. I will not take any action against you. The Navy doesn't want to be hostile to the Fortis Kingdom." Then these words from Gerard made everyone silent for a moment, then immediately shouted excitedly, saying the name of the Fortis Kingdom. "HMPH. What a loser," Hancock muttered as she arranged a communication call to contact someone. This action taken by Hancock immediately attracted the attention of all parties. It didn't take long for the direct communication line to be connected. "Hello, Ars here." This then made everyone surprised because the person Hancock contacted was Ars. "It's me, Hancock. Oh? Hancock? What is it?" Ars asked with great interest. "The Tenri Obito just committed an act of breaking the rules in my territory." "Tenri Obito? Those trash?" Everyone was not surprised by the mention of Ars, knowing that Ars really hated the Tenri Obito. "Well, where is that trash? Have you caught him?" "Yes. I caught it." Hancock nodded. "What do you want to do to that Tenri Obito?" asked Ars calmly. "I want to kill him," Hancock said coldly. "Instead of killing him directly, it's better to let the people who have been hurt or attacked by him repay the actions that have been done by him. I'm sure there are quite a few people there right now, right? Audience. Let them do what they want. Surely some of the people there have their own grudge against the Tenri Obito because the Tenri Obito had done actions that made them hurt and held grudges. To kill him, you can do it last when those people have done what they want." The audience who heard this were so happy that some even started to prepare themselves. "Too many people. They will kill him straight away," Hancock said with a frown. "Well, that's better. Hancock, you are no longer a pirate but an empress. Keep your pride as an empress. An empress did not need to step in to take care of these matters. Allow your citizens or your subordinates to commit such harsh acts." Hancock's feelings became a little calmer hearing this. "Well, if you say so, okay. If so, I'll close it first. There are some things I want to discuss with Hashirama." The communication line was immediately closed again and Hancock's gaze stared at the audience. "You are free to do anything to him. Kill him and avenge you." Hancock immediately turned to leave the place along with Sandersonia and Marigold, who were quite surprised by Hancock's sudden change in attitude. However, both of them were very happy with this change in attitude because the attitude that Hancock displayed at this time almost described the attitude of a leader. He. Finally got the chance to hit the Tenri Obito. I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. I must use this opportunity to avenge my wife who was killed by him. Everything. Let's get our revenge. Oh. Everyone immediately rushed towards the Tenri Obito without being afraid of the death threats that would be made by the world government and the Navy. Because they had obtained the security guarantee from the Fortis Kingdom. Vice Admiral Gerard, who was on the spot, fell silent watching the citizens who started hitting the Tenri Obito and his guards. Gerard was currently unable to take action as this territory was neither the world government's nor the Navy's territory. This is territory belonging to the Fortis Kingdom. Gerard is also currently not getting the security duty to keep the Tenri Obito alive. Gerard only got the task of securing the corpse of the Tenri Obito. In just 15 minutes, the previously mighty Tenri Obito had now turned into a corpse with his body so battered that currently the Tenri Obito could hardly be recognized by anyone except through his clothes. The guards and assistants are also currently dead as a result of being stepped on by the residents and also getting very hard beatings from several people. The citizens who knew that Tenri Obito and the guards died immediately let Vice Admiral Gerard take the corpse of Tenri Obito away, while the corpses of the guards and assistants were immediately thrown into the sea by the residents. At the time it happened, there were reporters covering the incident. Everything from Hancock capturing the Tenri Obito to the beating was shot by the reporter, and it didn't take long for the news to be published. News about the first assassination of the Tenri Obito in all of history. Chapter 112, Negotiation. News of the killing of Tenri Obito on Seibounty Island, more specifically in Area 13, was immediately known by all parties. Morgans, who previously received an order from the Gorosei not to issue the news, did not listen to the order and still issued the news, which made everyone who read the news shocked by what was happening at this time. Within one day, two major events occurred. In the morning is the occurrence of the destruction carried out by the world government against the kingdom of Dressrosa. Meanwhile, in the afternoon there was the first assassination of the Tenri Obito in history from the beginning of the formation of the world government to the present. Everyone is currently waiting for the movement that will be carried out by the world government. Whether the world government will make a counter-move or not. However, for some parties such as the Navy, the Great Pirate Group, and also some others know about the decisions that will be taken by the world government. Red Line, Marijoa, Bungay Castle, Void Throne Room. God damn it! Imu shouted angrily while looking at the Gorosei, who were currently kneeling while their gazes were directed downwards. Didn't you guys notify the Tenri Obito of my order? Imu asked back with a cold tone while his eyes showed a very crazy killing look. We already told them that, Imu-sama Ogata said with his back covered in cold sweat. However, Saint Yoru didn't listen to the order due to his high egotism, especially with the announcement of our ancient weapon possession. Imu's gaze became even colder. We just fixed our names. Now, our name is being corrupted by the stupidity of one person, said Imu. We apologize, Imu-sama Masato said. We will go and inform the Tenri Obito about this and take strict action against those who violate it. That's all you always said. However, everything you said never happened, Imu said coldly. What about your job of searching for that ancient weapon? Has it not been found yet? We still haven't found any sign, Imu-sama Noda said nervously. Our troops, all personnel have already conducted a search on the mainland. The result is still the same. We couldn't find the whereabouts of these weapons. What about Pluton's weapon design? Imu again asked. Have you guys still not found it? It's a bit difficult to move there, Imu-sama Sonoda said. Water 7 Island is now part of the Fortis Kingdom. Although they indirectly merged into part of their Octagon Alliance. However, Water 7 Island was an important part of the Fortis Kingdom. We're afraid that if we make aggressive moves and the spies belonging to the Fortis Kingdom find out about this, we will be targeted after that. Why are you guys afraid of their attacks? Imu asked again. What about the bombs the Fortis Kingdom planted in Marijoa? Haven't found it yet? Not yet, Imu-sama Yasunori said. We have mobilized the Marines along with the remaining personnel. However, we couldn't get the bombs. Imu's gaze became colder than before, and this gaze was also felt by the Gorosei. You trash! Imu shouted. What exactly can you guys do? Is it because you've held power for so long, the 5 of you have become idiots and idiots? Imu shouted back angrily. Lucky you guys. Right now I haven't found a suitable candidate to replace you, otherwise I might have replaced you from the Gorosei position by now. Useless people, it's better not to sit in important positions, Imu said coldly. Imu paused for a moment and continued. Go and deal with this matter. You fix our name in the eyes of the world. I don't want any kingdom that joined our alliance to resign just because of this incident. Imu's gaze then turned to Yasunori. Yasunori. You go to the Tenri Obito's house, then give me my order. That family will be sentenced to 5 years in prison, as well as all the supply of divine gold they get every year will be stopped. I understand, Imu-sama Yasunori said while nodding. Imu's gaze then turned to Masato's direction. While you are Masato, you take care of that stupid bird. Don't let him release news again that will destroy our name in the eyes of the world. I understand, Imu-sama Masato nodded. Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's room. This is really shocking, Borsellino muttered, who was shocked by the news, only because of the assurance from the Fortis Kingdom. The citizens of Seibounty Island really killed the Tenri Obito. Unlucky. Garp shouted in annoyance. What is bothering you, Garp-san? Aokiji asked with great interest. I'm annoyed that I wasn't there at that time, Garp said with an angry face. If I was there, I would definitely get a chance to hit those idiots in the face. Shut up, Garp. Sengoku shouted in annoyance while looking at Garp. Watch your identity. You are the Navy. You have no right to say such things. HMPH. Not entitled to what? That trash has shot someone there. Even if you stop me, Sengoku, as long as I'm in that territory with the Tenri Obito, I will follow the rules set by the Fortis Kingdom. I'm immune there. Garp said calmly. You're invulnerable there, you won't be outside, Garp Tsuru said calmly. If you do that, you'll be immediately hunted by the world government just being hunted. What's the problem? They won't even dare to arrest me. Garp said calmly, then started to continue eating his snacks quietly. Tsuru sighed, then looked at Sengoku. Is there an order from above? Sengoku nodded. The Gorosei side wants us Marines to set up a blockade in the area that will be the entrance to Area 13 blockade. Okiji frowned. Isn't that the same as provocation to the Fortis Kingdom? That's not what the blockade was for. Sengoku shook his head. It was just a precaution for the Tenri Obito to enter the territory. Even so, it's tantamount to provocation against the Fortis Kingdom, Tsuru said with a frown. At least, if we put up a blockade around the area, we have to get Hancock's approval. It will be very difficult to convince Hancock, Borsellino said coldly. I heard from some of your subordinates who came to the territory. Everyone who wanted to build a business or house in the area was taxed. There's a chance we'll get one too. However, with the personality that Hancock had towards us, I'm sure Hancock will definitely charge us a very high fee to do so. Even though it will be done by Hancock. However, we have to do it anyway, Sengoku said seriously. This was also conveyed by the Gorosei side. Whatever fee Hancock asks for, we will still provide it with a note that the fee is not too high. Will the world government pay for it? Tsuru asked. If we use the money we have, it will be difficult for us in the future, especially with the increasing price for ship maintenance and others. Don't worry, Sengoku said. The world government will support this and will give us quite a lot of funds. Sengoku then took out his Denden Mushi and immediately contacted Hancock. It didn't take long for the phone line to connect. Who? Asked Hancock coldly. It's me, Sengoku. Sengoku replied calmly and was used to Hancock's personality. HMPH. What does the dog of the world government want from me? Do you want to arrest me? Asked Hancock in a mocking tone. I contacted you not wanting to take you to war, Hancock. Sengoku said coldly. I would like to ask your permission to put up a blockade around your territory. Impossible. Hancock shouted angrily. Do you want to forbid the residents from coming to our territory? Don't get me wrong, Hancock. Sengoku said seriously. The purpose of this blockade is to keep the Tenri Obito from entering your territory. We will not interfere in your affairs and will not prevent anyone from coming to your territory. You guys really are like their guard dogs, Hancock sneered coldly again. Okainu, who listened to this mockery, had his hands clenched into fists. If Hancock was in front of him, it was possible that Okainu had already launched his attack by now. I will not comment on what you say, Sengoku said. What about our request? I'm sure this won't be a problem for you, will it? I can agree on this. However, your side will have to pay us a fee to do so. Hancock said calmly. No problem, Sengoku nodded. How much do you want? 1 billion for 1 month, Hancock said directly. Impossible. Sengoku immediately rejected it. That's too high. Too high? Are you kidding? I know you have been funded by the world government. 1 billion for 1 month is not a difficult thing for you guys. That can't be, Hancock. Sengoku said back seriously. 1 billion for 1 month is too high. Sengoku paused for a moment and continued. 1 billion for 1 year. We can take it. Impossible. Hancock said coldly. That's too cheap. I want 1 billion for 1 month. You can benefit from the blockade we set up, Sengoku said coldly. With the blockade we put in place, we can also protect your territory from the threat of pirates and others. You have gained a lot through this blockade. Do you think my troops can't guard my territory? Asked Hancock coldly. Don't get me wrong, Hancock. We are only helping to reduce the pressure from your troops only. Sengoku said again and continued. 1 billion for 1 year. If not, I will try to negotiate with the King of Fortis regarding this. He's better to negotiate with than you. HMPH. Do you think ours will be easy to communicate with, especially regarding the Tenri Obito matter? Hancock said in a mocking tone. Even though. However, negotiating with King Fortis is better than negotiating with you, Sengoku said coldly. Are you saying I am not a worthy person? Hancock asked again. I didn't say that. You said it yourself, Sengoku said back. What about my offer? 1 billion for 1 year. Otherwise, we will not continue this negotiation. 1 billion for 1 month. Nothing less or more. Hancock still remained firm in her stance. In that case, there is no way we can continue this discussion. Sengoku immediately closed his communication line. How much funds can be used, Sengoku? Garp asked calmly. The Gorosei didn't tell me, Sengoku shook his head. Only, the Gorosei asked me to make an offer regarding this. Then why not just accept Hancock's request? Garp asked strangely. It's harder to have a discussion with King Fortis than it is with Hancock, Notsuru said. There is a possibility we can still get a lower price if we negotiate with King Fortis. King Fortis is more reasonable compared to Hancock. He will also know the advantages that Hancock will get from this. Then how do we contact King Fortis? Asked Takeanu. We don't have his Den Mushi number at this time. We can call Hashirama, then let Hashirama help us to talk to him, Sengoku said, then started typing Hashirama's number he memorized. The communication line was connected very quickly. Hello, Hashirama here. Hashirama-san, it's me, Sengoku? Oh, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This is someone who is rare. Is there something? Does the Navy want to order wood from us back? Hashirama asked in a friendly tone. No, Sengoku said, my aim is not for that. Then what for? Hashirama asked confusedly. Hashirama-san, are you currently with King Fortis? Your Honor? Hashirama asked confusedly, is there something you want to talk to him? Do you want to speak directly? Okay, Sengoku and the others who heard this were a little confused until a very familiar voice sounded. What does the Navy Fleet Admiral want to talk to me about? Asked Ars calmly. Sengoku was very happy because he got the chance to talk to Ars. Sengoku's gaze suddenly became more serious. King Fortis, I'm sure you know the events that just happened in your territory, right? Tenri Obito assassination? I do know it. Ars nodded. What's with that? Does the Navy want revenge or? No. Sengoku shook his head and replied, my purpose for contacting was not because of that. However, we would like to negotiate with your side. Negotiations? Ars asked in confusion. Sengoku then immediately explained about his purpose. Why don't you guys talk about this with Hancock? Ars asked in confusion. Shouldn't you guys talk to him about it? We already discussed this with him. Sengoku sighed. However, the demands are too high. How much did Hancock ask for? Ars asked with great interest. 1 billion for 1 month. 1 billion for 1 month? How could it be too high? Ars asked strangely. This order was asked by the world government for you to carry out, right? Sengoku nodded. Yeah. If the world government asked you to do this, 1 billion is too little. The finances of the world government are numerous. I will not interfere in this matter. I will leave everything to Hancock. I also agree with Hancock's policy of setting a price of 1 billion berries for a month's blockade. Ars paused and continued, even though there are advantages on Hancock's side. However, the gain was not great. Because I'm sure, apart from stupid people, reasonable people would definitely not dare to attack the territory. Is there really no price drop? Sengoku asked back. No, Ars said, all business in the Say Bounty Island area is Hancock's business. I'm only here to help secure the territory for him. Just follow Hancock's current wish. I remind you, women are the most difficult people to negotiate with and also the most difficult people to deal with. It's better if you accept his request now, than Hancock will ask for more. This is very surprising. Your Majesty's words seem to imply you have a hard time dealing with women, Borsellino said, which was heard by Ars. These words immediately received stares from everyone there because of Borsellino's impolite attitude. You said the right thing, Admiral Kizaru. Ars sighed. To be honest, I myself am quite difficult to deal with women, especially the higher-ups of our kingdom. They are difficult to regulate and control. Ars paused for a moment and continued, well, my advice, after this, call Hancock back and accept the offer right away. If you hold on any longer, the bid that Hancock was asking would definitely be higher than it is now. I am sure that the world government will not have a problem with it. Okay, Sengoku nodded. The communication line was finally cut off. We went back to the early stages just now, Okiji said. What now? Keep up with the previous negotiations? That's all we can do, Sengoku said with a sigh. Before that, Sengoku, you better contact the Gorosei and tell the offer requested by Hancock. Do they agree or not? Sengoku nodded and immediately contacted the Gorosei. Chapter 1, Questions. Hello everyone. I want to ask you guys. If in One Piece the Paradise area becomes a region like the New World, which 4 emperors do you think is suitable to rule the region? Besides the New World, 4 emperors. Chapter 114, Announcement. Hello fellow readers. Revisions to this work are available on the Patreon page. The name of this work itself is One Piece, Kingdom Development System. The revision of this work has reached 50 chapters. It is different from the work written by me before, or in other words this work of mine. This revision has many battles presented. My previous question was related to the formation of 4 emperors in the Paradise region, as well as one of the arcs that will be compiled by me and is currently still under consideration as to who will ascend to the throne. Excluded people summoned by Shiryu. They have to be people from the world of One Piece, and those people, even though they are weak, will later be assisted by Shiryu to ascend to the throne by handing over their weapons. Currently, the discussion regarding the work had reached where the era of evil had begun. Please accept my apologies in advance. Currently there is no intention to upload to this place. But, maybe in the future it will be uploaded soon. Still need to wait some time. The plan for this work was uploaded at the time when all the chapters for this work have been uploaded by me that have already been written. In total there are 150 chapters. Oh yes. Regarding the schedule for uploading works, I will also postpone it, which is usually one day for every one chapter, with the exception of Fridays, holidays. I will change it to 1 week 1 chapter. Regarding the issue of discussion for the outline itself, please see the title of the chapter which I will write here. Chapter 1, Kingdom Development System. Chapter 2, The First Summon. The Strongest Ninja of the Sengoku Era, Hashirama Senju. Chapter 3, Beginning of Development. Chapter 4, The First Outer Duty. Chapter 5, Vice Admiral Momouzagi. Chapter 6, Head of Finance Department, Shinomiya Kaguya. Chapter 7, Solar Panel Power Plant. Chapter 8, Head of the Department of Foreign Affairs, Lowellmana. Chapter 9, Say Bounty Archipelago Island. Chapter 10, Alberto Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 11, Movement of the World Government. Chapter 12, Building Future Plans. Chapter, Evening Talks and Reports. Chapter 14, Deputy Head of Intelligence Department, Northwest Region, Obito Uchiha. Chapter 15, Plans to conduct transactions with the world government side. Chapter 16, Hashirama's Regret. Chapter 17, The Absolute Ruler of the World Government, Imu. Chapter 18, Obito's Blatant Provocation. Blackmailing the World Government. Chapter 19, The History of the Forgotten World. Chapter 20, Birth of the World Government's Number One Enemy. Chapter 21, Creating False Information. Chapter 22, News that Shakes the World. New Enemy of the World Government. Chapter 23, Movement of All Parties. Historical Information Search 5,000 years ago. Chapter 24, Get It All Out. Hashirama. Be Free. Chapter 25, Four Emperors, King of the Beasts, Kdu. Chapter 26, Arrival of the Marines. Illusion, Sharingan. Chapter 27, Hashirama's Full Power. Kdu's Awful Defeat. Chapter 28, The Seven Warlords of the Sea Meeting Invitation. Chapter 29, What a Tough Decision. Chapter 30, Order Taking. Preparation to Start Construction. Chapter 31, Riverfall Royal Palace. Chapter 32, Meeting. Future Development Plans. Chapter 33, Marine Headquarters. Chapter 34, Anticipate All Parties. Chapter 35, Preparations before the Seven Warlords of the Sea Meeting. Chapter 36, Meeting of the Seven Warlords of the Sea. Chapter 37, World-Shaking News. Internal Feud within the Beast Pirates. Chapter 38, The Beginning of the World Change. Chapter 39, Impel Down. Chapter 40, Head of the Department of Health, Anohana Retsu. Chapter 41, Saru's Bad Premonition. Big Mom's First Wound. Chapter 42, The Legend Returns. The Destruction of Lobe Town. Chapter 43, All Element 6 Prisoners Free. Impel Down is in a bad state. Chapter 44, The Strongest Man in the World. The War between Pirates and the World Government and Marines. Chapter 45, Sky Battle of Lobe Town. Kijishi no Shiki vs Monkey D. Dragon. Chapter 46, The Battle for the Title of the World's Best Swordsman. Yunani Yachiru. Against Dracul Mihawk. Chapter 47, Minazuki. Chapter 48, Battle of Impel Down. The Beginning of Impel Down's Destruction. Chapter 49, The Despair of the Marines and the World Government. Marine Hero Appears, Monkey D. Garp. Chapter 50, The Beginning of the Evil Era Begins. That's all my notification. For those who are interested in reading this work of mine, please visit the Patreonku page, the link is in the account profile description, while for those who want to read the Indonesian language, please visit the Karya Karsaku page, the link is for those who were previously constrained by price issues. I myself have lowered the price where all of my work will be immediately open for a full month, and please pay attention before creating a member account for my Patreon page because other prices have not been removed due to problems with existing members there and cannot be removed. For those who are interested in becoming a member, please look at the tier members with a picture of Luffy. That is the latest member settings. That's all my notification. Sorry, today I can't upload new works because today is Friday and this is my day off. I will upload again tomorrow. Oh yes. For my other work, One Piece, Dungeon System. It was discontinued. I will not continue that work anymore. Just that. Thank you. Chapter 115, Various Parties Response. New World, Moby Dick. Gorbera. This is a very big incident. Whitebeard, who just got the news about the killing of the Tenri Obito by the people on Say Bounty Island, laughed excitedly. Oi Aji. Ace suddenly called out, what do you think? Will the world government retaliate for this? No, Whitebeard said while shaking his head. The world government will definitely not take countermeasures even if they have ancient weapons at this time. Whitebeard paused for a moment while narrowing his eyes. The world government is afraid of the backlash that the Fortis Kingdom will carry out if they really dare to do that. Although the current world government has ancient weapons that can increase their combat power. However, the Fortis Kingdom also has ancient weapons. Marco immediately added, the Fortis Kingdom has more ancient weapons than the world government. Besides, I'm also not sure if the ancient weapon belonging to the world government can attack more than once or not. Because with a fairly strong attack power as described, the weapon should take quite a long time to charge. Marco's right Whitebeard nodded. With that kind of attack power, at least it takes quite a bit of time to charge. Meanwhile, in contrast to the Fortis Kingdom, the ancient weapons they hold are ancient weapons that humans can use freely. Charging power also only uses energy. The world government will definitely consider that. Whitebeard paused. Besides, I'm also sure there must be some other considerations. Other considerations? Izo asked while frowning. Did it hit the bomb, Oyaji? Marco asked with great interest. Bomb? Jaws asked confusedly. Did you forget, Jaws? Marco asked strangely. The kingdom of Fortis has planted a bomb in Marijoa and I'm sure they haven't lifted the bomb. With Hashirama's power, Hashirama could have hidden the bombs using the illusion of being difficult for the world government to find. Is that what they are also considering? Asked Case. That's possible. Whitebeard nodded. The world government definitely doesn't want to find a place to relocate. They are comfortable where they are now. Even though they want to move, for example, to the same place but in a different area. They must have also considered the spies around them sent by King Fortis. Whitebeard paused. They believe, if they take action or make a move and the Fortis Kingdom side knows about it, paired bombs will be activated immediately. It's almost like the world government is in a birdcage. Thake muttered with a face full of surprise. Whatever the current world government wants to do, Marco said in a serious voice, such actions will not threaten the Fortis Kingdom. That said, the Fortis Kingdom has now taken control of them. As long as the world government takes actions that may harm the Fortis Kingdom or any other allies, the Fortis Kingdom can at any time destroy the world government even if they don't make a full move. This is also a strong reason why the world government will definitely not make any movement against the residents of Saybounty Island, especially the residents who live in Area 13. However, even though that area is not an area, it is formally the territory of the Fortis Kingdom. However, the territory there already has the Fortis Kingdom's laws. Certainly, today's lesson. The Tenri Obito or anyone else wouldn't dare to take action against the region. Marco paused for a moment then sighed. King Fortis, ours. He really is a scary person. Everyone was silent with the analysis made by Marco. New World, Red Force. Dahahaha. A toast to celebrate the day of Tenri Obito's first murder, Shanks said excitedly as he raised his drinking glass. Toast. All the crew eagerly replied. The red-haired pirates group, the moment they received the news. Everyone was shocked by the news. However, it quickly turned into a celebration that was carried out while sailing towards Fishman Island. Mihawk was currently coming along with them. The reason Mihawk came along with Mihawk was because he wanted to see what Shanks said was true or not. Red Hair Mihawk called out to him while holding the drinking glass, "You're telling the truth, aren't you? That friend of yours can see into the future and predict the whereabouts of the sword?" Dahahaha. Of course, Shanks smirked as he drank the drink, then continued, "Don't worry. He has the ability to see the future. We can ask for his help seeing the future where someone finds the sword and then we will go there and pick it up." "I hope so," Mihawk mumbled as he drank his drink and started to sit quietly there. "How was your quest, Dracule?" Mihawk. "Haven't had good results yet?" Ben Bachman asked calmly. "No," Mihawk shook his head. "I've been to several islands and searched there. The result remains the same. Even a small piece of information regarding the swords could not be found by me. It's quite difficult to find those swords, especially for us who don't have any information about them," Ben Bachman said calmly. "Didn't you try asking King Fortis for help? Like asking for his help to tell me a little about the appearance features of the sword that are still missing?" "No," Mihawk shook his head. "The picture that was shown before, that's enough." "Hey, Dracule," Mihawk Yasup suddenly called out, "what kind of sword are you looking for? Zanpakuto? Noble Phantasm? Or Ignition?" Mihawk's gaze became serious then said, "If possible, I want to get the Noble Phantasm sword or maybe Ignition. These two swords are more suitable for me to use than the Zanpakuto sword. How about you, Yasup?" Mihawk asked. "You are a great marksman. You should also want to aim for that ancient weapon, right? Certainly for long-range weapons, there are some left." "Ha ha ha ha. Of course," Yasup said with a grin. "I want to get one, then sign Archer to fight with me. I want to know who is greater between the two of us." "Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Yasup. If you lose, I will repay you," Shanks said with a laugh. "Nonsense." Yasup immediately provoked and immediately stood up from his seat. "There's no way I can lose. I am Yasup. The best sniper in the whole world, no, in history. Only my son can surpass me." Yasup's gaze filled with pride then turned into one of joy. "How about you listen to my story about me defeating the Auror's army of 1,000 troops with only a small gun?" "Nah. Not again, not." "Stop him talking." With nothing to stop him, Yasup begins to tell a story that only his crew can hear. Mihawk's gaze fell on Ben Bachman. What about you? You want to get it too? It would be a bit of a hypocrite to say no to a weapon of that class, Ben Bachman said, but I also know it will be hard to get. At the very least, I hope our group can get one in order to maintain the current situation. Ben Bachman paused for a moment and continued, haven't there been any 7 warlords of the sea summons yet? Not yet. Mihawk shook his head. I guess those old folks are still having a hard time finding replacements for that woman and that madman, of course. Not many people, especially the strong, want to be under the control of the world government except for you, Ben Bachman said while blowing smoke. Don't get me wrong, Mihawk said sharply, I don't like being ordered around. I entered the 7 warlords of the sea because I didn't want to get in the way of the Marines. Besides that, I am also quite comfortable living at home right now. What if the Fortis Kingdom opens itself to the world? Ben Bachman asked calmly. You could consider leaving the 7 warlords of the sea and staying in the Fortis Kingdom provided you can get a visa from their kingdom, which can only be obtained by citizens of the kingdom they have a cooperative relationship with. However, seeing that King Fortis cherishes you, it's not impossible that you can get one easily. That can be considered. Mihawk nodded, especially with the battle stadium there. I guess the boring days will soon disappear. Mihawk smirked excitedly. New World, Baltigo, Revolutionary Army Headquarters, meeting room. They really did. Dragon sighed with a slightly surprised face at the news about the Tenri Obito's murder. This news can tell us that currently Tenri Obito no longer holds the highest power in this world, Karasu said calmly. The highest position of power is currently held by the Fortis Kingdom. Not really, Lindbergh said. Even if what you say makes sense, Karasu. However, I don't agree with that. If you say that the Fortis Kingdom holds supreme power over the territories claimed by it, yes, I agree. However, if it's a territory that doesn't have the Fortis Kingdom's laws, the territory is still held by the world government, especially with the possession of these ancient weapons. They will become more and more arbitrary. We can only hope to Sabo and Koala that the 2 of them can get the design of the Pluton ancient weapon from the Water 7 Island side. Dragon muttered seriously. Dragon Bello Betty suddenly said, I think we could consider establishing a base or site in the area of Area 13 of Sabounty Island. If something similar happens, we can try to negotiate with Empress Spoa Hancock to buy the Tenri Obito captured by them. That's a good idea, Lindbergh nodded. However, with this happening, it will be difficult for us to get that opportunity. The world government will definitely take precautions and will not let the Tenri Obito fall into the same hole. Besides that, Karasu added, the building tax in Area 13 itself is quite expensive. If we build a base there, our funds will be cut a lot. We'd better not do that. No, Dragon suddenly said, the plan that Betty put together was a pretty good plan. We can build a base there. Besides, we were able to get a chance to catch a Tenri Obito. We can also see the movement of the Kingdom of Fortis and even meet the King of Fortis there. Because as a king, he will definitely visit a location at certain times to do monitoring. Visit? I think it will be difficult for the Fortis Kingdom to do at this time, Dragon Lindbergh said. Right now the world government is holding the ancient weapon of Uranus. If news is heard that King Fortis is visiting Sabounty Island, it is not impossible that the world government will do whatever it takes to kill him. Yes. That's a reasonable answer, Dragon nodded. However, do you think the Fortis Kingdom will allow that? What do you mean? Bello Betty asked, frowning. We've seen how King Fortis moves and rules. Through that, we can see that King Fortis is a very intelligent individual and can analyze things very easily, such as the capture of Agent Cypher Palate agents that was carried out by him before, and also regarding the plan to assassinate King Prudence that the world government wants to carry out. Dragon paused for a moment. I believe the current King Fortis has devised a plan. Plan? You mean? Lindbergh muttered. Yes, Dragon nodded, if what you think is correct. King Fortis and the higher-ups of the Kingdom of Fortis have probably now devised a plan to destroy the ancient weapon, Uranus, without the world government knowing about it first. Dragon paused for a moment and continued, I'm sure King Fortis will make the most of this time. The world government will certainly not feel the threat from the Fortis Kingdom, especially they assume that the Fortis Kingdom will not find the hiding location of the weapon. However, you need to remember that looking for something is not only obtained through many subordinate factors. However, there are other factors such as intelligence that can think of various situations. If someone had enough information about a location or whatever, they could conclude something with just that information. Like doing a search for an item. Without doing a search all over the place. As long as that person has the information he needs to analyze something, he can easily find where it is. If that's the case. Karasu mumbled, can't it be said that this time our hiding place can be easily discovered by the Fortis Kingdom? Dragon sighed, I wouldn't be surprised if he found out about this place. Because this is a person who really deserves to know. We were fortunate enough that the Fortis Kingdom wasn't the same as the world government who was carrying out the quest for us. If it were the same, we'd probably be annihilated by now. Well, dragons. If the Fortis Kingdom is really going to do such a thing, Bello Betty suddenly said, shouldn't we take back Sabo and Koala? No, Dragon shook his head, that plan is still being executed. Although there is a possibility that the ancient weapon, Uranus, can be destroyed. However, we do not know whether the world government has the design of the weapon or not. As long as the world government has it, even if the weapon is destroyed, the world government can still make it. Dragon paused for a moment and continued, moreover, with the advent of ancient weapons in today's world, there must be people and groups who will find out information about ancient weapons. As long as they dug up a bit of history, they would definitely find information regarding the 3 ancient weapons. Uranus is currently held by the world government, Poseidon is currently directly guarded by the kingdom of Fortis. These 2 ancient weapons would definitely not dare to be touched by other people or individuals. Only Pluton is currently missing and the design is likely to survive. Individuals or troops who know about history will aim for this weapon on Water 7 Island. Water 7 Island currently has a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. Can't it be said that Water 7 Island has the protection of the Fortis Kingdom? Karasa said the protection provided is only the protection of the territory and not the protection of its citizens. Dragon said seriously, the groups and individuals who know about the weapon will definitely not cause any disturbances or riots on Water 7 Island. They will work as we do now by sending out spies to do the tracking. As long as they discovered the existence of that design, they would only kill the person who held it and orchestrated the killing by accident. However, I believe, those people will avoid committing murder, knowing that, if they did, it would be possible for the Fortis Kingdom to find out. Dragon paused for a moment and continued, right now the person with the most potential to hold the design of the Pluton is Tom's surviving disciple Iceberg, who is the mayor of Water 7 Island. The spies would definitely be very careful not to kill Iceberg. Because they know, as long as they do, their group will be instantly annihilated by the Fortis Kingdom without the slightest bit left. This will be a battle of patience as well as intelligence. Lindbergh muttered, at least you sent the koala along with Sabo. If it's just Sabo, I'm not sure he can survive this mission. Yes, Dragon nodded, even though Sabo has great strength for his age. But that kid. Dragon sighed, his patience has to be retrained before he can become chief of staff in the future. That's natural, Karasa said, after all, Sabo is a teenager. Emotions are not yet stable and can still be easily under emotions. We have to accept it. Their conversation was resumed by arranging a plan for a revolution in a kingdom that would be attacked by those located in the Grand Line region. The kingdom belongs to the most corrupt king in the One Piece world, Avalokitara. Attacking this kingdom can be said to be quite difficult because Avalokitara himself has a very strong power beyond a vice admiral. Chapter 116, Alabasta's Princess Nefertari Vivi arrested. Red Line, Marijoa, Bangwa Castle, Gorosei office. How much does Hancock want? Masato asked Sengoku seriously through his denden mushi. Hancock asked for 1 billion berries for 1 month. Nonsense. Masato said angrily, that's too much. I already said that, Sengoku said in a resigned tone, however, that didn't shake Hancock. He stands firm and wants us to pay him as much as 1 billion berries every month. Otherwise, we are prohibited from doing such things. What about King Fortis? Masato asked back, you guys should have tried negotiating with him, right? The answer we got is the same, Masato-sama. Sengoku said, King Fortis also supports the decision made by Hancock. He agrees with the decision and there is even a possibility that King Fortis will want to ask for more than that. There's no way we can give more, Ogata said coldly, with 1 billion berries alone is too high to give in 1 month just to guard. They will even benefit from the guard. We'd better accept this, Noda said, 1 billion for the safety of the Tenri Obito. That's not a high value. We were able to make a withdrawal of funds to each Tenri Obito as much as 100 million berries for their safety reasons to travel to Sabounty Island. Don't let this incident happen again, which will cause our name in the eyes of the world to be destroyed. I agree, so Noda nodded. We also have to focus on stabilizing the political situation of each kingdom. Currently there is a lot of chaos due to the news of the killing of the Tenri Obito. Many troops from the rebel side from every kingdom started to make their move. We cannot allow this to happen. Unlucky. Since the emergence of the Fortis Kingdom, the world is becoming more and more chaotic from time to time, Yasunori said. Sengoku Masato, who had gotten the opinion of every Gorosei, immediately said, except Hancock's offer. You asked one of the Marines to come take money from our side and then bring it to him. After the money is handed over, immediately put a blockade on the area IC Grand Line, Island of Sabounty Archipelago, Area 13. HMPH. Why would a Marine like you guys come here? Want to come take revenge on me? Hancock asked with pride while looking at Tsuru, who was in front of her right now. Tsuru herself is someone who has been assigned to take care of this negotiation problem, especially the Navy knows how much Hancock hates men. We didn't come here to take revenge on Hancock, Tsuru said calmly as he looked around him where they had become a spectacle for the citizens. Tsuru sighed. I am here to continue the previous negotiations regarding the construction of the blockade. I still stick to my decision, Hancock said back seriously. If you can't afford it, please get out of here and don't interfere with my business. We will pay for it, Tsuru said quickly. Put in front of Hancock the money we brought. All right, Vice Admiral. 2 female Navy soldiers immediately brought some suitcases containing large sums of money and handed them over to Hancock. Everything in that briefcase is worth 1 billion berries. As you wish. 1 billion berries? The audience who heard the amount of money was then very surprised. I didn't ask for 1 billion berries, Hancock said coldly. I want 2 billion berries for 1 month. Tsuru immediately frowned. Don't play games, Hancock. That's not the deal we got before. The deal you wanted earlier was 1 billion berries. That was the previous deal and not the current deal, Hancock said calmly. After thinking for a while, I feel 1 billion berries is too little and I want to get 2 billion berries for every month. If it is not met, we can stop these negotiations. That's cheating the Empress. One of the Marines said with a gloomy face. Shut up. Hancock immediately looked at the Marines coldly. Who let you talk to me? Stop, Hancock. Tsuru said in a high tone. We've got a deal with King Fortis, huh? Deal? Hancock was suddenly surprised to hear this and looked at Tsuru. What do you mean? We have had previous talks with King Fortis. King Fortis has agreed to a 1-month payment of 1 billion berries in this territory. When did ours agree to this? Why didn't he tell me? Hancock muttered grimly. Wait a minute. I want to ask him about this. I think we should finish this negotiation soon, Hancock, Tsuru said with a gloomy face. Tsuru herself knew that until Hancock spoke to ours at this time, the possibility of this negotiation will increase in price to be higher than before, especially ours previously said all these negotiations will be given the decision to Hancock. You have no right to order me. Hancock said coldly. Why? You are scared? Did the Marines just fabricate the talk you guys had with King Fortis to get a chance? Do you think I can be fooled so easily? Hancock immediately took out her den mushi and then contacted ours. Communication links are quickly connected. Hello, ours here, it's me, Aries. Hancock, what are you calling me again, Hancock? Asked ours tiredly. Rather than contacting me, you'd better focus on building your shopping center while also taking care of the signing event that you're going to do tomorrow. Ours. Do you really hate me that you can't make time for me? Hancock asked while gritting her teeth. Ours sighed then said, all right. Well, what do you want to talk to me about? Is it related to the Navy? You know? Hancock's emotions immediately changed and looked at Tsuru. Yes. They did talk to me before through Hashirama. So, how was the negotiation? Have you received it? Not yet, Hancock shook her head. Now the Navy has come to send money. They agreed to a previous deal of 1 billion berries per month. Isn't that the deal with you? Ours asked in confusion. Tsuru, who heard this, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was like that before. However, this time was different. I want to get a price increase of 2 billion berries for every month. They don't agree with this and they say that they have your approval for this negotiation. I didn't say that, ours said, frowning. You didn't say it? Hancock frowned then looked at Tsuru, whose face already looked gloomy. I just told them to accept your offer. Whatever happens there, as long as it doesn't harm the area or the people living there, we won't interfere. All decisions regarding the territory will be yours. You have the right to decide how much money you want to ask from their side. That's good. Hancock said with pleasure. Also, tell them not to use a person's name or the name of a group in an act that could tarnish our name, ours said seriously, because if they do that again, we won't stay silent. I know, they have heard this too well. Then, whatever the business there, I leave it to me. Okay, I'll close first, see you later. Hancock, without waiting for a long time, ours immediately closed the communication connection. Couldn't he have been more polite to say goodbye? Hancock muttered as she kept the den mushi, then looked at Tsuru. It's a shame that you Marines use the names of people and even a group to lie for a profit. Hancock then looked around and said, currently what you have done has been covered by the press. I want to know, what will your name be after this? Tsuru's face immediately darkened upon hearing this and her hands clenched into fists very tightly. I will not take back my previous words. 2 billion for 1 month of blockade. If not, please get out of here. You're just interfering with my current affairs. Wait a moment. Even though Tsuru had been embarrassed by Hancock, however, Tsuru knew that he couldn't fail this mission. Give me a few minutes. I will contact the top brass of the world government to convey this request of yours. HMPH. Hurry up. I have a lot of business to take care of. Hancock sniffed disdainfully as she looked at Tsuru. Tsuru immediately walked away a little while, taking out his den mushi to reconnect with the world government. Although Tsuru is only a vice admiral, however, Tsuru has the same authority as an admiral. Even Tsuru's status was several times higher than that of an admiral on the side of the Navy. Tsuru's position is Chief of Staff, which allows him to directly communicate with the Gorosei. Grand Line, Kingdom of Alabasta, Rain Base Island, Baroque Work Office. By this time all the higher-ups from Brexwork had been gathered by Crocodile. Starting from Mr. 1 to Mr. 10. Everyone has gathered. This also applies to their partners who are currently there. Among the higher-ups, only Mr. 8 and Mr. 9 along with their partners were not there. Mr. 8 or Agram is currently being treated at the Royal Palace of Alabasta while his partner has been killed by Mr. 3. 9 has been killed by Mr. 1 while his partner is currently in the guard cage in the room where the Brixworks agents gather. It's really surprising that you are our boss, said Mr. 3 with a face full of astonishment as he looked at Crocodile, who was currently sitting in the middle seat. We have a boss of 7 warlords of the sea? Wouldn't that be more interesting? In that way, we are immune to the law, said Miss Doublefinger. Dazbone just snorted by staring at Crocodile. Boss, I heard that your partner Mr. All Sunday had been drawn by the Fortis Kingdom to join them. Is it true? Bon Clay asked with great interest. Kingdom of Fortis, muttered Mr. 5 with narrowed eyes behind his glasses. There's no need to talk about that traitorous woman, Crocodile said seriously. Without her, we can still continue the well-laid-out plan. A plan? Dazbone asked while raising his brow. Yes. A plan to create a utopian state, Crocodile said with a smirk, then looked at the prison and saw a woman whose clothes were already damaged and her body battered. It's really surprising to know that a princess from the Kingdom of Alabasta actually sneaked into my organization, Crocodiles. Vivi shouted angrily while looking at Crocodile. What do you want to do with me? So what do I want to do? That is a very interesting question, Crocodile said laughing, then continued again. The Kingdom of Alabasta is one of the kingdoms that was once part of the empire that built the world government. These words from Crocodile then made everyone there shocked. However, due to unknown reasons, the Kingdom of Alabasta, especially the king who ruled the Kingdom of Alabasta at that time, refused to live in Marijoa along with the kings of the former kingdoms that formed the world government. Crocodile paused. This reason is a very good reason. Interesting. Because it will raise a question. What caused the king of Alabasta at that time to refuse to join? What do you want to do to the Kingdom of Alabasta, Crocodile? Vivi shouted back. There isn't anything of value in this Kingdom of Alabasta. You won't get anything here. Nonsense. Crocodile shouted loudly. Do you think I'm stupid? The reason behind the King of Alabasta not participating in moving to Marijoa was because the King of Alabasta at that time wanted to keep a very precious object where it could change the pattern of the world. Changing the pattern of the world? Boss, don't say. That's right, Crocodile said as his eyes narrowed seriously. What the King of Alabasta was guarding back then was one of the ancient weapons, Pluton. What? Everyone was shocked by this information. Even Vivi, who was currently being held captive, was shocked by this information. Impossible. Vivi screamed after coming to her senses and said, things like that don't exist in our kingdom. Not. Crocodile said in an optimistic tone, that thing exists. You must not know it because the old cobra didn't tell you that and only he knew it. Crocodile paused and looked at Vivi. It's lucky that you came to me in person, Princess Vivi, Crocodile said. With the personality that the old man cobra has, he would have chosen to save his child if he had known about your current condition. This is the best object to use for negotiating information regarding the location of the weapon. What? Vivi, who heard this, was very surprised. He did not expect he would later be used by Crocodile as a transaction material. Ha 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 ha. Boss, is it true that Pluton's ancient weapons really exist in this kingdom? Hey, that means, if we get it, wouldn't we be one of the top powers in this world? We might even be able to compete with the Fortis Kingdom. Don't talk nonsense, said Crocodile. Even if we can get that gun later, our strength is still not on par with the Fortis Kingdom. How is that possible, boss? We already have island-destroying weapons. We should be on par with them, Mr. 3 said. Are you stupid? Crocodile asked in a cold tone. Have you noticed the current world government? Did they take action after finding out that the Tenri Obito were killed on Say Bounty Island, especially in the area of Area 13 where the area has been claimed by the Fortis Kingdom? This. Everyone fell silent hearing this. Even though the world government currently has one of the ancient weapons, they didn't dare to attack. That means the Fortis Kingdom's strength is more terrifying than you think, Crocodile said seriously. If we get that weapon, the first thing we did. Oh, no, Princess Vivi. Don't try to do anything that will trouble me. Crocodile immediately disappeared from his seat and suddenly appeared beside Vivi, who was currently trying to commit suicide by biting his tongue. Vivi herself does not know about Pluton's ancient weapon. However, by listening to the narration that Crocodile had said earlier, Vivi could be sure that the Alabasta Kingdom was really hiding it. Crocodile quickly stopped Vivi's suicide by hitting the base of the neck, which immediately knocked Vivi unconscious. Crocodile's gaze immediately turned to Miss Golden Week. Miss Golden Week, use your abilities so that this woman doesn't do something idiotic like before. Okay boss, said Ms. Golden Week calmly, then immediately got up from her seat and started painting clothes from Vivi to hypnotize her. After finishing hypnotizing Vivi, Miss Golden Week finally returned to her seat with Crocodile. Then Crocodile started discussing the discussion related to the plan she wanted to carry out while also asking to find a new assistant for her who was qualified. Chapter 117, Deal Reached. Ancient Weapon Destruction Plan, Uranus. Sometime before. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, Study Room. What's wrong, Hashirama? Ars asked with interest while stopping the work he was doing, then looking at Hashirama who had just entered his study. I just got information from my clone. He has found the whereabouts of the ancient weapon, Pluton, Hashirama said calmly. Already found? That's good news. Ars nodded. Where is it located? As you gave earlier, Hashirama said, about 7 kilometers from Marijoa's, right on the red line. Hashirama paused and continued, that thing is really very big, very large? Ars asked in confusion. Hashirama nodded, yes. At least the size of the object has a length of more than 1,000 meters with a width of more than 300 meters and has a height of more than 100 meters. It is one of the ancient weapons that has the power of destroying an island. Of course the size must be big. Ars nodded and said, what do you think? Can we destroy that weapon with the number of paper bombs we currently have? Hashirama frowned in thought for a moment, then shook his head. It's impossible to use the paper bombs we currently have. Although we will destroy that thing from within. However, it will not be completely destroyed with the number of paper bombs we have. There's an automatic security system, huh? Ars muttered and continued, how many paper bombs would it take to completely destroy that thing? Hashirama didn't answer immediately but thought for a moment, then said. At least 15,000 to 20,000 paper bombs must be used to destroy that thing. 15,000 to 20,000. Ars muttered, that's a huge amount. Hashirama nodded, yes. That is indeed a very large number, Ars. Especially the manufacturing process will also take quite a long time. How long did it take you to make that many paper bombs? Asked Ars again. How long? Hashirama frowned, at least 2 days maybe for me to do it. 2 days? Can the 2 working days be done simultaneously while you are carrying out your duties? Ars asked, since tomorrow you have to accompany Juicheru to go to Whitebeard to have a cooking competition there, and it is not impossible that later there will be various kinds of additional tasks. I think I can do it, Hashirama said calmly. I can leave a large number of my clones to carry out the task while I also do mine. I see. Ars nodded. Did our friends know about this plan? Yes, Hashirama nodded. I already told them except for Robin and Shaki. Neither of them knew this. Shaki will likely find out from Rayleigh soon, while Robin, I'm not sure he'll find out about this. Don't worry about it. It's better if Robin doesn't know this. Robin has a pretty dark past related to ancient weapons. Don't let him find out about this. What if he finds out? Hashirama asked again. In that case, it's fine to let him know. Ars said, I will prepare all the equipment you need for work. Are you going to do it now? Hashirama nodded. It just so happens that I don't have anything to do at the moment. I will try to complete a large number of paper bombs today so that my clone can finish the rest quickly. Ars immediately went into the system shop to buy a large quantity of paper to be used as a bomb, a small brush, and a large quantity of black ink, and then handed it over to Hashirama. Previously you already had a stockpile of 3,000 paper bombs which are currently in the process of being worked on, right? Here, I have added 17,000 papers that can be used for bombs, a large amount of black ink, as well as more than 50 small brushes that can be used by you to make ends meet. Good. Hashirama immediately put all these items into the storage bracelet he was currently using. This is really a very helpful tool. Aries nodded. Yes. I have a plan to increase the stock quantity for storage bracelets. At least each of us will eventually get one. One person one? Doesn't that burden you too much? Hashirama asked with great interest. That's just a plan and it hasn't even been thought of to be realized. Ars said calmly. My priority right now is to summon Ulquiorra to come to this world. Ars paused for a moment and continued. Oh, yes. Hashirama. At the time you will do the installation of bombs and others. There is a possibility that you will be seen or known by Marijoa's side. When the task will be carried out by you, use your transformation ability and transform yourself into one of our royal officers serving in the battle division. Why is that? Hashirama asked strangely. In order to trick the world government that the task you are about to do is not you doing it but someone else. This can also increase the world government's sense of trust in us that not only you are present in our kingdom but other people are, said calmly. I see. Hashirama nodded. Who should I use his appearance for? Hashirama asked with great interest. You can use Madara Uchiha's appearance or else you can use one of your subordinates' appearances. The appearance of my subordinates. You can think about that later. Ars suddenly continued. There is still plenty of time for you to decide whose appearance you want to use in this task this time, I see. Hashirama nodded and said, "Oh, yes. Ours. When my clone was on top of Marijoa, I found there were a lot of slaves that Marijoa's side had gathered. Do they really have access to slaves so easily?" "That is a natural thing for their side," Ars replied. "The world government itself, even though we have previously eliminated the slaves that were there. They have a large stock of slaves." "Slave stock?" Hashirama frowned. "The stock of slaves they have is in the East Blue region, to be precise, in a place called Tequila Wolf. It was a place where the Tenri Obito slaves lived. They were there because they wanted to make a stupid project that the Tenri Obito wanted to make." "Stupid project?" Hashirama asked again. "The project itself is called the Tequila Wolf Project. The project has the goal of forming a bridge that can connect every island in the world, or more specifically the islands in the East Blue region that..." Hashirama was taken aback by this. "Stupid project, isn't it?" Ars asked calmly. "The East Blue region itself is a very large area, and it is also impossible to connect each island using media access as a bridge due to various obstacles such as storms, sea monster attacks and various other threats. However, that in itself was not noticed by the Tenri Obito, or more specifically the world government. They want the project to be completed soon." Ars paused and continued, calculating the construction time of the project. "At least 700 years have passed, and until now the project has not been completed even to reach half progress. It can't be said until now. There, despite having used so many slaves to do the job." Hashirama fell silent hearing this. "Currently there has been a taking of slaves from there. There is a possibility that the performance going on there is also currently declining." Ars said calmly, "However, I believe the world government has also anticipated this by employing pirate captives from Impel down there and capturing other humans in various places. Places, especially places that have nothing to do with them, to be slaves to work there. This is really a very disgusting act," Hashirama said coldly. "Don't you know that too?" "It's a normal thing for the world government to do," Ars said with a sigh. "They will do whatever it takes to make their wishes come true." Hashirama nodded and looked at Ars. "Ars, if I go take the subordinates from there, is it okay?" "From there? You want to do recruitment there?" "Sure." Hashirama nodded. "However, for first-time recruits, I will target Water 7 Island. I will do the recruitment there after my department is ready to operate well, if that's what you want." "I don't mind it. There were quite a number of talented people there as well. It will be lucky for us if we get children with talent like you. The power of our kingdom will definitely increase, and by saving them, they will fully devote themselves to our kingdom." "That's what I thought," Hashirama said with a smile. "Well, you continue your work. I will go finish my work too." Ars nodded as he watched Hashirama leave the room. Ars then immediately resumed his work. "Grand Line, Island of Sabounty Archipelago, Area 13. This is the 2 billion you want," Hancock Tsuru said seriously as she handed Hancock a large number of suitcases totaling 2 billion berries. "This 2 billion is according to your previous wish." "HMPH." Hancock sniffed then said, "Sonia, Mari. You two take this suitcase and go and store it on our ship." "Okay." Big Sister Sander, Sonia and Marigold happily carried the suitcases filled with cash with great joy. They didn't expect to gain this big of an advantage just by establishing a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. The current Amazon Lily Empire had many sources of income that they previously had none at all. The first source of income was the business of selling products owned by those whose products were obtained from the Fortis Kingdom. The second source of income is taxes from residents who build houses or businesses in their area. The last source of income is from the Navy. You guys can build a blockade. However, don't disturb the people who want to come to visit here or who live here," Hancock said coldly. "If that happens, our agreement will be cancelled. You have to get out of here." "I will remember," Tsuru said, then immediately turned to leave Hancock there. Hancock also, without wasting much time, went straight back to the ship to continue the work she currently has. The residents who witnessed this incident became very excited, especially for residents who had built houses and businesses in Area 13. Because by joining the Navy, they built a blockade around the area. Their security will be doubled compared to before. The news about the construction of the blockade was immediately known by all parties on Sabounty Island and also several surrounding areas. Currently, many people have plans to build houses and businesses in Area 13, especially for people who have very large assets. Even though they have to pay high taxes, they will still pay them to get a guarantee of safety. Meanwhile, the Navy is also moving very quickly. They immediately built a blockade surrounding Area 13 by opening the blockade at the entrance while all other areas were closed. The person in charge of the blockade was Admiral Kizaru. This made the news about the construction of the blockade from the Navy even more surprising with the involvement of an admiral. Chapter 118, Turning a Rumor. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, King's Study Room. "Do you need anything from us, Your Majesty?" Kaguya asked calmly while smiling at Ars, who was currently sitting in front of her. Robin was also currently with the two of them in the room. This was because Ars had summoned both of them to meet him when their work had been completed. "There is something I want to discuss with you two," Ars said calmly. "Kaguya, I want Robin to join the cruise on the 27th to the 28th of February cruise." Robin muttered in confusion. "Take a cruise?" Kaguya asked while raising her eyebrows. "What is the reason for Robin to join the voyage?" Ars sighed. "Water 7 Island is currently in a dangerous state." "Dangerous?" Kaguya immediately frowned. "If it's dangerous, why does Robin have to come along on this voyage? Wouldn't it be better if only Hashirama went there?" Water 7 Island is also located close to an ice lobby which is full of world government people. You should know how dangerous Robin is in there. Robin, who heard this, became more and more interested. However, she couldn't speak because right now wasn't the most appropriate time. "I know," Ars nodded. However, Ars sighed again. The condition experienced by Water 7 Island itself is due to the appearance of the ancient weapon currently held by the world government. "Ancient weapon?" Robin's eyes immediately widened upon hearing this and immediately, "Your Majesty, I apologize. However, what do you mean by the ancient weapon you said earlier?" Robin immediately opened his voice. Ars' gaze stared at Robin. "Since you came here, the world has gone through a lot of changes this morning," Kaguya suddenly continued. "The island of Dressrosa has been destroyed and the mastermind behind the destruction of Dressrosa Island is the world government, which uses one of the ancient weapons, that is, Uranus, to destroy the island." "What?" Robin shouted with a face full of surprise. "The pattern of the world that you knew before has also changed significantly at this time. Previously, this world had 3 power patterns: Navy, Emperor of the Ocean, and 7 Warlords of the Sea. However, Boa Hancock had already left the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Doflamingo, who is indicated to have died due to an attack carried out by the world government. That means that currently there are only 7 Warlords of the Sea left." Ars paused and continued. "With the world government showing possession of the ancient weapon, the world government, in addition to using the ancient weapon to improve their name, they have also contributed to the pattern of this world's power." "Destroyed?" Robin muttered under her breath. "Isn't the Dressrosa Kingdom part of the world government alliance?" "How could it be?" "That's right," Ars nodded. "However, recently the king of Dressrosa, namely Doflamingo, contacted me and wanted to establish a cooperative relationship with us, or it could be said that they wanted to join the Octagon Alliance. I accepted it on the condition that he had to complete the 5 things ordered by me in 1 month. There is a possible reason behind the destruction of the Dressrosa Kingdom because the people of the world government, especially the Gorosei side, know the news. Of course, the world government doesn't want a kingdom that has a cooperative relationship with them to retreat, like the Protense Kingdom and the Ryugu Kingdom, where it will bring down or cross their name back into the eyes of the public, while the name of our alliance will increase compared to before. Not only is the percentage feared by the world government, but the strength of our alliance will increase compared to before with the joining of the Dressrosa Kingdom. The Dressrosa Kingdom under the leadership of Doflamingo is a kingdom that is very worthy of attention by the world government due to relational issues." This. Robin fell silent hearing this. Ars' gaze then looked at Kaguya. "I want Robin to come along on this cruise because I want him to be able to talk to Iceberg to convince Iceberg that she is not dangerous." "Dangerous?" Robin woke up again in his thoughts. "As we both know, Kaguya, Robin is known to the world as a devil child who as a child could destroy Navy warships while aiming to destroy the world. But that's just a rumor made up by the world government." Ars paused and continued. "The current world government has shown the world's possession of ancient weapons. The group that is their enemy, the Revolutionary Army and the pirates, will definitely not remain silent about this, and they will find a way to fight it." Ars stopped back and continued. "How to fight it?" Kaguya thought for a moment and said, "Fighting him is only by having ancient weapons again." "Yes. That's right," Ars nodded. "Right now I don't know if the information regarding ancient swords has been known to large groups like the Revolutionary Army and pirates of the rank of an Ocean Emperor. However, we'll assume that they know it." Ars paused and continued. "However, in order to search for those ancient swords, they didn't have any information and only did an abstract search which couldn't get the best results. Compared to doing an abstract search and not necessarily able to get results due to lack of information, they will definitely go on a search for ancient weapons for which they themselves have information." Ars paused for a moment and continued. "The ancient weapon of Uranus is currently held by the world government. The Revolutionary Army and pirates would definitely not dare to attack them for the weapons. Poseidon's ancient weapon is currently on Ryugu Island and has came to this world. However, even so, the Revolutionary Army and the pirates will not dare to attack there as long as we and Whitebeard's pirate group have protection." Ars paused for a moment. Whitebeard isn't someone crazy with power. Whitebeard also wasn't interested in ancient weapons matters, especially if the ancient weapons were related to those closest to him. Whitebeard will never use it. Ars stopped back and continued. Last is Pluton's ancient weapon. Pluton's own ancient weapons, apart from the objects, still exist today and are buried in the Wokuni kingdom. However, the blueprint for this design still exists and is currently held by one of Tom's students, who Tom is the heir or previous holder of Pluton's ancient weapon blueprints. Ars stopped back and continued, currently excluding the world government which has planted its spies on Water 7 Island from obtaining that item. There are 3 groups that are most likely to know the blueprint. 3 groups? Kaguya and Robin muttered. The red-haired pirates group, the beast pirate group, and the revolutionary army. These 3 groups who most likely know about the location of the blueprint are on Water 7 Island. Ars paused again. The red-haired pirates group currently led by Red-Hair No Shanks. Shanks is someone who once sailed with Goldie Roger. Although he himself had never been to the last island, however, he had came to Water 7 Island and also had a good relationship with Tom. In addition, his ship, the Red Force, is a ship built directly by Tom. He had the potential to find out the location of the blueprint. However, we can exclude it. Because Shanks has a very caring attitude towards his friends. Tom and his protege are already considered by Shanks as his friends, and there's no way Shanks will go on a hunt for the blueprints. Compared to hunting, Shanks will definitely keep it from falling into the wrong hands. The Beast Pirate Group is a pirate group led by Kdu. Kdu has a subordinate member who is his right-hand man. Kdu's right hand, called King, is someone from the Lunaria tribe. The Lunaria tribe? Robin was surprised to hear this. There are still survivors of their race? All we know at this point is that only the king still survives from the Lunarian tribe. Robin nodded and wanted to continue listening to R's explanation. As we know, the Lunarian tribe is a tribe that was previously Joy Boy's friend and joined the war 800 years ago. Even though they have now disappeared, they have even been expelled from their homes. However, King must have received various knowledge about ancient weapons from his tribe when he was little, especially about where these ancient weapons were made. Pluton's ancient weapons were made by the foreman of Water 7 Island. King must have been informed about the blueprint for the ship's design, which is still preserved today. If it comes to that, Kdu will definitely not stay silent and order his troops to enter into spies on Water 7 Island to track down the whereabouts of the blueprints. Ars paused and continued. Water 7 Island is fortunate to have a trading relationship with us. And known to the public. If the trading relationship is not known to the public, there is a possibility that the beast pirates will not only send their spies but Kdu himself will come there to get the item. If so, it will only lead to the destruction of Water 7 Island. I beg your pardon, Your Majesty, Robin suddenly said. Isn't Water 7 Island currently in a trade relationship with our kingdom? We should be able to take care of them, right? Robin Kaguya suddenly said, even though Water 7 Island has trading partners with us. However, we will not help them in the event of a murder or an attack being carried out on a single person. For example, if the one who was attacked or killed was the person holding the ancient weapon. The Fortis Kingdom will not make a move. We only protect their territory, which is meaningful as long as it is not a threat that can destroy the island or endanger the lives of many parties. We will not interfere in this matter. Ars nodded and continued. Kdu is an intelligent person and knows this. Therefore, instead of going alone and only returning home dead or badly injured, he would rather send spies to track down the whereabouts of the ancient weapon wielder and then kill him and confiscate the blueprints. Isn't the current holder of Iceberg the mayor of Water 7 Island? No, Ars shook his head. He is not the holder, not him? Robin was quite surprised to hear this. Robin himself knew Iceberg as a student of Tom through the newspaper news. Robin only knew that Tom had only one student and no other students. Tom has 2 disciples. The first disciple was Iceberg, who is currently serving as the mayor of Water 7 Island. While the second student is someone named Cuddy Farm, who has been declared dead by the world government. Ars paused and continued. However, he himself hasn't actually died and is still alive. Cuddy Farm is currently still alive and settled on Water 7 Island by changing his own name to Frankie. Only a few people know about this, one of them is Iceberg. Does that mean this person named Frankie is holding the blueprint? Kaguya asked seriously. Yes. He's the one. Ars nodded. Iceberg can't hold on to the blueprint because he's currently under strict surveillance from the world government. The world government through their agents are the secretary, Khalifa, the first foreman, Rob Lucy, the second Mador, Piku, and the cafe owner, Blueno. Currently, the 4 of them have been assigned to supervise Iceberg and try to get Iceberg's trust to pass down the blueprint. However, Iceberg himself had previously been aware of the movement and had handed over the blueprint to Frankie, who has now been declared dead by the world government. Doesn't that mean it's safe to say now? Robin asked, raising an eyebrow. No, Kaguya shook her head. If you said before, yes, you could say it's still safe. However, if the Beast Pirate Group or the Revolutionary Army will join in the search for the blueprints of the Pluton's ancient weapon design, it would be very dangerous for Frankie at this time. What Kaguya said is true. Ars nodded. If the Beast Pirate Group and the Revolutionary Army interfere in the search for the blueprints of the Pluton ancient weapons, that would be very dangerous. Frankie himself has now changed his body into a cyborg, where cyborg itself is a term for a human who has a half-robot body. I can only assume that there is a possibility that the blueprints of the Pluton ship design are inside Frankie's body. Ars paused and continued, since the design is so important, Frankie definitely wouldn't let it go where it's so easy to track down, and Frankie certainly won't. We'll take good care of the item, especially it is a relic from his teacher Tom. If people without the observation hockey ability did the quests, they could be safe. Because no one will be able to conclude that the item is stored in a person's body. However, it would be different if the one doing the quest was an observation hockey user. They will be able to get the item easily. Ars paused and continued, the Cypherpol 9 agents themselves who are currently tasked with obtaining the blueprints don't know the ability of observation hockey. Therefore, during this time, they couldn't get the items they wanted. Ars said, however, it's different with the Revolutionary Army spies and Beast Pirates. They must know about the ability of observation hockey and can do the tracking easily. I see. Robin nodded. Ars gaze then looked at Kaguya. I want Robin to go sailing with Hashirama because I want to meet him with Iceberg and let the two talk so that Iceberg believes that Robin is not a threat to the world. Ars paused and continued. Tom passed down the blueprints of Pluton's ancient weapon, said to Iceberg and Frankie, just because he wanted to anticipate the news about Robin who wanted to destroy the world. As long as Iceberg is sure that Robin is not a threat to this world, he will destroy the blueprint, which will not pose a threat to Water 7 Island. How did you get Robin and Iceberg together? Isn't Iceberg always followed by his secretary, Khalifa? Kaguya asked back. We can leave that to Hashirama, Ars said. Before the ship will arrive at the port, Hashirama will meet with Iceberg to change positions. Hashirama will make room for Iceberg to talk to Robin by taking Iceberg's place in his place. I see. Kaguya nodded. If it is Hashirama, it can be done. Kaguya looked at Robin. What do you think, Robin? Do you want to do this task? Robin thought for a moment then nodded. No problem. I'll do it. Robin paused for a moment then smiled. I also want to correct my name to some who see me as a threat. I'm sure you can do it. Robin smiled then looked at Kaguya. Arrange about the matter of travel funds that will be used later. Add Robin on the trip. How much money needs to be arranged for him? Kaguya asked calmly. She holds the post of deputy department head, right? Ars asked with great interest. Kaguya nodded. Didn't I tell you before? I'm sorry, I forgot about that. Ars laughed embarrassedly then said, in that case, arrange travel funds for Robin according to the fees earned by the deputy department head. 75 berries for each person. Kaguya asked back. Sure. Aries nodded. I see. I'll arrange it. Kaguya nodded. Chapter 119, Planning an Iceberg Stealing Activity. Some time passed. Evening. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, 2nd floor, dining room. Hashirama Juichiru suddenly stopped eating then looked at Hashirama, who also stopped eating after listening to Juichiru's call. What about tomorrow's plans? Have you informed the Whitebeard pirates? Don't worry, Hashirama said with a smile, I already told them that. We can come to meet them tomorrow. Good. Juichiru nodded enthusiastically. There's finally a time when you're not here anymore, Kojiro muttered quietly as he ate the food in front of him. Ha ha ha. Take it easy, Kojiro. I'm only gone for one day. I'll be back after my match is over then tell you my experience, said Juichiru. No need, Kojiro suddenly added. Listening to you talk just makes my ears hurt. Don't be like that, Kojiro. I know you must really want it. Juichiru smirked excitedly. If you want, why don't you just tell me? Juichiru Senpai, Nakamura said with a smile. I'm quite interested in your match experience later. Nakamura once had a cooking competition with Juichiru. In the cooking match, Nakamura was defeated by Juichiru very badly. This is also what makes Nakamura respect Juichiru so much that he even calls him senpai. Ars immediately stopped eating and then looked at his friends. Everyone immediately stopped their eating activities. The same goes for Rayleigh and Shaki. Even though Shaki herself was not a high-ranking officer from the Fortis Kingdom and also Rayleigh was only a middle-class high-ranking officer. However, they are also quite interested in the content of the conversation that will take place at dinner or whenever it happens. Because the topic of conversation must have a certain weight and there is also important information contained in the conversation. Today has entered the 20th of February. There are only 8 days left before February will end and we will enter a new month. Ars paused and continued. I wish that on February 25th, every one of you has prepared a month-end report. We will have a meeting to discuss the month-end report that day. End of the month meeting? Sheena asked. Your Majesty, isn't it too soon to have a meeting at this time? I don't think that's the earliest time, Loomina said. The 25th is the most suitable date for holding a month-end meeting. Because from the 25th to the date that will later become the date of the turn of the month, only 5 to 7 days adrift. In that time, there are many things we can do. It's like overhauling a system and various other things. Kaguya nodded. February is not also the month with the fastest date time, which only lasts for 28 days. I think holding a month-end meeting on the 25th is the most appropriate thing. Because if there are many things that we discuss in the meeting, we can arrange the various conclusions reached in the meeting in the kingdom before the start of the new month. Your Majesty, Jin suddenly said, does our department also have to give a report? Ars shook his head, an exception for your department. It doesn't need to be done. However, if there is something you want to report, such as wanting to increase the number of employees or chefs working in your department or the like, you can say in the meeting. Ars paused and continued, all departments have to make a month-end work report with the exception of the Royal Palace Chef Department. We understand. Everyone nodded in unison. Your Majesty, we have finished establishing the construction arrangements for Hashirama's Intelligence Department territory, Kajin suddenly said. It's finished? Asked Ars while looking at them. The job was quite easy because Hashirama didn't ask too much, Kajin said calmly. The area can be cut down to start construction. Ars nodded and looked at Hashirama. Tomorrow you will go together with Juichiru to meet Whitebeard's pirate group. Leave some of your clones behind to start construction on that territory of yours. I understand. Hashirama nodded vigorously, then continued, Your Majesty, regarding no need to say. Ars immediately cut him off. I already know. I have prepared a design for the house to be built for your area. That design is in my room right now. You'll come to see for yourself later. Can we come along? Garm suddenly asked. No problem. You guys can come along. Ars nodded, then his gaze returned to everyone. Oh, yes. There's also something I want to say. The cruise to pick up the families of the workers on Water 7 Island will take place on 27 February. In addition to picking up later, you will recruit 50 construction workers and recruit 15 people who will join Hashirama's Intelligence Department. Recruiting people from the Intelligence Department? Rin asked with a raised brow. Why are so few people being recruited? I'm not a great teacher, Hashirama said shyly. I can't directly handle many people to recruit. Besides that, the recruits who will join the Intelligence Department are the ones who will be taught to use chakra. Ars said, it's hard to find someone who has good talent in controlling chakra power. Therefore, the currently prepared quota is only 15 people. What if in this recruitment case there are more than 15 people who have great talent in using chakra? Ina asked, will there be an increase in the quota? No. Ars shook his head. For now, 15 people will be recruited first. Later, when the officials from the Intelligence Department were present, especially those who served in an area such as Obi-Rama and others, quota will be added. Each of them will be in charge of 50 people. Later, let them do their own recruitment for their subordinates so that a strong relationship can be established between leaders and subordinates. Who will go on this voyage, Your Majesty? Ikami asked. People who are leaving. Ars looked at everyone, Hashirama, Myard, Kojiro, and also Nico. Robin? Suddenly everyone was surprised by the mention of Robin's name, who took part in the voyage. Even Rayleigh and Shaki were surprised by the appearance of Robin's name. Why can Robin take part in this cruise, Your Majesty? Nezuko asked calmly. Ars sighed, then started to explain the reason behind Robin's participation in this task. Everyone listened seriously and there was a change of expression on their faces. Your Highness, Ishiki suddenly said, rather than letting Iceberg and Frankie destroy the blueprints without everyone knowing, we'd better bring that blueprint to our side than destroy the Pluton design blueprint in public by some means. Do a live broadcast. That way, the spies sent by the Revolutionary Army, the world government, and the pirates will withdraw the spies. That's a good plan. Loelmina nodded. However, if you want to use this plan, we had to be able to convince Iceberg that we were really going to destroy the blueprint. Because, if you can't convince him, it will be difficult for us to carry out that plan. The plan that Ishiki gives depends on how Robin makes Iceberg believe it, Kaguya said calmly. As long as Iceberg believes that Robin will not cause any harm to this world, Iceberg can definitely be invited to cooperate, Your Majesty. Megumi suddenly said. Iceberg is the mayor of Water 7 Island, and as we know, he currently has a secretary who is a spy agent sent by the world government. Megumi paused for a moment and continued. How do we get Iceberg to communicate with Robin? If we summon Iceberg directly to the ship, Calitha will definitely come along, Sheena added. If we forbid or Iceberg forbids Sheena to come along, there is a possibility that Calitha will become suspicious and report this to the world government. If that were to happen, Water 7 Island would have a problem that would likely have an impact like Dressrosa Island. Don't worry. I know about your worries, Ars said calmly. I have already made a plan for this. Ars paused for a moment, then looked at Hashirama. You will be the main duty holder when the plan is carried out, Hashirama asked while pointing at himself. At the time the ship used was already in the connecting channel area that we had. Meanwhile the ship stopped there. You, Hashirama went flying to Water 7 Island to pick up Iceberg there. Ars paused and continued. When you arrive there, you create a clone in charge of replacing Iceberg on the spot while you invite the real Iceberg to come to the ship you used for have a talk with Robin. If you want this plan to go well, we need to have a sync with Iceberg, Ina said calmly. At least, Iceberg should know about this so he can create a space where Hashirama can use that space to take Iceberg while swapping places. I have plans to contact Iceberg later to discuss the matter of this plan, Ars said calmly. However, I have to confirm this with you first. What do you think about this plan? Is it going well? On our side, I don't think it's a problem, Lowelmana said. The only problem is how Iceberg can convince Khalifa to be able to get him alone in a room in enough time for Hashirama to take advantage of the momentum. I don't agree with this, Nakamura suddenly said. We can't say that our side doesn't have any problems. Khalifa is a great Cypher Pal 9 agent. Surely he had received a lot of training from the world government regarding the nature and characteristics of a person. Khalifa, who has been Iceberg's secretary for a long time, must be very familiar with Iceberg's personality. At the very least, we must be able to make Hashirama able to model every personality and attitude of Iceberg so that this plan can be carried out well. Nakamura paused for a moment and continued. As for Iceberg's side, he must have had a way of doing it. He had been with Khalifa for a long time. Iceberg must have a way of doing things like that. Everything. Yoshino suddenly said strongly. How about we do this plan before morning comes? Yoshino paused for a moment and continued with a proud face. The cruise that will be on February 27th, we can do it from 1 to 3 a.m. With our kingdom's distance to the connecting channel we have. Ito. How long will it take to get there? Yoshino asked. About 2 hours of sailing from here to get there, Juichiro replied calmly. There he is. Yoshino said, if we set sail at 2 a.m. for example at the speed of the cruise we would arrive at the connecting channel at 4 a.m. At such times, usually people are still sleeping and there is not much activity going on either. I'm also sure that the Cypher Pal 9 agents who are tasked with monitoring Iceberg will certainly not guard him for 1 by 24 hours. They are human and need rest, especially after doing a lot of work the previous day. If we use that morning as the time to make a place swap, we wouldn't have to worry about how Iceberg built the space. Besides that, we also don't have to worry about Hashirama having to learn the attitude and personality of Iceberg. Because usually the working time itself takes place from 07:00 am to 08:00 am. If Hashirama managed to get hold of Iceberg by 4 am, and traveling to the connecting channel it would only take a few minutes. We have plenty of time to convince Iceberg of destroying the ancient weapon blueprints. Yoshino paused for a moment and continued, however, we also have to leave the clones that are in the house or residence of Iceberg just in case. If at any time there is a condition there is someone who comes to him. Ars eyes showed excitement and looked at his friends. What do you think of this plan that Yoshino built? I have a high probability that this plan will be successful. Shina nodded. This plan is very good. However, there still had to be talks with Iceberg about this plan. So that by the time the plan will be executed, Iceberg will be ready to be picked up by Hashirama. That's it. Nezuko nodded. We should be able to convince Iceberg of this, don't worry about it. Iceberg is easy to convince. I will have a conversation with him tonight and discuss this plan. Yoshino, no wonder you have such a clever brain, Juichiro said with a smile. Of course. Yoshino said while patting her chest proudly. R's gaze then turned to Rayleigh. I heard from Hashirama that you want to come together tomorrow with them, is that true? Ha ha ha. Found out too? Rayleigh laughed then replied, that's right, Your Majesty. Can I come with them? I haven't seen Newgate in a long time. I want to say hi to him. Let's just say you just want to show off your new abilities, Ars said flatly. Ha 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 ha. Rayleigh laughed with a slightly embarrassed face for getting everyone's attention. You old man, Shaki sighed, even at this age. You're still like a child. No problem. You can come with them, Ars nodded. Are you used to using your spiritual energy freely? Yeah, Rayleigh nodded. That's great. I never expected that spiritual energy that is normally only used for offense and defense would have this kind of usage manifestation. It's only natural for you to not know it, Ars said calmly. After all, there aren't many in this world who want to experiment and develop the spiritual energy they have. These people think that only limited spiritual energy can be used to attack and defend. They never thought that spiritual energy still had other ways of using it. Ars paused for a moment and continued. By the way, Rayleigh. Later when you are on Whitebeard's pirate ship, you will definitely meet the child of your best friend. Child? Rayleigh and Shaki were shocked by this news. Does that person really have children? Rayleigh asked with a face full of surprise. Sure, Ars nodded. Portgas da Sar said calmly. I think this name is familiar to you, right? Portgas and Ace really thought for a moment then sighed, I see. Therefore, when I first heard his name, I felt a little familiar. Who are you guys talking about? Asked Loilmana. Portgas Ace Ars replied calmly, he is the son of former captain. Really, former captain? Everyone was shocked by this news. Doesn't that mean? Sheena said. That's right, Ars nodded. Ace is the son of Guldy Roger, the previous pirate king. However, due to the problems Ace experienced as a child, Ace did not recognize Guldy Roger as his father and only recognized Portgas Rogue as his mother. This is also why Ace uses his mother's name as an expression of gratitude for bringing him into this world. Ars gaze stared at Rayleigh, it's best when you meet him. Don't talk about Roger's problem. Ace hates him because Ace knows that Roger left Rogue when Rogue was pregnant. This is also what causes Ace to hate Roger so much. Ars paused and continued, Ace has never felt the love of a father since childhood. Therefore, after feeling the father figure of Whitebeard, he has now recognized Whitebeard as his father. Rayleigh nodded, this is quite a shock to me. However, I understand. This is the path taken by Ace. I will always respect him. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink then said, that bastard Roger. Why didn't he tell me about this? Rayleigh sighed again then looked at Ars, Your Majesty, who took care of Ace before. Hero of the Marines, Vice Admiral Garp. Ars said calmly. Garp? Then this took everyone by surprise, even Rayleigh. Is this a joke? Juichiru asked, did Garp really take care of Ace where Ace is the son of his former enemy? That is fair thing. We've always met on the battlefield and already know each other. Rayleigh nodded, Garp is a different Marine than the others. Surely before Roger was executed, Roger entrusted Ace to Garp. Roger knows that Garp will definitely not allow a child who is still holy to be killed by the world government or the Navy. Instantly the atmosphere immediately changed when the topic of conversation changed. Though it's quite sad. The good thing is that Ace is still alive and well and living the life he wants, Ars said, which helped to break down the current sad mood. Okay. Let's continue eating. Pity the waiters. The longer we finish eating, the longer they will also get a break. The maids who heard this had their faces red with embarrassment. They themselves knew Ars quite well, because all the time if there was a leisure time, Ars would usually do some jokes that made them laugh to relieve their tiredness. This is also what makes them very fond of and also dear to Ars. Chapter 120, The Encounter Between Two Disciples. Grand Line, Water 7 Island, Suburbs, former Tom Workers Building. Well, why did you call me to come to a place like this? Frankie asked seriously while looking at Iceberg in front of him. You must have something very important to discuss with me that you called me to speak here, right? Frankie and Iceberg are currently in Tom's former workplace, which is named Tom Workers. This place is usually used by Frankie and Iceberg if the two of them want to meet and discuss something very important. What about the blueprint of the ancient weapon, Pluton? Still safe with you? Asked Iceberg seriously. Why do you ask that? Frankie asked again with a frown. I just want to make sure, stupid. Do you think I can't keep one of Master Tom's relics? Frankie said angrily as he took out the blueprint inside his body and placed it on the table in front of the two. This is it. You can check it too. No need. Iceberg shook his head. Well, say it. What is your purpose for calling me here? Frankie asked again as he kept the blueprint back. Your goal isn't just to make sure, is it? You must have other goals that you want to talk to me about. Iceberg sighed while nodding. Yes. You're right. There is something I want to discuss with you, and this is something very important. Iceberg's gaze instantly became very serious as he looked at Frankie. Frankie, for a while. Please leave Water 7 Island, huh? Frankie was very surprised by the words of the Iceberg. Nonsense. Leaving Water 7 Island? That's impossible, stupid Berg. I can't possibly leave this place, especially there are a lot of my sweet little sisters here. Your request, Frankie. Before Frankie could finish his sentence, Iceberg called his name again with a more serious tone than before, which made Frankie pause for a moment. Because the tone that Iceberg emits at this time is very different from the tone he usually uses to call him, even if Iceberg is angry or has other emotions. Water 7 Island is currently in danger, Iceberg said again in a very deep and also very serious tone. Dangerous? Frankie's face immediately changed when he heard this. I just got a communication line with King Fortis this afternoon, Iceberg said calmly. Currently Water 7 Island has been infiltrated by various spies sent by various powers such as the Revolutionary Army, the Emperor of the Ocean, as well as the world government. Frankie suddenly fell silent hearing this, and Frankie saw Iceberg's face became very gloomy. My secretary, Khalifa, the foreman of the Galley Law Company Rob Lucky and Cuckoo, and the owner of Cafe Blueno, namely Blueno, are spies sent by the world government to obtain blueprints for the ancient weapon, Pluton, from us. What? Frankie suddenly rose from his seat. That. Aren't you kidding? I'm not joking, Frankie Iceberg said seriously. This is news that King Fortis brought to me. The 4 of them are spies sent by the world government to obtain the blueprints for the ancient weapon, Pluton. Iceberg paused and continued. This spy information was obtained by King Fortis through Hashirama's attack on the previous world government headquarters. Iceberg paused for a moment and continued. We are fortunate enough that the company run by me has trading partners with the Fortis Kingdom. Otherwise, it is likely that this information will not be passed on to us. Isn't Water 7 Island directly guarded by the Fortis Kingdom? Why are you saying this is something dangerous? Frankie asked again. Yes. Of course. This island has the protection of the Fortis Kingdom, Iceberg said. However, the one who gets protection is the whole and not the individual. Iceberg paused for a moment and continued. Frankie, we are lucky that the people sent by the world government to be spies don't know about observation hockey abilities. Observation hockey? Frankie asked confusedly. Iceberg immediately explained to Frankie about the ability, which made Frankie speechless because it was a very scary ability in terms of finding objects. The people sent by the world government are not aware of this ability. However, what about the rest of the group? Iceberg asked seriously. The people of the Revolutionary Army as well as the Emperor of the Ocean must have some understanding of this ability of observation hockey. If you get close to them, they will do whatever it takes to get the blueprints for the ancient Pluton weapon you currently hold. Iceberg paused for a moment then sighed. I know, you are strong, Frankie. However, if it's on the scale of these people's battles, you definitely won't be able to save yourself. Iceberg paused and continued. I'm not worried about myself. Because I believe they considered attacking me while I held the post of mayor of Water 7 Island together with the Galila Company's head. Attacking me would be tantamount to igniting the fury of the Fortis Kingdom, which those parties would have no way of doing. However, Iceberg said, unlike a commoner like you, as long as only one person was attacked and it didn't cause any major damage to Water 7 Island or have a major impact on the local people, the Fortis Kingdom would definitely not take action. That is also what the parties know. Iceberg paused again and continued, therefore, Frankie, I hope you can leave Water 7 Island for a while as long as the conversation I had with Nico Robin goes well, and I can confirm that Nico Robin has no goal of destroying this world. Nico Robin? Frankie was again shocked by the information. How did this situation get to Nico Robin? Iceberg, without wasting much time, immediately explained to Frankie all the things he had previously discussed with Ars. Can we really trust the words of King Fortis? Frankie asked seriously. That's what I will confirm when the Fortis Kingdom's troops arrive, who will pick up the families of the previous workers here. Iceberg said, as long as Nico Robin isn't a threat anymore. I want us to destroy the blueprint so that it doesn't fall into the wrong hands, especially if it falls into the hands of the world government or pirates. Meanwhile, if it comes to Nico Robin is a threat, I hope you can leave Water 7 Island to hide and don't let anyone find your whereabouts. Simultaneously, the den mushy that was in Iceberg's clothes rang. Iceberg and Frankie looked at each other, which Iceberg immediately lifted the den mushy. Hello, Iceberg is here. Iceberg-san, it's me, Ars. Iceberg and Frankie are surprised by who is calling. I'll get straight to it, Iceberg-san, Ars said calmly. Before that, did you talk about the previous conversation with Frankie? Sure. Iceberg nodded and continued. We are currently. Frankie immediately took the den mushy from Iceberg and said, is it true what stupid Berg, King Fortis said? This voice? Well, you can rest assured, Frankie. Ars nodded. Currently many parties are eyeing the ancient weapon blueprints that are currently in your hands. According to our intelligence, there are already 3 major powers eyeing the blueprint. 3 major powers. Frankie and Iceberg took deep breaths. The world government, the Revolutionary Army, as well as the beast pirates, Ars said calmly. These 3 powers have probably sent their spies by now, with the exception of the world government, which has already slipped their current spies on your side to get the prince. Blue ancient weapon. Ars paused for a moment and continued. You are currently in danger, Frankie. It's best that in the period before the arrival of our troops, you temporarily leave Water 7 Island with a note that no other party knows of your departure, because it will bring suspicion from various parties. It's best if you go in a way that doesn't get the suspicion of various parties. What about my little brothers? Frankie asked. If I go, what about them? I will guarantee them, Ars said calmly, as long as they are harassed or attacked by the spies. I myself will send our troops to avenge them. With a note that it was not those who carried out acts of trouble or provocation but the troops who did it. How about this? You can calm down, can't you? Are you really going to do it? Frankie asked seriously. Sure. Ars nodded. You ask for Hashirama's den mushy number from Iceberg and give the den mushy number to your younger brothers. If they are attacked by a spy squad, they contact us immediately. We will send troops soon. Okay then. Frankie nodded. Frankie then handed over the den mushy to Iceberg. Iceberg-san, Ars said calmly, regarding your talk with Robin later. We will set up a condition where you can talk to him. Ars paused and continued, however, the conditions created by us, you must also help him. How can I help him? Iceberg asked seriously. I just want you to prepare yourself on February 27th later. Ars said seriously, we have plans to make a cruise on February 27th around 1 to 3 a.m. When we arrive at the predetermined area by us, our ship will stop temporarily there while Hashirama will go to pick you up. It was likely Hashirama would arrive at 4 to 5 in the morning while everyone was asleep. At that time is a suitable time for you to meet with Robin so that this conversation you are having does not raise any suspicions. Ars paused and continued, if you had a conversation when our ship arrived at Water 7 Island, it would be very difficult for you to can eliminate Khalifa, who will always be with you. Even if you can eliminate it, it will only add to a dangerous situation on your part. Wait a minute, Frankie suddenly said seriously, I also want to join this conversation. Frankie? Iceberg was surprised to hear this. I also want to be part of this conversation, Frankie suddenly added. I don't want to leave everything to stupid Berg. Everything, it's fine for you to take part in the conversation, Ars said and continued. You can just go to Say Bounty Island for now and wait a while there. The location of the talk is close to Say Bounty Island. On the day of the talk or the time of the talk, you go to Area 13 and wait on the shore near the ocean. Hashirama will pick you up when you finish picking up Iceberg. Okay, Frankie nodded seriously. How about you, Iceberg-san? Can you help create these conditions? You just need to get ready and wait quietly in your office from 3 to 5 a.m. I understand. Iceberg nodded. I will definitely do it. Okay. That's all from me. I hope you both get ready soon. I have also told this to Nico Robin beforehand, and he will assure you both that he is not really a threat but just a girl who wants to live in peace without any coercion from the world government. Ars paused and continued, well then, let's wrap it up. There are still things I want to do. See you later. The direct communication line is closed. Iceberg immediately put the den mushi back in his pocket. Iceberg immediately looked at Frankie. You better tell this to your younger brothers and ask them to shut up about this plan. Don't let it be because of their actions. This plan is known by the spies. Stupid. Do you think my little brother would do such a thing? Frankie asked angrily. It's possible, Iceberg said as he took out a paper containing the den mushi number. This is Hashirama's den mushi number. Give it to your little brothers and don't let them use this number to play with. I know. You don't need to say such things. Frankie immediately took the paper containing the den mushi and then left the place quietly. I hope this is the right decision, Iceberg muttered as he watched Frankie leave. Chapter 121, Meeting of the Three Kingdom Leaders. The next day. New World, Kingdom of Prudence. The Prudence Kingdom is currently in a state of excitement. The citizens are currently gathering all over the city streets to welcome the representatives of the Ryugu Kingdom and Amazon Lily Kingdom who will later came to sign the cooperation with them. In addition, the Prudence Kingdom was also used as a place for signing and not the Fortis Kingdom. This is because the three leaders of the three kingdoms, especially for Elizabeth II and also Neptune, do not want to make ours difficult, especially the Fortis Kingdom is currently under construction. At this time in the port of the Prudence Kingdom, Ru and his troops who were already there lined up neatly to welcome the arrival of the representatives of the Ryugu Kingdom and the representatives of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. How was all the preparations? No problems at the moment? Ru asked his subordinates. Ready. Everything is under control now. All residents have also been arranged neatly. Good. Ru nodded. Keep monitoring the situation and also direct the troops to stay on guard. We don't know who will have the bad intentions that will attack the representatives of each kingdom later. It will only lower our percentage in their eyes and will also experience problems during the signing process. Ready. The subordinate immediately carried out Ru's orders. It didn't take long for the previously calm sea to suddenly surmount with great surging. The ocean also raises bubbles that rise to the top. Ru, who has a fairly good ability of observation hockey, can feel the changes that occur, and he can also feel that there is a group of people under the sea. Everything. Ru shouted loudly, the representatives of the Ryugu Kingdom have finally arrived. Please be able to keep the situation under control. The troops immediately prepared their postures perfectly while the citizens near the harbor immediately shouted excitedly, calling out the name of the Fortis Kingdom. The purpose of the citizens to watch this other than the feeling of excitement. Another goal is to see the Fishman Princess, Shira Hoshi. They got word that the Fishman Princess was coming and her beauty could even compete with Boa Hancock, Lowell Mina, and the others. This is also what causes many men who currently occupy the area near the port, and some even bring cameras to capture the moment. Buzz. Finally a large ship appeared which was followed by a large whale with Neptune standing on the whale carrying his trident. Finally. One of the residents exclaimed excitedly. Look! It's King Neptune. He's so cool. The whale carrying Neptune slowly approached, followed by the ship carrying Genbi and the others, until they all stopped right at the dock that had been prepared. Ru immediately walked up to them and said, "Welcome to the Kingdom of Prudence, King Neptune and entourage. Thank you for the welcome, Commander Ru," Neptune said with a smile while shaking Ru's hand. "There she is. Finally the princess appears." The residents exclaimed when Shirahoshi got out of the ship, and her beauty was immediately seen by the residents, especially the men. Rumors are true. She's really pretty, she can even compete with Empress Boa Hancock and other high-ranking officers of the Fortis Kingdom, exclaimed another resident. "Ah, she's like an angel. If only I could marry her, I would be very happy." Ha 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 ha. "That was a stupid dream," his friend beside him said. "There's no way Princess Shirahoshi likes us. She must already have a fixed partner with her." Shirahoshi listened to the comments. Shirahoshi, who had just ascended to the mainland with such a large number of people, saw her immediately became very scared and nervous. "Oh, Kasama. Don't be afraid," Shirahoshi Atoheim said with a smile. "They are just flattering you. They have no ill will towards you. You can reply to them with a smile and then wave your hand." That said, "Okasama is right," Shirahoshi Fukaboshi added with a smile. "You are the future leader of the Ryugu Kingdom. You have to be able to solve this problem. You have to be strong," Shirahoshi Robashi said. "That way, the Ryugu Kingdom in the future will become a kingdom that is respected by many other kingdoms. Do re mi fa sol la si do truly. You can give them your smile, Shirahoshi. They will be very happy to have it," said Manboshi. "Is it true?" Shirahoshi asked with a face full of curiosity. "Are they also good people like the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom and its inhabitants?" Ha ha ha. Jinbi laughed and said, "Although not all humans are good people. However, they could be classified as good people like the residents of the Fortis Kingdom. You can return their greetings with a smile and a wave of your hand." Shirahoshi nodded, then slowly raised her head with a smile, then waved her hand following the teachings that Atoheim had previously taught her. "Ah." She waved her hand. "Her smile is so cute. I fell in love with her." All the men who saw Shirahoshi's waving and combined with smiles instantly fainted on the spot. This. How did this happen? Shirahoshi was surprised by the phenomenon because this was the first time she had encountered the phenomenon. Ha ha ha. Princess Ru suddenly called out and said, "There's no need to worry. They're just happy to get a greeting from someone like you." "Are they okay?" Shirahoshi asked in a slightly worried tone. "They are fine. It only takes a few minutes of waiting, rest assured. They will come back to their senses after that." "I see." Shirahoshi nodded. "Commander Ru, long time no see." Jinbi immediately walked towards Ru while raising his hand. "Long time no see," Jinbi. Ru returned the greeting happily. After Jinbi, Ru also returned greetings from several people who were there, then said, "King Neptune, your majesty is currently waiting for your presence in the royal palace. We apologize in advance. Due to body size problems, we cannot prepare transportation equipment that can help to get you there quickly." "No need to worry about that," Commander Ru, Neptune said. "I don't really mind that either. After all, we also still want to take a look at your kingdom before arriving at the royal palace." Neptune paused and continued, "Has Empress Amazon Lily arrived yet?" asked Neptune. "Not yet." Ru shook his head. "You guys are the first representatives to arrive here." "That's good," Neptune sighed. "If the Empress has arrived, we can't keep her waiting to see the personality she has." Ha ha ha. Ru laughed embarrassedly. "The Empress is someone who is difficult to control except for King Fortis. I'm not sure anyone can control it." "Yes. There it is." Neptune nodded. "Even the two of us find it difficult to convince the Empress to have a meeting here in terms of signing a cooperation agreement. The Empress wants to do it in the Fortis Kingdom." "I have also heard that from your majesty," Ru said. "At least it will take a lot of time for you to convince her." Neptune nodded. "Then King Neptune, let my subordinates help you to travel to the palace." Ru said, "I apologize for not being able to take you directly to see your majesty. I need to be here to wait for the Empress and the other representatives." "No problem, I know that." Neptune nodded. Finally Neptune and the others immediately left the harbor under the guard of the Prudence Kingdom troops. During the trip to the royal palace, Shirahoshi and the others were very excited because they could see all kinds of new things in the Prudence Kingdom. They are also happy because during the trip, every citizen always welcomes them with great joy. There were even some residents who even gave some gifts, especially to Shirahoshi. All the gifts were immediately held by the troops from the Ryugu Kingdom who had come along with them. "One representative is coming," Ru muttered. "Only one more left, and this one will be a bit more difficult." Ru sighed and started to think about how to deal with Boa Hancock's attitude and personality. Even now Ru and his troops have prepared a carriage that will later be used by Hancock and also the people who will come with her to the royal palace. Finally, after waiting 15 minutes, the ship belonging to the Amazon Lily Kingdom has been spotted from the harbor. All residents, especially the men, immediately cheered with enthusiasm. "Everything!" Ru shouted again, "Don't do anything stupid. The representative who came at this time was Empress Amazon Lily, who was famous for her temperament. If you don't want to be turned to stone, don't do stupid things. All the residents did not care about this and continued to shout excitedly. Finally, the ship belonging to the Amazon Lily Kingdom landed at the port of the Prudence Kingdom. Hancock, who was currently on the ship, looked to the side, which was the direction of the ship belonging to the Ryugu Kingdom. Looks like the representatives of the Ryugu Kingdom have arrived, Big Sister Sandersonia said calmly. HMPH. Hancock sniffed with a dissatisfied face. Let's go and settle things here. I want to quickly solve my work problems so that I can quickly come to the Fortis Kingdom and make ours acknowledge me. Hancock and her two sisters immediately got off their ship, where it was immediately greeted by Rue there. Hancock's appearance immediately made all the residents, especially the men, scream with enthusiasm and joy. HMPH. Disgusting bastard. Hancock muttered coldly, which made Rue break out in a cold sweat. Welcome to the Prudence Kingdom, Ypres. His Majesty as well as King Neptune are waiting for your presence in the royal palace, Rue said politely, and didn't dare to do anything stupid. HMPH. Hancock sniffed with pride. Good. Let's go and finish today's business. Hancock was immediately led to the carriage that had been prepared along with her two sisters. They were then led directly to the royal palace of the Prudence Kingdom. Prudence Kingdom, Royal Palace, Meeting Room. At this time, in the meeting room that has been prepared, Paul, the higher-ups from the two kingdoms, have arrived there. Elizabeth II and Neptune were currently discussing something while the others were doing their own thing. How is your current performance, Elizabeth II? Have you succeeded in establishing your system of government? Neptune asked with great interest. At least for now. It can be said that it's 50% completed. Elizabeth II said calmly, regarding the matter of who will take up the position of department head. I've solved that problem. I would like to thank King Fortis for providing a crystal ball that is capable of revealing the information of each individual. That way, I can quickly find anyone who is suitable for the position of department head without any doubts at all. Elizabeth II paused and continued, the obstacle for now on my part is to build departmental offices and also start doing the division of tasks. Right now this is what I have to do. Elizabeth II paused and asked, what about you? My case is the same as yours, Neptune said. I just need to do the office building of each department and start sharing the tasks that each department has to do. Also, I still need to find workers who will work in the department built by me. Neptune paused and continued, oh, yes. I saw that there was a notice board in the city park where it mentioned recruitment from the Fortis Kingdom. Does the Fortis Kingdom want to recruit more employees? Elizabeth II nodded, yes. They will do it tomorrow. I got a call from ours yesterday and asked me to promote it. Which department is ready on their side? Or, ours wants to increase the number of construction workers? Not. There is one department that is ready, Elizabeth II said. The department that is ready is the Department of Population. Department of Population? Neptune became interested in this. Looks like we will soon see a document called a visa and also a residence card as explained by ours earlier to us simultaneously. The meeting room door finally opened and Rue was seen walking into the meeting room followed by Hancock and her two sisters. The representatives of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, Empress Boa Hancock and her two sisters have finally arrived. HMPH. Hancock sniffed as she looked around her. Everyone has gathered. How about we start signing this cooperative relationship? Elizabeth II and Neptune looked at each other then sighed. Both of them knew by the attitude and personality of Hancock, who was very proud of himself. Only ours can control Hancock. Both immediately agreed to Hancock's request and immediately started signing the cooperation relationship. However, before the signing occurs, each party looks at the documents that have been given to them to ensure that the contents of the cooperation agreement are still the same as previously determined. After seeing that the contents of the cooperation agreement were the same as from the previous talks that had been determined, the three of them, namely Elizabeth II, Neptune, and Hancock, immediately signed the document which they were tasked with signing. Finally, 3 kingdoms. Ryugu Kingdom. Kingdom of Prudence. Amazon Lily Kingdom. Build a cooperative relationship. After successful signing, everyone enjoyed the banquet prepared by the Prudence Kingdom. Although the banquet was still lacking compared to the banquet prepared by the Fortis Kingdom. However, they still eat it. Meanwhile, on the port side of the Prudence Kingdom, there was a passenger ship that finally landed at the Prudence Royal Harbor. This passenger ship contains people who have plans to move to the Prudence Kingdom because they want to be able to get the right to be able to get the visa from the Fortis Kingdom. One of the passengers on the ship was Belle, who is the representative who was sent to meet the King of Prudence in order to ask him for help in contacting the King of Fortis, ours. It's finally here, muttered Belle with a feeling of excitement. Now, all you have to do is go to the King of Prudence and ask him for help. Belle muttered and his gaze became very serious. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I will definitely bring good news to you. Bell muttered seriously, then he started walking towards the royal palace with a stern look. Chapter 122, The First Cooking Match. Spudgewichiro vs. Fake New World, Sphinx Island. On the outside of the Sphinx Island, it can be seen that all members of the Whitebeard pirate group have made various preparations related to the cooking match that will be held today, which will be carried out between the Fortis Kingdom's chef, Spudgewichiro, and also the chief chef of the Whitebeard pirates group. The preparations they did were quite complete because there were 2 places that would be used for cooking, along with various kinds of fresh ingredients that had been collected, which would later be used as food ingredients for the party that would be held after the match was over. How are you preparing, Lei? Marco asked with a smile. Thake 2 is currently preparing all the equipment that will be used by him in today's match. Don't worry, Thake smiled as he stopped his work, then turned to Marco and the others who were currently coming at him, even though Hashirama said that Juichiro's dish was really great. However, I will definitely win. You really have to, Thake said with a grin. We have to prove to Hashirama that we also have great cooks, and not only them. Thake Namor called out to him, you have to make your best dish in this match. I heard Jinbi tell me several times that the dishes made by Royal Chef Fortis, especially the dishes made by Hashirama, are amazingly delicious. Ha 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 ha. Thake laughed then said, amazing dish? Hearing this, I became even more excited to compete with him. Too bad, Haruta sighed. At a time like this, Vista can't come along. Forget about that sword maniac, Jaws said calmly. That guy, after hearing about those ancient swords. Apart from Oyaji, who called him to come, or there is news regarding the Fortis Kingdom, there is no way anyone can summon him to come back here. Goro Whitebeard, who was there, then laughed at Jaws' words. Let Vista do what she wants. Vista is a swordsman. It's natural for him to pursue anything related to swords, especially those are swords that existed from ancient times and can become one of the deadly weapons of today's times, Whitebeard said excitedly. How's Vista? Has he given the latest news? Whitebeard asked again. Yesterday he gave the news, Oyaji, Marco said calmly. He is currently in the South Blue area to do a search there. South Blue? Curium asked, how did he get there? Vista did a search of the New World region and found no sign of the swords. This is what makes him widen his search to the South Blue area, and his plan is also to want to go to North Blue, Marco said. Instantly all the people who have the ability observation hockey, their eyes immediately turned to the sky. This was because they all sensed that 3 people were approaching them. Did they finally come? Asked Ace excitedly. Even though Ace can't use his observation hockey yet. However, seeing the actions of his friends, Ace knew that Hashirama and the others had finally arrived. Gorora, finally they came, Whitebeard said excitedly. Really, I didn't expect to meet an old friend again, ha 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 ha. Laughter immediately sounded strong. Long time no see you, Nugate said, really, who appeared together with Hashirama along with Juichiru, who is currently being carried by Hashirama. Yo. This is a very cannonball welcome for us, Hashirama said excitedly and slowly descended from the sky. Did we keep you guys waiting long? Juichiru immediately got off Hashirama's body and looked around with a look of interest, especially for the place that would later be used to compete. No, Marco shook his head. We just finished preparing everything. Marco's gaze then looked at Juichiru, whose gaze was on the cooking place. Why, Hashirama, looks like your friend can't wait to be able to compete. Juichiru suddenly woke up hearing Marco's words, then looked at Marco and the others while laughing. Ha ha ha. Sorry. I'm just really looking forward to being able to compete against the chefs from your group. Hashirama once told me that your chef is really great and it made me want to compete with him immediately. Thake 2 heard Juichiru's praise became very happy in his heart. You, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirate group, Marco the Phoenix, aren't you? Juichiru asked with a smile. First meeting, I am Spudgewichiro. Just call me Juichiru, my friends call me that. Nice to meet you, Marco returned the hand from Juichiru with a smile. Meanwhile Juichiru got to know each other with the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. Rayleigh and Whitebeard also spoke to each other. This is really quite a shocking thing, Rayleigh, Whitebeard said with a sigh. I didn't think you would make a move again after choosing to retire since Roger's death, ha ha ha. Rayleigh laughed excitedly. There are many things that King Fortis has to offer that I cannot refuse. Another thing is, Shaki asked me to get a house there because he wants to build a business in Fortis Kingdom. That woman still has a great ability to see an opportunity. Whitebeard's comment then sneered. You really have become a love slave. Really, I'm not that kind of person. Newgate really pursed his lips. If it weren't for the debt I owe him, I really wouldn't want to do it before previously. Whitebeard raised his brow. If it was before, I might not be that interested. Rayleigh then smirked. However, there's a lot of interesting stuff in the Fortis Kingdom, Newgate. What the world knows right now. It's only a small part of what this kingdom has. Fraction? Whitebeard's interest became even more lifted upon hearing this. Does it have anything to do with your access to the Fortis Kingdom's techniques? How did you get access to that? I was offered to become a coach in the Kingdom of Fortis. My job is to train the troops that will be recruited by the Fortis Kingdom, especially in the field of physical and energy control abilities. Rayleigh paused and continued, although you know that there are many strong people there, however, they themselves are not good at teaching anything, especially for Hashirama. He's not very good at teaching things. Is that what gave you access to the technique? Yes, Rayleigh nodded. The technique itself is just a theory, quite easy to do. However, it is something that is quite difficult to practice, Rayleigh said. Until now, I have only been able to use only one ability of the technique, and there is still much I need to develop. Rayleigh sighed. That technique is truly something of an extraordinary thing, Newgate. I didn't expect that spiritual energy that is normally used only for offense and defense has such a use. Rayleigh paused. King Fortis, he really is a great person, by the way. Is that all you got? Or, is there something else? Whitebeard asked with great interest. You almost kind of interrogated me, Newgate, Rayleigh said dryly. Gorororo, what can you do? The kingdom of Fortis is a kingdom that has always been a mysterious thing. Even for myself, I'm quite interested in the various things that are there. Whitebeard laughed excitedly. Well, you wouldn't be stingy to tell me the things that were there, would you? Especially for something interesting. You really are a shameless old man, Rayleigh said. Gororo Whitebeard wasn't angry but just laughed excitedly. In addition to gaining access to the technique, I was also given a house that was the same as the house used by the other higher-ups from the Fortis Kingdom. The house that was given to me was very large and luxurious. Many of the technologies that exist in the house itself are not owned by the houses that are outside. Also, I have access to the royal library, which records various kinds of information there. Information? Whitebeard's interest grew even higher when he heard this. Does that mean you also know about the information about those ancient swords? Sure, Rayleigh wasn't surprised that Whitebeard knew about the information, since SARS had said before that several parties already knew about the information and Whitebeard was the only one who knew directly from Hashirama. There is a book that records complete details regarding sword information. The sword. The image of the sword, description of the sword, previous sword holder, and also the power of the sword. The book records everything. What about the location? Whitebeard asked quickly. Too bad, Rayleigh shook his head. That book doesn't record any information regarding the location of the swords. If anything, it's likely that by now the Fortis Kingdom has gathered them. I think so too. Whitebeard nodded. You two are old people, you seem to be having a great time talking. Hashirama's voice suddenly caught the attention of Rayleigh and Whitebeard. Especially you, Whitebeard, you seem to be digging for information, Hashirama said with a smile. Gorororo, don't get me wrong, Hashirama. Whitebeard smiled shamelessly. I was just asking an old friend a few questions. What a shameless old man, Rayleigh muttered with a sigh, then looked at Juichiru. How was the cooking match? It's about to start, Juichiru smirked. We need the judges to be the judges of this match. Hashirama has become someone who wants to be on the jury, and our plan is for you and Whitebeard to be additional judges. To be a judge? Rayleigh immediately shone upon hearing this. No problem. I can do it. What about you, Whitebeard? Juichiru asked without any fear towards Whitebeard. Are you willing to be the judge? Oh yes. I hope you can be neutral in judging. Don't take sides with anyone, even for Thake, who incidentally is your son. Don't take sides with anyone because this is a sacred match for us chefs. That's right, Oyaji. Thake nodded seriously. I want Oyaji to be neutral and not take sides with anyone. I hope Oyaji can do something like that. Gorororo Whitebeard laughed at this, especially when he heard that it was neither Hashirama nor Rayleigh but Juichiru, who incidentally was an ordinary human being who could be easily defeated by him. Of course. Do you guys think I'm a jury siding with someone? Whitebeard asked with great emotion. You don't have to say that, Newgate. Everyone knows that you love your children very much. If they didn't say this beforehand, you would definitely incriminate your son, Rayleigh said dryly. Whitebeard fell silent hearing this, then suddenly laughed excitedly. Hey, can I not participate in the judging? Ace asked with a sullen face. Isn't the more people the better? Don't do that, Ace Thake suddenly said. You have a tongue that can't judge something good. You better not come. Ace became sullen hearing this. You better listen to the words, Thake, Ace Marco suddenly said. Cooking is something that requires high focus, especially in matches. Cooking for many people or few people will have a difference in the taste of the food. The fewer people the food needs to be served, the better the chefs can make it. Alright, Ace said with a still sullen face. Well, Ace. If you want, I can make a dish for you, Juichiru said with a smile. Is it okay? Asked Ace excitedly. No problem. It's an easy thing to do, Juichiru said with a smirk, adding one won't affect the outcome of my cooking. Juichiru's gaze stared at Thake. I'll make one for you too. Oh? Interesting. Well, I will also make one dish made by me for you. We can judge each other, said Thake. By the way, have the two of you decided what dish to make? Hashirama asked. Theme? Juichiru and Thact looked at each other, and this had not yet been determined by the two of them. What do you think? Thact asked with a grin. You can decide. I'm free for this. Really? Well, then. Juichiru paused for a moment, then smirked. The theme for this cooking competition. How about being free? Free? Marco and the others asked in confusion. Free. We both can be free to cook any dish. This is also so that each chef can use all his abilities to create the best dish they have. Juichiru said calmly. What do you think? That's a good idea, Thact nodded. I agree. Good. Juichiru nodded and his gaze fell on Hashirama. We will use the free meal theme. Hashirama, help both of us to guide the start of this match and also arrange the time to end it. No problem. Hashirama nodded. How much time will you two cook? How long? Juichiru and Thact muttered. How about an hour? Juichiru asked with interest. I think the two of us are enough to cook our best dish in an hour. 1 hour? Thact mumbled and thought for a moment. I don't think so. I can do it. Juichiru's gaze stared at Hashirama. The duration of the match is 1 hour. Okay. Hashirama nodded. Well then, please go to your cooking place and prepare all the things you need, such as food ingredients and cooking utensils. Juichiru and Thact nodded and immediately went to their respective places. The Whitebeard pirates immediately cheered excitedly. Even though this is just a cooking match and not a fighting match. However, it's still fun to watch, especially this match has to do with the Fortis Kingdom. When he arrived at the cooking place, Thact had already started to prepare all the food ingredients that would later be used for temporary cooking. For the cooking utensils, he had prepared beforehand. While Juichiru himself took out all the cooking utensils and food ingredients that he had previously used with the storage ring and then started to prepare everything. That ring really is a very useful item, Marco said with a sigh. If only the Fortis Kingdom would sell the item. Whatever the price, I will definitely buy it. Hey, Hashirama, Whitebeard suddenly called out. Is your kingdom really not going to sell the thing? It's hard for that to happen. Whitebeard. Hashirama shook his head. The storage ring is a unique item in our kingdom. His Majesty would definitely sell such an item to anyone, even for a kingdom allied with us. Those items will only be used by the higher-ups of our kingdom. Will Rayleigh get it too? Whitebeard asked with great interest. Rayleigh's focus was instantly shifted in this direction and he was also curious about this. Sure. Hashirama nodded, even though Rayleigh doesn't belong to the ranks of the higher-ranking higher-ups in our kingdom. However, Rayleigh belonged to a mid-level higher-up. He will later get those items that can be used by him. How lucky you are, parents, Whitebeard commented. Ha 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 ha. Rayleigh laughed excitedly and was also happy that Whitebeard had feelings of envy towards him. At least, Rayleigh in the future, if he met Whitebeard, there was something he could be proud of. Hashirama, I'm ready. Juichiru shouted. Hashirama's gaze immediately turned to Juichiru, who had put all the ingredients needed by him and all the cooking utensils in their place were ready. Hashirama's gaze then looked at Thact. What about you? Ready? Of course. You can start at any time, Thact said. Okay. Hashirama immediately stepped forward, then turned to look at the audience watching the cooking match. Everyone. Today is a special day for us. Because today we are going to have a match between Fortis Kingdom's chef, Juichiru, and Whitebeard Pirates' head chef, Thact, with the theme of this match being free. They are both free to cook whatever they want within 1 hour. All the audience immediately cheered with enthusiasm. With this, I declare that the cooking match between Juichiru and Thact starts. Hashirama shouted at the end of his sentence. At the same time the screams started. Juichiru and Thact immediately started preparing all the food ingredients that would later be processed into a dish, while Hashirama went to an empty place and then created a table and chairs that would be used as a judging place using his wood elemental abilities. This cooking match between Juichiru and Thact itself is not only Whitebeard's side who knows about it. However, the Navy knows the news. They knew this news from the spies they stationed on an island guarded by Whitebeard's group. The news of this cooking match between Thact and Whitebeard has become a byword for all members of Whitebeard's pirate group. This is also what makes the Navy know this. This is why at this time a Navy ship led by Vice Admiral Garp is heading to the Sphinx Island with the aim of being able to taste Juichiru's homemade dishes. Chapter 123, Vice Admiral Garp's Arrival. The New World, Vice Admiral Garp's naval warhead. Garp. You bastards. A scream echoed in Vice Admiral Garp's warship. The scream came from the Den Mushi that Garp was currently holding, and the one who shouted was Sengoku. Where are you now? Hurry back. You have a lot of work to do. Sengoku shouted angrily. Impossible. Garp fearlessly answered the call. I'm already on my way to the venue. It's impossible for me to return to headquarters. Garp said back and continued, how could I let go of this opportunity anyway? I will definitely come to try the dishes made by Juichiru. Garp. You must be aware of your identity. If a reporter saw you there, where would the Marine's face be? Sengoku asked with a black face. Don't worry about it, Sengoku. Garp said calmly. I'll go there alone and let Borgart and the others wait for me a few kilometers offshore. I'm also currently wearing casual clothes. There are no definite reporters who know where I am mixed in with them. This bastard. Sengoku gritted his teeth angrily. Meanwhile, Bogart, who was currently with Garp, was silent hearing this. You really have prepared all this, haven't you? Sengoku asked with a gloomy face. Bahahaha. Of course, Garp laughed excitedly. At the time I learned the information regarding this match. I have prepared everything for the sake of coming there and tasting the dishes made by Juichiru. Unlucky. I couldn't help myself knowing that Juichiru's dish was better than Jin's. I have to come to try it out, Garp said with a grin. How about I ask you to make something to bring to you, Sengoku? You will definitely be very interested in their dishes the moment you eat them. No need. Sengoku immediately said in a disapproving tone, remember Garp. Don't let anyone get caught, especially journalists who find your whereabouts. The face of the Navy will be at stake. Sengoku finally gave up and knew that it would not be possible to bring Garp back at this time, especially Garp who had left from the morning. Bahahaha. Don't worry. This cooking competition is held on the island, which is Whitebeard's hometown. There's no way any journalists would dare come to cover it if they still love their lives, Garp said. Hopefully, Sengoku said with a black face. Bahahaha. Take it easy, Sengoku. I will definitely be careful and just wait quietly there. I will definitely bring you special dishes that Juichiru made for you to eat there. Garp smiled as he closed the line, which made Sengoku very angry. Is this really okay, Vice Admiral Garp? Fleet Admiral Sengoku seems very angry with you, Bogart asked carefully. Don't worry about small things like that, Garp said calmly. After all, it's also not the 1 or 2 times you've heard Sengoku say such stupid things before. We can simply bring the dish Juichiru made to him and make him taste it. Bogart sighed and also knew for a fact that this would happen. How long will it take for us to reach the Sphinx Island? Asked Garp. About 45 minutes for us to get there, Vice Admiral Garp Bogart said calmly. That's too slow, Garp muttered. Increase the speed of the ship to get there quickly. I can't miss the dishes that will be used in this match, alright, Vice Admiral Garp. Bogart immediately ordered the entire army to increase the speed of the ship using the propulsion engine that had been installed. Cooking match. I can't wait for the dish that Fortis Kingdom's best chef is making right now, Garp muttered as saliva dripped out of his mouth as he couldn't wait to taste the dish Juichiru was about to make. Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's room. This bastard Sengoku, who got the act of shutting down the communication directly, had a very angry face. Garp-san went to taste the dish that Juichiru made. This is really unfair. He should have invited me, muttered Aokiji, who was right there. That's right. This is really unfair. Garp-san should have called us to come along, Kizaru also added. Shut up, you two. Sengoku shouted as he stared intently at the two. It's enough for Garp to do something stupid like this and not the two of you anymore. I don't want the two of you to do something stupid like you two did before. Tsuru sighed listening to the quarrel between the higher-ups. HMPH. How good is the food made by the chef of the Kingdom of Fortis? Doesn't it taste the same as the dishes made by the chef in the cafeteria? Akainu asked sarcastically. You say that because you haven't tasted the dishes made by them. Sakazuki Aokiji suddenly turned his gaze towards Akainu. If you compare the dishes made by the chefs in the cafeteria with the dishes made by Jin at the time, the difference is like earth and sky. The difference is huge. The dishes made by Jin are truly extraordinary, Kizaru added. Juichiru is said to have greater skill than Jin, and there are also 2 others whose cooking skills are higher than Juichiru's. Garp-san really isn't fair going there alone, Kizaru said sadly. Is it really that delicious? Tsuru asked strangely. It was really delicious, Kizaru and Aokiji said in unison. Even now. I tasted the dishes in the cafeteria very nearly after tasting the dishes made by Jin, Aokiji said. Sengoku's face, who listened to the comments from Aokiji and Kizaru regarding the food in the cafeteria, turned very black. You two bastards. Sengoku shouted, if you guys really don't like the food in the cafeteria, please go find some food out there. Looking for food out there? Kizaru's eyes immediately lit up hearing this. Sengoku-san, does that mean I can go looking for food outside whenever I want? This is really a lucky thing. Kizaru immediately got up from his seat and casually walked out. Where are you going, Borslino? Sengoku asked with a strange and bad feeling. Didn't Sengoku-san say that I can look for food outside? Right now I haven't had breakfast, and also at this time I'm already hungry. I want to go out to look for food now, Kizaru said casually. Well then, not. Sengoku immediately shouted back, you can look for food outside. However, don't leave the naval headquarters territory. What? Kizaru asked with a face full of disbelief. How could something like that happen? I'm just saying you can look for food outside. However, beyond what I mean is not looking outside the naval headquarters, but outside the canteen, It's still inside the Navy headquarters. Sengoku said seriously, if you dare to leave the Marine headquarters without my permission, Borsalino, your salary this month will be cut by me immediately. Kizaru's face immediately became sad hearing this. Kizaru finally knew that he should not say such things to Sengoku. Otherwise, he would probably have already left together with Garp for the Sphinx Island. Kizaru immediately returned to his seat with a sad face. Too bad your efforts were in vain, Borsalino Aokiji said calmly. I guess we'd better hope that Garp-san can bring some food for us to eat. Don't expect it, Kizaru said sadly. Garp-san is a person who likes to eat. Before the food got to us, Garp-san must have eaten the whole dish alone without any leftovers. No, not to mention Garp. Even Garp's subordinates will probably finish it off. Aokiji and Kizaru looked at each other then sighed. They were currently very sad because they couldn't taste Juichiru's dish when now both of them had the opportunity to do so. Are the dishes made by the chefs of the Fortis Kingdom really that good? Sengoku, Okainu, and Tsuru thought when they saw the faces of Aokiji and Kizaru, who looked less enthusiastic and even very sad. New World, Sphinx Island. Come on, Thact. Don't lose to Juichiru. That's right, Thact. You have to win this match. The entire Whitebeard pirates cheered enthusiastically for Thact while for Juichiru, no one cheered him on. Nonetheless, it seemed that Juichiru didn't think about it and was very focused on the dish he was currently making. What a terrifying level of focus. Whitebeard muttered. If you meet other chefs from our kingdom, Newgate really said calmly, everything at the time of cooking will have that level of focus. When they cook, usually they will forget everything around them and only focus on the dishes they are making right now. Ha 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 ha. That's their strength, Hashirama said, though their focus is really good. However, if you call them or talk to them, they will definitely repay you. Whitebeard nodded and continued to watch the cooking match. Thact, who was currently preparing the ingredients for making the sauce for his dish, also felt the level of focus from Juichiru, this guy. Thact's face smirked excitedly. The dishes made by him must be really good. At the same time as this comment was issued, a very fragrant aroma immediately came out of Juichiru's cooking oven. The aroma came from the meat that had just been taken out by Juichiru from the oven, where the meat was beef of the highest quality covered with various kinds of spices specially made by Juichiru. The aroma of the meat instantly covered the entire area, which was added by a small breeze carrying that scent. All members of the Whitebeard pirates could clearly smell the fragrance. This scent. This is really a must. This scent. It came from the meat that Juichiru just expelled. Coming from Juichiru. Everyone's gaze immediately turned towards Juichiru's place, where everyone could only gulp when the meat that Juichiru had just removed from the oven was placed on the table, where the smell of the meat always came out every time, which made the surrounding area have a very strong aroma. The smell of the meat. This scent. It really is a must, Marco muttered with an expression full of surprise. Compared to the smell of food, I think it's almost like the smell of perfume, Izo muttered with a face full of surprise. Unlucky. I can't wait to taste the dishes made by Juichiru, Ace said excitedly. Hey, Ace, Jaws immediately said, you got your share, didn't you? You should share it with me too. What? Ace, who heard this, was very surprised and looked at Jaws along with the other commanders. Zahahaha. Captain Ace. I want it too. Teach, who was there, also said, could you share us a bit? The dish must have been very good. It would be a shame if you were the only one who got the share. That's right, Ace. You should share it with us too, Haruta said. Marco saw that all the troop commanders had gathered around Ace and started asking for a share. Marco intelligently remembered that later Thact would get a share and immediately walked up to Thact. Unexpectedly there, already joined Speed Gyru, who wanted to participate in asking for Thact's share. Gyru? He. I didn't expect you to have the same idea, Marco. Gyru said. Ace will definitely be their share to squeeze. They must have forgotten that Thact would also be getting a share. Don't say it out loud, Marco said. We better know. Only Gyru nodded and immediately went to where Thact was currently focusing on cooking. Thact's focus point is currently at its highest because Thact is currently feeling tremendous pressure from Juichiru, especially just through the meat made by him. Hey, Thact, Marco called Thact in a fairly low voice. Thact, who heard this voice, immediately looked at Marco and Gyru. Marco, Gyru? Thact, give you your share later for Juichiru's dish, Gyru said with a grin. What? Thact was surprised to hear this. How is it possible that you guys prefer his dish to mine? Thact asked sadly. Don't worry, Thact. We will definitely continue to love your dishes. It's just, we want to try the dish made by Juichiru, Marco said. Besides, you'll definitely get a pretty big portion. At least give us one too. Only reason you say that, Marco. Thact rolled his eyes and said, okay. I'll give it when I'm done tasting the dish. Good, Marco and Gyru nodded excitedly. Bahahaha. What a delicious scent. Sure enough. It's not wrong for me to came to this place instantly. A voice full of excitement immediately rang out from the east. Everyone immediately stopped their work except Juichiru. Even Faked, who was currently very focused on his work, also stopped his activities and immediately turned his attention towards the voice. Garp. Instantly the faces of all members of Whitebeard's pirates immediately changed when they saw the person who came was Garp. Parent? Ace, who saw it immediately, was very surprised and indirectly hid behind Jaws. Damn it. How could that person have came to this place? Gororo, what is an old marine like you doing in this place, Garp? Did you came to arrest us? Whitebeard asked excitedly. I don't think that's the point, Newgate really said as he looked at Garp, especially his clothes. Look at the clothes he's wearing. It doesn't reflect someone who wants to catch someone. More like someone who came for a vacation, Hashirama continued. Really? Garp, who heard Rayleigh's voice, was immediately surprised by Rayleigh being there. How can you be here? Yo. Garp, long time no see, Rayleigh said with a smile. I have currently joined the Fortis Kingdom and become a trainer there. Ha. Join the Fortis Kingdom? Garp was immediately taken aback by this information and looked at Hashirama. Is that true, Hashirama? Yes, Hashirama nodded. His Majesty invited Rayleigh to join us with the post he held was trainer for our troops. The training given by him is regarding physical training and spiritual energy control. Spiritual energy control? Wait, don't say. Yes, Hashirama nodded. His Majesty has granted Rayleigh access to this study. This is really very surprising, Garp said with a face full of surprise. Hey, old man, Whitebeard called out to Garp with an annoyed face. What is your purpose in coming here? Did you come to cause trouble? No. Don't get me wrong, Whitebeard, Garp said calmly without any fear. I came here because I wanted to come to taste the dishes made by Juichiru and also wanted to came to see my stupid grandson. Ace immediately broke into a cold sweat hearing this because he could feel it even though Garp wasn't looking at him. Ace senses Garp has found his whereabouts. Garp, Whitebeard's face immediately darkened. If you want to catch Ace, I will never let that happen. Whitebeard's entire pirate army immediately became serious upon hearing this. Who wants to catch him? Whitebeard, Garp's face became strange. I came here because I just wanted to came to see. I haven't seen that stupid boy in a long time. Garp paused and continued, wait. How do you know that my grandson is Ace? Ace told us that, Garp, Marco suddenly said calmly. Ace said it? Garp was instantly excited to hear this. Bahahaha. Good, at least that kid still remembers who he should be respected by. Garp sighed, too bad that bastard has to become a pirate. In fact, I have prepared him to become a great navy. Impossible. Ace, who was previously hiding, immediately stood in front of Jaws. I'm not going to be a marine, old man. I want to be free like a pirate. Garp, who saw Ace, immediately used instant transmission and suddenly appeared in front of Ace, which made everyone shocked, and without waiting for long, Garp immediately hit Ace very strongly. Bastard. Was that the first time you met your grandpa? Also, don't call me old man. Call me grandpa. Boom. Ace immediately lay down with a small round head nestled above his head. Sick. Ace immediately shouted loudly while holding the head that was hit by Garp. Bahahaha. Ace, you're still 100 years easier to fight me, Garp excitedly laughed after hitting Ace. Everyone who was there immediately fell silent at this. Garp, Whitebeard suddenly called out, didn't you say you don't want to cause trouble here? Whitebeard asked with a dark face. Whitebeard, Hashirama suddenly said, I don't think it's a mess. All Garp did was educate his grandson. After all, it's a possible thing. The trouble is when Garp attacks your group or attacks the island using a warship. However, he didn't do that. I agree with what you said, Hashirama. Newgate really nodded. Didn't Garp say his goal too? He came here just to come to taste the dishes made by Juichiru and to see his grandson. Bahahaha. You two really know me, Garp said with a laugh, and also, Whitebeard. You recognize Ace as a boy. Doesn't that mean you are my son? Everyone fell silent hearing this. While Whitebeard, who heard Garp's words, immediately blackened his face. Hey. Get used to being calmer. Suddenly Juichiru, who was previously calm and didn't speak, suddenly spoke. There is currently a match here. If you want to cause trouble, do it somewhere else. Everyone fell silent again hearing the words said by Juichiru. While Juichiru himself did not lift his gaze and remained focused on the work he was currently doing. Fake, who heard this, smirked. Really interesting person. I think I should also continue my work. Fake then started working again. Gororo, what a cocky kid. Whitebeard just laughed hearing this, then his gaze turned to Garp. Garp, you probably won't have a chance to taste this Juichiru dish, huh? How could it be? Garp asked with a face full of surprise. That's right, Garp really added. Juichiru will only make 5 dishes in this match. 3 of them will be served to me, Hashirama, and Newgate, who are currently the judges of this match. As for the other 2, The dish will be given to Thaked and also to Ace. To Ace? Garp's gaze immediately filled with excitement. Then it's an easy thing. The part that belongs to Ace will be mine. What? All members of Whitebeard's pirate group, especially the commanders who had already received a share of Ace's share, shouted in surprise. Meanwhile Marco and Gyro heaved a sigh of relief that their share was safe for now. Parent, are you still not satisfied with my one hit, Ace? I still haven't forgotten that you didn't say goodbye to me earlier. Garp's gaze was full of threats which made Ace and the other Whitebeard pirate commanders down. You really are a quirky old man, Garp Hashirama said and then laughed. Bahahaha. I finally got to taste the dishes Juichiru made. I can boast about this in front of Kuzna and Borsalino. Both of them must be very jealous. Garp excitedly walked towards Whitebeard and the others. Hey, Whitebeard, where is the other seat? You're not a guest here, Garp. Whitebeard said with a frown. Nonsense. Garp immediately denied it. I'm a guest here and I should get it. Garp's gaze then looked at Ace. Ace, quickly get this chair for your grandpa. No need, Hashirama suddenly said and immediately formed a seal using his hand. Wooden style, wooden chair. Immediately behind Garp appeared a chair which was formed by Hashirama using his ability. Wood? Garp was surprised by this. Is this the power you have? Sure. Hashirama nodded. Garp Whitebeard suddenly called out to him. You're not surprised to find Hashirama able to use wood elemental abilities. You Marines must know about things related to the Fortis Kingdom, right? Especially regarding chakra. No. Garp was someone who wasn't very good at lying and had his face turned to the side with cold sweat dripping from his face. You really are the stupidest person to lie to, Garp really said dryly. How do you Marines know about things about our secrets? There's a possibility that the Marines have intercepted the conversation I had with Whitebeard earlier, Hashirama said calmly. How did you find out? Garp asked with a face full of surprise. What do you mean, Hashirama? Whitebeard asked while frowning. That is an easy thing for His Majesty to do, Your Honor. Everyone is confused about this. His Majesty had predicted this. You Marines must already know about things that the Whitebeard pirates know, such as ancient weapons and others. His Majesty told me that your side of the Navy has developed a technology wherein the technology can be used to intercept the conversations between the two parties without using tools such as the black denden mushi, which is usually used for wiretapping. Garp fell silent for a moment hearing this. Hashirama, how did King Fortis know about this? Whitebeard asked, do you guys have spies on the Navy side? No, Hashirama shook his head. That is a natural thing to know because every big organization must have some kind of great technology. As for the Navy, which in fact is the organization that protects this ocean, they must have developed some kind of technology and then used it to monitor your side, which is the Emperor of the Ocean, of which you are their enemy. Hashirama paused and continued while staring at Garp. I myself previously thought it was impossible. However, after confirming this time, the prediction that His Majesty said actually came true. You Navy guys really developed that kind of technology. Everyone was silenced listening to Hashirama's explanation. Even Rayleigh was speechless hearing this. Even though Rayleigh had already joined the Fortis Kingdom. However, the period of time Rayleigh joined was still very short. There are many things that Rayleigh did not know until now, especially about ours. Did King Fortis really predict that? Garp asked with a serious face. Hashirama nodded. Yes. He said so. What a terrifying king. Garp muttered, to which Whitebeard agreed. Oi, Aji, Marco suddenly called out, in the future, we should start to be careful about summoning each other, especially talking about the plans we are going to do. If possible, it is better to have a direct conversation than to talk about it indirectly, namely through Denden Mushi. Whitebeard nodded and looked at Hashirama. Thanks for the information, Hashirama. Whitebeard's gaze then looked at Garp and then mocked him. I don't think it would be a bad thing for you to came to this place, Garp. You bring up something very important for us to know. HMPH. I don't care about that. Even if you guys know that, it's also none of my business, Garp said calmly, and his gaze fell on Juichiru's place. Damn it. Will it take long for the dish to be served? Everyone was silenced by Garp's personality. Usually there are people who will be angry when information about matters related to the organization where he works is exposed, especially those that are confidential. However, Garp was different. Garp paid no attention to such things. Garp himself holds the principle of strength. As long as he had the power, Garp could do whatever he wanted with it, being a matter of justice. Garp, shouldn't you pay attention to such things? It was an information leak, you know. Hashirama said calmly. No need, Garp waved his hand, that's not my job. Besides, I'm currently in retirement. Naval-related matters are no longer my concern. The matter regarding the disclosure of this information is Sengoku's business. None of my business, Garp said back. Gorara, you are indeed the Garp we know, Whitebeard laughed excitedly. The atmosphere there was excited again after seeing Chuichiru and Thaked finally finishing their dishes and currently entering the plating process. Everyone couldn't wait for the dishes made by the two people. Chapter 124, Move Crocodile. Grand Line, Kingdom of Alabasta, Royal Palace. Crocodile Cobra, who was currently sitting on his throne, looked straight ahead with a gloomy gaze at Crocodile, who was present in front of him at this time with a face full of smiles. Try at this time together with Chaka while Agram is currently still being treated because the wound he received is still not healed. What do you want to do here? Asked Try again. Long time no see, King Cobra, Crocodile said calmly. Is that your welcome to a man who has helped secure your kingdom from pirate attacks? Nonsense. Chaka immediately shouted angrily, securing from pirate attacks? You alone destroyed this kingdom with a single act of yours. Crocodile exhaled the smoke, then looked at the two calmly without feeling angry at all. That's right. You two already know that. Who told you? Mr. 8? At that time I should have asked your subordinates to kill him directly. Crocodile paused for a moment and continued, but, it's okay, what do you want, Crocodile? Cobra asked back coldly, I suggest you get out of here right now. If not, I will report this to the world government. You can do it, Crocodile answered him. Do you think the world government will take this report of yours into account? Do you think you have enough evidence? Using only your subordinates? You made a really great joke, King Cobra. Cobra and Chaka's faces immediately darkened upon hearing this. I don't want to talk to you at length, Crocodile said again. I'm tired of playing games with you two. I only want one thing here. Crocodile's gaze became very serious and deep. Where is that thing located? That thing? What do you mean? Cobra asked confusedly. Don't be stupid. Crocodile said coldly. You must know about that thing, right? There's no way the king of the kingdom of Alabasta doesn't know where that thing is. I don't understand what you mean by that thing, Cobra said directly. Stop your stupid attitude, Cobra King. Crocodile's voice became colder than before, and instantly Crocodile appeared in front of Cobra and strangled his neck, then lifted Cobra up. Your Honor. Chaka immediately let go of the sword he was holding and then slashed straight at Crocodile. But before the slash reached Crocodile, someone suddenly appeared between the two and immediately blocked the slash. Ding. What? Chaka was shocked by this and his face immediately changed upon seeing who had stopped the slash. Das Bones? Don't go any further, Das Bones said coldly. The boss is taking care of his business. I don't want anyone else to bother him. Good job, Mr. 1 said Crocodile with a smile, then his gaze turned to Cobra. Tell me now, King Cobra. Where the kingdom of Alabasta hides the item. You must know where it is, right? One of Pluton's 3 ancient weapons that your kingdom has kept for so long. What? Cobra and Chaka were immediately surprised to hear this greeting. They themselves did not expect that Crocodile actually had such a goal. Pluton. Cobra mumbled gloomily, then his gaze returned to Crocodile. If you're aiming for that item. That weapon doesn't exist in this kingdom. Nonsense. Crocodile did not receive the answer. Are you currently playing with me? Asked Crocodile coldly. I'm not playing with you, Crocodile Cobra replied. That thing isn't here. I didn't even know this place existed. There's no way you didn't know, Crocodile said back coldly. I was just trying to play with you and wanted to get the item easily. However, it seems that you really don't act cooperatively. But, that's a good thing. King Cobra, I didn't expect you to actually dare to put spies into the organization created by me. Crocodile said coldly. You're even willing to let your only daughter join in order to investigate me? What? Cobra's face immediately turned very frightened. My daughter. Wait. You, Crocodile. What did you do to Vivi? Cobra asked angrily. What am I doing? Crocodile snorted as he exhaled the smoke again. That woman is really tenacious. She was able to hide her whereabouts and even her past from me and managed to sneak into my organization to the point of getting a fairly high position. However, only because of one move made by one of her friends. Her true identity is fully revealed. That's really stupid. Crocodile let go of the princess. Chaka said angrily, if you really dare to do something to Princess Vivi, the kingdom of Alabasta will definitely not let you leave here. Let me get out of here? It's a big talk but a small action, Crocodile scoffed directly. Do you think only your army can defeat me? You guys can't even take care of the rebel army that is now formed, and you think you can destroy me? It really is a very silly idea. Chaka's face immediately became very ugly hearing this. Crocodile let go of Vivi. Cobra again said angrily. That's a very ridiculous request, King Cobra. Crocodile said calmly. She has dared to enter my organization and has even gathered all the information regarding our organization. She must be killed, because it would be dangerous for me. Cobra's face was immediately frightened upon hearing this and said, don't do that. You're still saying something so stupid and ridiculous, King Cobra. Crocodile said back calmly. However, I can grant your wish. I can release Vivi on the condition that you must tell me the location of the ancient weapon's whereabouts. Don't say that, Your Majesty. Chaka immediately shouted, if Crocodile gets that weapon, the kingdom of Alabasta will definitely be destroyed instantly. Dasbonez without thinking immediately slashed Chaka's body in front of him, then continued by kicking Chaka's body towards the wall. Chaka. Cobra, who saw one of his right hand being attacked, immediately turned full of fear. HMPH. Too much bullshit, said Crocodile. What do you think about this, King Cobra? If you tell me the location of the ancient weapon's whereabouts, I will release your daughter Vivi, as well as I promise I will leave the kingdom of Alabasta. Can you keep your word? Cobra asked with a dull face. Of course, Crocodile said calmly, I will keep my word. As long as you give me the location of the weapon, I will let Vivi go as well as leave here after getting the thing. Cobra thought for a moment and said, I really don't know the location of the Pluton ancient weapon you've been looking for, Crocodile. Huh? Crocodile frowned seriously at these words spoken by Cobra. Crocodile could sense that Cobra was completely unaware of the whereabouts of the weapon's location. However, if you wish, I want to give you access to come to the tombs of the previous kings to see the Poneglyph which our kingdom has guarded for many years. The eyes of Crocodile, who heard this, immediately became overjoyed. Although Crocodile did not find the existence of the ancient weapon, however, through the Poneglyph, Crocodile was at least getting closer to his goal. Especially with the revelation from Cobra that said about the Poneglyph that was guarded by the kingdom of Alabasta for years. The information contained in the Poneglyph must be very important. But you have to promise me, Crocodile. As long as I take you there, you must keep your promise, Cobra said seriously. HMPH. You don't need to say. I will definitely do it, Crocodile said coldly, then let go of Cobra. Take us there, Your Majesty. Chaka, who was still conscious even though he had previously received an attack from Dasbonez, slowly wanted to say something. Enough, Chaka, Cobra said. Cobra then immediately turned around and went with Crocodile to the throne room where the Poneglyph was placed while Dasbonez remained there to guard. It didn't take long for Cobra and Crocodile to arrive at the dining area of the kings. At the same time, Crocodile saw a sea blue stone which contained an ancient inscription which he himself did not understand the meaning of the inscription. Good. Crocodile's current feeling was filled with joy. Although he didn't get the location of Pluton's ancient weapon. However, through this Poneglyph in front of him, Crocodile could sense that the writing in the Poneglyph would lead him to something very big. This is the Poneglyph that has been guarded by us, Cobra said grimly. Ha 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 ha. Good, that's very good, Crocodile said with a laugh, then asked, now you can translate the meaning of the stone inscription. I can't do it, Crocodile, Cobra said calmly. Cannot? What do you mean? Crocodile asked coldly, do you really not love your daughter anymore? Don't get me wrong, Crocodile, Cobra said again, even though we're guarding this Poneglyph. However, our kingdom of Alabasta does not have access to the language used in the Poneglyph. We just keep it and we ourselves don't know from the records in the Poneglyph. Crocodile could feel Cobra's tone of voice didn't contain the slightest lie. Shit. By the time I got this item, the person who could have access to that ability had already gone to the other side, Crocodile muttered grimly and looked at Cobra. Besides, O'Hara, there must be other places that know about the language of the Poneglyph. You must know where that place is, right? Cobra fell silent hearing this, and although he didn't want to say it, he had to say it for his daughter's safety. Ancient Wano Kingdom. Wano Kuni Kingdom? Asked Crocodile. Cobra nodded. The Wano Kuni Kingdom is one of the places that has access to the language of this Poneglyph. The Kazuki clan, which is the leader of the Wano Kuni Kingdom, is a clan that built this Poneglyph hundreds of years ago, and they are also preserving the language until now. Cobra paused and continued, besides, the Fortis Kingdom also probably knows about it. Fortis Kingdom. Crocodile muttered quietly, it's impossible to go there. While the Wano Kuni Kingdom. Crocodile's gaze immediately turned to Cobra. Where is the location of the Wano Kuni Kingdom? New World, Cobra answered him. It is located in New World, New World. I think it's time to travel there again, Crocodile muttered, then looked at Cobra. Where is the paper that can copy these notes? Cobra immediately walked the other way and soon brought a large piece of paper and handed it to Crocodile. Crocodile then immediately used his ability to copy a copy of the Poneglyph, and after successfully copying it, Crocodile immediately stored the copy into his body. You have got what you wanted, Cobra said seriously. Now, let go of Vivi and also leave this kingdom, HMPH. Crocodile was someone who kept his word. Besides, it was impossible for Crocodile to kill Cobra at this time. Because if he did that, the world government would definitely make him the perpetrator. Although Crocodile has a subordinate who has the ability to change his appearance. However, Crocodile is currently aiming to go to the New World. All personnel needed by him. He couldn't allow any of his subordinates to be here. Also, even though Crocodile said he was leaving soon. However, Crocodile won't just walk away either. Crocodile knew how terrifying the new world was right now, especially since the appearance of the Fortis Kingdom. Since the emergence of the Fortis Kingdom, the pattern of the world had turned even more chaotic than before. If going to the new world without having the power to guard, it was almost like taking a life. Therefore, before going to the new world, Crocodile wanted him to practice his hockey abilities and is currently in the process of training, especially where he was humiliated by Hashirama earlier. Due to his extremely high self-esteem, Crocodile didn't want to receive such treatment a second time. Crocodile immediately contacted Goldino or Mr. 3 to immediately take Vivi to the royal palace. It didn't take long for Vivi to come under and be reunited with Cobra. Father. Vivi, who was finally able to see Cobra again, was very happy and immediately hugged him. Same thing with Cobra. He immediately hugged Vivi with great affection. Cobra's gaze then looked at Crocodile. Our transaction is complete. You must keep your word to leave this kingdom, Crocodile HMPH. Crocodile just sniffed then turned around. Let's get out of here, alright. Boss Tazbones and Goldino immediately left the royal palace together. After Crocodile left the room, Cobra immediately called his troops and asked them to bring Chaka to be given immediate treatment. Father, what transaction did you make with Crocodile? Was it about the location of the ancient weapon? Asked Vivi seriously. Don't worry, Cobra said calmly. Our own kingdom doesn't know about the existence of that weapon of destruction. The transaction that the two of us made was only regarding the ancient records that were in the food of the kings. Ancient records? Isn't that? Yes. It is a record kept by the previous kings. Cobra sighed. Do you know the contents of the ancient record? Vivi asked back. No, Cobra shook his head. I don't know about those ancient records. Even the ancient kings did not know about the contents of the ancient records. Don't know? Vivi asked confusedly. Then, why is it always guarded by our kingdom? It was a will from the previous king, which was when a king ruled this kingdom 800 years ago. When he wanted to die, he asked his descendants to keep the record. Regarding the purpose for keeping the ancient records, we were not told the reason. However, we kept the ancient records only for the will that was passed on by him. I see. Vivi nodded and immediately regained her senses. Oh, yes. Father, how is Igram's current condition? Is he okay? Vivi asked with a worried face. Igram is fine now. He is currently receiving treatment at the hospital. I'll go see him. I won't calm down until I see it in person. We went there together. I also want to see Chaka's current state. Cobra said calmly. Vivi nodded. Then the two of them immediately went to the room where Chaka and Igram were currently being treated. Chapter 125, That Grand Land, Kingdom of Alabasta, Royal Palace, Nursing Room. Igram's. Vivi immediately entered the treatment room and saw Igram, who was currently lying there with his whole body covered by bandages. Besides Igram, there is currently Chaka, who is currently receiving treatment from the doctor who is in charge of the entire Alabasta royal family. Vivi-sama. Igram was then very surprised by Vivi's appearance in the room and tried to get up from his bed. However, just as Igram was about to get up from his bed, Igram immediately felt a tremendous amount of pain from the injuries he received. No need to get up, Igram. Vivi immediately said quickly. You can lie down so that your wound heals quickly, Vivi-sama. Igram was still surprised by Vivi's appearance. Even though he had received news about Vivi from Chaka, who was currently receiving treatment, Igram was still very surprised by Vivi's appearance. Are you alright, Vivi-sama? Didn't that bastard Crocodile do something to you? Asked Igram quickly. Vivi immediately shook her head. No need to worry, Igram. I'm fine. Vivi paused for a moment and her face was very sad seeing Igram's current condition. I'm sorry, Igram. Because you don't need to apologize, Vivi-sama. Igram immediately said seriously. I am doing this because of my duty that I should have done. I'm very happy to see you in good health as you are now. Even so. Vivi sighed. I still thank you. How is Chaka doing, doctor? Asked Cobra, who immediately came to the place from Chaka. Chaka-sama is not experiencing any serious problems, Your Majesty. The doctor said calmly. His condition is improving now, Your Majesty. Luckily, he came here quickly and was immediately able to get treatment. If only the wound he received was wide open. His condition will be even worse than it is now. Your Majesty, there's no need to worry about my current condition. Chaka said with difficulty and tried to get up. Chaka-sama, please don't get up just yet. If you do so, there's a chance your wound will open again. Listen to the doctor's words, Chaka. Cobra said seriously. You should be able to get your condition back to normal, Your Majesty. How is it from Bell? Igram suddenly asked. Have we still not heard from him? I received it this morning, Cobra said calmly. Bell said he had just arrived in the Protons Kingdom and at this time he might be trying to get a chance to talk to the Protons King regarding our intentions. Bell's? Protons Kingdom? Vivi mumbled in confusion and suddenly she recalled the plan she had previously drawn up with Igram. Igram, you mean Bell at this time? That's right, Vivi-sama. Igram nodded. Bell has been given an assignment by His Majesty to go to the Prudence Kingdom to meet the Prudence King to ask him for help so that our side can contact the Fortical Kingdom to ask them for help. Asking for help. Vivi's gaze became very excited hearing this. The business with Crocodile can be said to be over for now, Cobra said seriously. However, we still have to take care of the rebellion troop problem, Cobra said. Right now the rebellion army's strength is increasing. If you let it continue like this, the kingdom of Alabasta will be destroyed due to the internal conditions that occurred. Dad, Vivi suddenly said. Let me go see Koza. Vivi-sama? Chaka, Cobra and Igram were surprised by Vivi's suggestion. Koza is my childhood friend and I'm sure he will definitely listen to everything I say, Vivi said seriously. I think it's hard to do, Vivi-sama. Chaka said seriously. Currently, many people no longer believe in the kingdom, especially with the leadership of His Majesty. Chaka's gaze looked at Cobra. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. It doesn't matter. Cobra nodded. Chaka then continued, Alabasta's current condition has become even more concerning since your departure, Vivi-sama. Citizens who do not believe and want His Majesty to step down from the throne are becoming more and more. Even now the number of rebel troops has increased compared to the previous number. According to the data we got from the people who were our spies in there. At least now the number of rebel troops has reached 250,000 people. 250,000 people. Vivi was very surprised by the number. Your Majesty, Igram suddenly said, I think we can take the action of inviting Koza to come talk to us. We can explain everything that happened to him later if he doesn't believe it. We can only take one action. One action? Everyone muttered in confusion regarding the action Igram wanted to take. We will make a bet. What do you mean, Igram? Asked Vivi seriously. Bet on the decision that the Fortis Kingdom will make, Igram said seriously, although I didn't personally see the meeting that took place some time ago. However, I read the information in the newspaper. According to this information, I came to the conclusion that the Fortis Kingdom is a kingdom that is unlikely to build a cooperative relationship, especially with a kingdom that oppresses its citizens, which can be seen with King Fortis, who hates gambling, slavery and others. In addition, look at the kingdom that is currently establishing a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Fortis. Each of the kings who led the kingdom was not a king who would oppress his citizens. We can use that as a bet against Koza. Igram paused for a moment and continued, besides, I believe we all agree that spies from the Fortis Kingdom must have spread all over the world. We can take a reference by seeing that the world government has even been infiltrated by their spies, especially for us. I believe in this kingdom there are spies from the Fortis Kingdom who are always monitoring us. Igram stopped back and continued, we can use this conversation that Bell is about to have as our bet on Koza. If we can really establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom, that means all the accusations leveled against His Majesty are false. Meanwhile, if the Fortis Kingdom does not accept a cooperative relationship with our side, it means that the accusations leveled against His Majesty are true. Igram's gaze stared at everyone. What do you think about this? If you want to make such a bet. Chaka mumbled softly, then looked at Cobra. His Majesty must risk his position, no problem. Cobra said seriously. Father Vivi was very surprised by the decision made by Cobra. I have no problem with that. If I really am the one who did that, and also because of the problems of my government many citizens of my kingdom are suffering till now, I am willing to step down from this throne and let a better person to rise to the position to replace me, Cobra said seriously. I'd better step down for the sake of my citizens can be better than now. I believe you are a king who would not commit such an act, Your Majesty. The previously silent doctor suddenly said, as long as I follow the government that you are currently leading, you never do anything that actually oppresses the people. You don't even collect taxes from the citizens, which is very different from the government carried out by other kings, said the doctor. I believe too, Chaka suddenly said. Father. Vivi suddenly called out, let me have a hand in knowing this. I will go to see Koza and invite him to come. I'm sure if I do this, he would definitely accept it. Koza, there's no way that person will forget me as his friend. Cobra thought for a moment and said, you can go. However, you must be accompanied by some bodyguards. Even though I trust Koza. However, there are some people who are his subordinates who won't necessarily take action against you. No problem. Vivi nodded and felt it was a natural thing. New World, Prudence Kingdom, Royal Palace, Throne Room. The meeting between the three leaders finally came to an end, and the Ryugu Kingdom's representative and the Amazonian Kingdom's representative Lily had finally returned after eating the dishes the Prudence Kingdom had prepared for them. Every royal representative didn't stay too long. They have a lot of work to do, as well as they want to announce a cooperative relationship to their citizens. Currently in the throne room there is Elizabeth II and also several other higher-ups along with Belle, who has received permission to meet him. Thank you for allowing me to meet you, King of Prudence, Belle said in a polite tone as he bowed. I know you. You are the one who can take part in Reveries meeting with the Cobra King, Elizabeth II said calmly. It is an honor to be known by you, King of Prudence. Bell said. My name is Bell. I am the personal bodyguard serving as army commander of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Elizabeth II nodded and said, what is your purpose in coming here, Commander Bell? Did King Cobra ask you to send me a message? Elizabeth II and Cobra have a pretty good relationship. Because of that, the thing that Elizabeth II asked about was a letter or something. That's not my job, King of Prudence. Bell shook his head and continued, the purpose I was sent to see you was to ask you for help in contacting King Fortis. Contacting the King of Fortis. Elizabeth II was slightly surprised to hear this. King of Prudence, the territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta has now been claimed by one of the 7 warlords of the sea, namely Crocodile, as his territory. After claiming the territory as his territory, Crocodile has built the casino business in the Kingdom of Alabasta, which is to the detriment of the citizens of our kingdom. Many citizens from our kingdom have an addiction to gambling which is actually detrimental to them and is causing many of them to suffer from hunger today. Bell clenched his fists tightly as he explained this and continued, besides, since the appearance of Crocodile in our kingdom, His Majesty always gets slander starting from the exploitation of resources and also various other things. This is also why at this time in the Kingdom of Alabasta there appears an organization called the Rebel Army, where the goal of this organization is to overthrow the leadership of the Cobra King and replace him with the new king. This. Elizabeth II fell silent hearing this. This situation is really very bad, Dagama said seriously. If this situation is not handled properly, it won't take long for your kingdom to slowly crumble. That's what we've been thinking at this point, Bell said, feeling full of emotion. We have no way of dealing with Crocodile. Currently Crocodile has been considered a hero by the citizens of our kingdom because it has helped in dealing with the problem of pirates who often do trouble in our kingdom. But on the other hand, indirectly Crocodile himself is also slowly destroying our kingdom by making the citizens addicted to gambling. Bell took a deep breath and said, previously we had discussions with His Majesty regarding this matter and also asked His Majesty to ask the world government for help. However, His Majesty said as long as there is no solid evidence, Crocodile will destroy our kingdom. The world government will not interfere in this matter, especially with the current status of Crocodile, who has been considered a hero for our kingdom. It's hard to take down Crocodile. Bell paused for a moment and looked at Elizabeth II. I came here because I wanted to ask the King of Prudence for help in contacting King Fortis. Our kingdom would like to ask for help from their kingdom to resolve this matter. Bell immediately bowed. King of Prudence, please help us. Elizabeth II and Dagama fell silent hearing this. Elizabeth II sighed. I can help you contact the King of Fortis. Bell immediately raised his head and his face was full of joy. However, regarding the decision of King Fortis, it was his decision. Will it help you or not? I'm just going to tell you, King Fortis will only help if in the kingdom he's helped has a benefit to his kingdom. Otherwise, it's hard to get him to move to help. Elizabeth II paused and continued, our kingdom received help from the Fortis kingdom earlier only because the Fortis kingdom needed something in our kingdom. If at that time the Fortis kingdom did not have what it needed, it is likely that by now our kingdom would have been destroyed by the 2 kingdoms that previously fought with us. The same was true for the Ryugu kingdom and the Amazon Lily kingdom. These 2 kingdoms can establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis kingdom because the Fortis kingdom needs something from these 2 kingdoms. Dagama suddenly continued, it's not just the 3 kingdoms that are currently establishing cooperative relations with the Fortis kingdom. The 2 kingdoms that King Fortis was told that King Fortis wanted to establish a cooperative relationship with. These 2 kingdoms also have something the Fortis kingdom wants. Excuse me. If I may ask, do you know the 2 kingdoms that the Fortis kingdom wants to establish a cooperative relationship with? Bell asked expectantly. No. Elizabeth II shook her head. At the banquet after the Octagon meeting, the Empress asked about this matter. However, King Fortis didn't answer and kept it to himself. I see. Bell nodded, and there was still hope within him that the Kingdom of Alabasta was a kingdom that became one of the 2 kingdoms. Because if the Kingdom of Alabasta to establish a cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Fortis, it can be said that the Alabasta kingdom will become a safe kingdom, and also they will get a lot of help from the Fortis kingdom, which can help them develop their kingdom. I'll be in touch, King Fortis. Elizabeth II said, however, I hope you can strengthen your heart. Because it's possible that your request was rejected, or maybe this call was not picked up by him. Not pick up? Bell asked in confusion. King Fortis is a very busy person, Dagama said. Usually at this time of the day he is doing work, so he rarely focuses on the person who contacts him. I see. Bell nodded and looked ahead seriously while praying for the communication line to be picked up by King Fortis. Chapter 126, Proposal. Elizabeth II immediately contacted Rs. The sound of Den Den Mushi sounded in a room with the current atmosphere quite tense. Slowly, the connection finally did not get an answer at all. Bell, who looked at the Den Den Mushi, His face was full of disappointment and sadness. Dagama then sighed, "You are out of luck, Commander Bell. King Fortis is probably busy right now and doesn't have time to pick up his den mushi, or maybe he's doing something outside his office right now and forgot to bring his den mushi." "What, is there no other way?" Bell asked nervously. "There are two ways," Elizabeth II said calmly. "The first is to wait until lunch or dinner breaks. Usually at times like that, King Fortis is easy to contact. It's still 10 in the morning, you need to wait at least 2 more hours before the lunch break from the Fortis Kingdom. As for the second method, we can contact Miss Loelmina and then talk to her about what you want." "Is Miss Loelmina easy to contact?" asked Bell hopefully. "Unlike King Fortis, Miss Loelmina is easier to contact," Elizabeth II said calmly. "In that case, please help, King of Protons. Please contact Miss Loelmina." "All right," Elizabeth II nodded and immediately contacted Loelmina. Elizabeth II himself can be said to have memorized all the den mushi numbers belonging to the Fortis Kingdom officials who are currently present. Not only him but Dagama and also the people who got the den mushi numbers belonging to the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom. They all memorized it. This is because if there is a situation that requires assistance from the Fortis Kingdom, they can quickly contact anyone without searching the books that record the numbers. In contrast to ours who did not answer the call. Elizabeth II's den mushi call was quickly answered by Loelmina. Loelmina is head of the Department of Foreign Relations. Loelmina must always be ready at work for anyone who will contact her. Because of that, she always brought and put his den mushi nearby at work. "Hello, Loelmina here." Bell, who saw that the communication line was connected, had his face filled with excitement. "Miss Loelmina, it's me, Elizabeth II." Elizabeth II said in a respectful tone. "Is there something the King of Protons needs to contact me?" Loelmina asked in bewilderment. "Because normally if Elizabeth II contacted the Fortis Kingdom, Elizabeth II will contact ours soon and rarely to them. This." Elizabeth II immediately explained the ins and outs of the problem that was currently happening. "I see." Loelmina nodded. "Miss Loelmina, what do you think?" Elizabeth II asked calmly and also full of feelings, because Elizabeth II really wanted to know the answer or the action that the Fortis Kingdom wanted to take. "King of Protons, is the representative of the Kingdom of Alabasta currently with you?" Loelmina asked calmly. "Sure." Elizabeth II nodded. "I apologize for this being rude. However, can I speak to him?" "No problem." Elizabeth II immediately handed the den mushi to Bell. Bell nervously accepted the den mushi immediately. "Hello, Miss Loelmina. Introduce me as Bell. I am the intended representative," Bell said in a slightly nervous tone. "Hello, Commander Bell. You don't have to be too nervous. I already know about the problems your kingdom is currently experiencing," Loelmina said calmly. "Actually, for the Alabasta Kingdom, His Majesty has mentioned it to us many times." "Mention it?" Elizabeth II, Dagama, as well as Bell were quite surprised to hear this. "Did you watch the Octagon meeting that was broadcast a while ago? Or read the news about the meeting?" asked Loelmina. "We watched that time," Bell answered quickly. "If you watched the meeting, you must have heard that His Majesty has a desire to establish cooperative relations with the two kingdoms in the Grand Line territory, right?" Loelmina asked again. "Sure." Bell nodded in confusion. That was quite a shock for our side. Bell paused for a moment and began to think about the reason why Loelmina brought up the topic. Meanwhile, Dagama, who incidentally is someone with above-average intelligence, could immediately catch the contents of the conversation. "The Kingdom of Alabasta is quite lucky." Dagama sighed. "Miss Loelmina, could it be?" Bell's feelings at this moment were very excited because he had also come to the same conclusion as Dagama. "Yes. One of the two kingdoms that His Majesty wants to establish a cooperative relationship with is the Kingdom of Alabasta," Loelmina said calmly. Bell, who heard this, couldn't help but feel excited. Because only through these words, Bell had been convinced that the current Alabasta Kingdom was safe. Our desire to establish a cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Alabasta cannot be separated from the location of the Kingdom of Alabasta in the ocean area of the Grand Line. The Kingdom of Alabasta is at the central point, or it can be said to be in the middle of the Grand Line area, and is very suitable to be a trading center in the area of the early part of the Grand Line, where usually new traders come from the region of the Four Seas. Loelmina said calmly and continued back, because the size of the Grand Line's territory is quite large. The Amazon Lily Kingdom will not be able to handle the entire sale of our products or the products of other kingdoms in the New World region for sale, especially for the area at the beginning of the Grand Line, which is close to the entrance. Therefore, we need a territory or kingdom that is located close to the territory. Loelmina stopped back and continued, "We already have spies throughout the region, or you could say the whole kingdom has our spies, and from all the monitoring that is done, the Kingdom of Alabasta is the most suitable kingdom to be used as a place to sell products and other things." Loelmina paused for a moment and continued, "Regarding your request, We can help solve it. With a note, your kingdom has a desire to establish a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. As long as a cooperative relationship can be formed, our kingdom will gladly help resolve this rebellion troop problem as well as other problems. Also, our kingdom has an interesting proposal to your kingdom. What do you think? Proposal? Bell asked in confusion. The proposal is to assist in the reconstruction of the royal territory that you have. The area that you own now is known by many people is a desert where it is difficult to develop various things there such as plants and others. The proposal I'm offering is that our kingdom will help turn a large enough area into a green forest and also build clear rivers. That way, your kingdom can take advantage of this vast area to build agriculture, livestock and so on. Also, with that, the water problems in your kingdom can also be solved by building rivers and lakes. Elizabeth II, Dagama and Bell fell silent hearing this. This proposal itself is not free. Because if you accept this proposal, at least every year the Kingdom of Alabasta must give 10% of the total income they get to our kingdom. This is a cost that the Kingdom of Alabasta will have to bear if they want our kingdom to assist in the reconstruction. Loelmina paused and continued, please don't misunderstand the price we're offering, Commander Bell. This price alone is because the Kingdom of Alabasta directly received development assistance from our kingdom. Unlike the Ryugu Kingdom, Prudence Kingdom, and Amazon Lily Kingdom where they don't need our kingdom's help in construction and reconstruction and our cooperation agreement only includes a sales agreement and others. Your kingdom is different because our kingdom is fair in the reconstruction and in terms of the area that needs to be reconstructed it is also very large in size. We also need to get a result from our work. I see Dagama nodded, 10% of the total annual income? That's a very small amount compared to the assistance provided by the Fortis Kingdom. Yes, Elizabeth II nodded. The territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta is a very large region and is also famous for the deserts that exist throughout the region. If the area can be used properly. Giving 10% income is too little. Bell listened clearly to the conversation between Elizabeth II and Dagama. However, even so, he couldn't decide that on his own. Miss Loelmina regarding the wish to cooperate. Our Alabasta Kingdom can accept it. Bell said calmly. However, regarding the matter of the proposal that was offered earlier, I need to discuss and get His Majesty's approval. I see. Take your time to discuss this with the King of Alabasta. I also need to convey this to His Majesty. Loelmina said calmly. I understand. Bell nodded then handed the denden mushi to Elizabeth II. King of Prudence, my apologies for troubling you back. Later, when Commander Bell had the answer. Please feel free to contact me back or perhaps directly to His Majesty. I will be with His Majesty after this. I understand. Elizabeth II nodded. The communication line was immediately closed again. Commander Bell, please take this time to discuss the proposal put forward by the Fortis Kingdom with the Cobra King. Elizabeth II said calmly, I hope you will carefully consider the proposal given by the Fortis Kingdom. Although your kingdom has to pay as much as 10% of your kingdom's total annual income to the Fortis Kingdom. However, the impact received is greater than that. I see. Bell nodded and immediately took out his denden mushi to contact Cobra. Grand Line, Kingdom of Alabasta, Royal Palace. Nursing room. Cobra sighed. I hope Vivi can be fine. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Agram said with a determined look. The current Vivi-sama is no longer the careless woman she was when she was a child. Vivi-sama now knows what is important to do and not to do. She can definitely do this job well. Hopefully. Cobra nodded and simultaneously the denden mushi under his shirt sounded. Cobra immediately picked it up and said, Hello, Cobra is here. Your Majesty, it's me, Bells. Cobra, Chaka, and Agram who found out who contacted Cobra were then very surprised. How are you there, Bell? Are you alright? Cobra asked quickly. I am currently doing well, Your Majesty. Bell was very pleased with the question. That's great news. Cobra sighed then said, Where are you right now? Have you met the King of Prudence? I am currently in the Royal Palace and am with the King of Prudence as well as his right hand. Dagama. Bell said politely and continued, I have also previously been in communication with the Fortis Kingdom. You've done it? Cobra asked with a face full of surprise. How did it go? Chaka and Agram also with faces full of impatience waiting for the result given by Bell. Bell immediately gave the result of the conversation he had with Loelmina. Cobra, Chaka, and also Agram were both very surprised and overjoyed. They did not expect to be one of the kingdoms where King Fortis wanted to establish a cooperative relationship with the kingdom. Your Majesty, what do you think of the proposal offered by Miss Loelmina? Bell asked seriously, Are we going to accept it or not? The King of Prudence informed me for us to accept the offer. I also think to agree with the proposal. Chaka said, if indeed the Fortis Kingdom can help us in building and reconstructing the territory we have into an area of forests, rivers, and lakes, or it can be said that the area can be managed to produce something. But, isn't that 10% too big? Igram asked while frowning. No, Cobra shook his head. If the Fortis Kingdom can really turn the territory we have into usable territory, the value of 10% is very small. If we compare it to the heavenly taxes that are usually paid by the kingdoms that establish cooperative relationships with the world government, even the taxes given to them are high and even exceed the 10% demanded by the Fortis Kingdom. The value demanded by the Kingdom of Fortis is quite small. In addition, if we compare it to the world government where they themselves only protect us from pirate attacks, and that too often a problem occurs, and also only gives us access to be able to participate in Rivery's meetings. This proposal given by the Fortis Kingdom was very far in comparison to that of the world government. Apart from that, we got territory protection from the Fortis Kingdom. We can also participate in the Octagon meeting where we can build cooperative relationships with other kingdoms, and also our kingdom will get assistance for reconstruction. The kingdom of Alabasta that was previously a desert where it was difficult to get drinks will soon turn into a green kingdom where there is no shortage of water. Igram fell silent hearing this, and at that moment he began to think about the proposal again. He felt that the proposal was indeed worthy of acceptance even though they had to pay the Fortis Kingdom every year. Your Majesty, what was the decision? Asked Bell calmly. Accept the proposal, Bell Cobra said excitedly and filled with joy. We have to accept the proposal. This will be the turning point of our kingdom. I understand, Bell nodded excitedly. I will immediately inform the Fortis Kingdom about this. The communication line was immediately cut off. Your Majesty, I think we should immediately consider the decision to cut off our cooperative relationship with the world government, Chaka said. We will soon establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. All the kingdoms belonging to the Octagon, Prudence Kingdom, Ryugu Kingdom, and Amazon Lily Kingdom. All of these kingdoms are kingdoms that do not establish cooperative relations with the world government. We also need to get rid of this immediately. Cobra nodded. Your Majesty, Igram suddenly called out, we'd better wait a bit and not now to cut off cooperation with the world government. At least wait until the Fortis Kingdom actually confirms this. That way, we will be safe from various things. Because if we do that and don't get direct confirmation from the Fortis Kingdom. Igram paused and continued, in the style of the world government. I'm afraid they will send the ancient weapons they currently hold to destroy us. Cobra and Chaka fell silent hearing this. We'd better do that, Your Majesty, Chaka said seriously. Wait until Fortis Kingdom confirms this so that we can be safe and also our kingdom will get protection. With such protection, I believe, the world government will not dare to send an ancient weapon that destroys us. Cobra nodded seriously. By the way, Your Majesty, I think we should inform Vivi-sama about this, Igram said calmly. This can also help him to have a conversation with Koza. As long as Koza knows that our kingdom has established a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom as well as the proposal given by the Fortis Kingdom, the rebel army will immediately stop what they are doing. That's a good idea. Cobra's eyes immediately lit up hearing this and immediately made a call with Vivi, who was currently on her way to the main headquarters of the rebellion army. Chapter 127, Covenant New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, King's Study Room. What do you think of the proposal I gave them, Ars? Lowellmana asked calmly as she sat on the sofa in Ars' study. Ars was also there and his location was right in front of Lowellmana right now. That proposal you gave is a very good proposal. Ars nodded and continued. We need to wait for the confirmation given directly by them. As long as they accept the proposal submitted by you, we will immediately hold a meeting for a short night to discuss the problem of the reconstruction design for the Alabasta Kingdom's territory. Meeting. Lowellmana muttered. We can include Robin in the meeting. Ars? Robin? Asked Ars, raising his brow. Although you have quite a lot of information regarding the Kingdom of Alabasta and also later you can get it through Ellie. However, this is just information. Robin is someone who has lived there and that makes her have a direct familiarity with the territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta. We can ask for her opinion and suggestions during the meeting. That's a good idea. Ars nodded. By the way, Ars, Lowellmana said back, I think we should also immediately announce the cooperation that took place between our kingdom and the Kingdom of Alabasta by inviting Commander Bell to come here and then do a live broadcast to inform the public. Although the cooperation that we have established has not been fully established due to the absence of a contract signing that has occurred between us. However, we must state this in anticipation of the movements made by the world governments. Lowellmana paused for a moment and continued, if the world government finds out about the actions of the Alabasta Kingdom, it is not impossible that the Alabasta Kingdom will become the same as the previous Dressrosa Kingdom. They will be instantly destroyed by the world government. At least let the world know that the Kingdom of Alabasta is now under our protection. Lowellmana paused for a moment and continued, this action can also help us take countermeasures against the actions of the people of the Kingdom of Alabasta who are currently building the organization of the rebel army. As long as you talk about the actions taken by Crocodile and also the reconstruction that will be carried out by our kingdom to their kingdom. At least it has the potential to eliminate the rebellion army. We really have to do it, Ars nodded. At least this way, Cobra's name can also be cleared of the slander he has received all this time. By the way, Ares, should I come to the kingdom of Alabasta? Loelmina asked with interest. Talks have already taken place, and if after this we get approval from the kingdom of Alabasta regarding the proposal I put forward earlier, we only signed to complete this cooperation. No, Ars shook his head. That is no longer necessary. Because the talks have already taken place and both parties have agreed to establish a cooperative relationship. We just need to invite the king of Alabasta to come here to do the signing while also handing over the flag that will later be flown on the Octagon region. Who will pick him up later? Hashirama? Loelmina asked with great interest. If possible. I don't want Hashirama to do this task. Ars shook his head. Hashirama is currently always appearing in public, and if he is the one who always appears to do the task, the public will probably be suspicious, and especially the world government will definitely be suspicious of this. At least let someone else do it. In that case, will Ulquiorra do it? Loelmina asked again. That's the closest option now. Ars nodded. However, to summon Ulquiorra requires quite a lot of points, and my current points are still not enough. How much does it cost to summon Ulquiorra, and how many points do you currently have? Asked Loelmina. Ars immediately opened his stats panel and said, my current points are only a little over 18 million, and to summon Ulquiorra it takes at least 80 million points. 80 million points. That's quite a lot, Loelmina muttered. That's how it is, Ars nodded. Besides, I also just got information from Cajun that tomorrow the first 5 housing units of the first type will soon be completed, and according to the arrangements that have been set. You will later. I don't want to, Loelmina said firmly. Ars stopped while looking at Loelmina. Don't want to? Don't you want to move, Loa? Loelmina nodded and said, you can give the house to the others. I will stay at your house. Ars looked at Loelmina with a flat gaze which immediately made Loelmina's face blush. Why are you looking at me like that, Ars? Asked Loelmina in a coy tone. You're too aggressive, aren't you? Ars asked dryly. Your attitude has been quite different since the first time we met. What happened to the Iowa I used to know? Wait, don't say it's because of Rin? Loelmina's face immediately turned red when she heard Ars' words and could not answer Ars's words. Ars sighed and replied, I already know. You, Kaguya, Sheena, and Rin. You 4 have feelings for me, right? The attitude of the 4 of you is very clear, and even though you hide it very well. However, your actions, attitude and personality really reflect that. Ars paused for a moment and continued, to be honest, right now I still have thoughts about love affairs and also marriage. The thing I'm currently thinking about is the matter of building this kingdom. I want this kingdom to be built quickly so that we can live in peace here. Ars stopped back and looked at Loelmina, whose head was down and her face was sad too. Loa. Ars called out in a softer tone. Loelmina, who listened to the call from Ars, slowly raised her head and looked at Ars. Do you really like me? Ars asked calmly. Loelmina, who got Ars's gaze, nodded spontaneously. I see. Ars sighed. You are a beautiful woman, Iowa. It's not just you, every higher up from our kingdom are all beautiful women. Every man who manages to get you to be their life partner will be very happy. I don't want to lie. Even myself, if I can get one of you to be my life partner, I would be very happy. However, now is not the time to think about that. Ars paused and continued, I'm very happy that you, Kaguya, Sheena, and Rin have feelings for me. However, right now, I still can't repay that due to the attachment of duties and responsibilities I currently have. I also can't promise the 4 of you that I will marry you later, especially in the future. No one will know what will happen in the future. The future is a very abstract concept, Ars said. It could be that right now you like me. However, what about in the future? Surely if you find someone, not. Loelmina immediately said sternly and looked at Ars, I won't like anyone else. I will still like you. I'll be waiting for you, Ars. I'll wait until you're really ready. Ars saw Loelmina's gaze. It was not a gaze that carried a lie, but rather a look of determination and hope. Are you really sure? Ars asked again. I'm sure. Loelmina nodded. Perhaps. Right now I can be said to be the luckiest man to receive your direct recognition, Iowa, Ars said with a small smile on his face. Alright. Let's make it like this. If in time I'm ready later, and if you really still have feelings for me, I will immediately propose to you to be my wife. Meanwhile, if you really don't have feelings for me anymore, you are free to marry whoever you like at that time. I won't stop it. I will never like another man but you. Loelmina shook her head. I will wait for you whenever the time comes. Ars just smiled at Loelmina's words. Ars, Loelmina suddenly called out, are the 4 of us? Are you going to choose one of us? Choose one? Ars asked in confusion. What do you mean? In the future when you are ready to get married. Loelmina paused and continued, and at that time, The four of us still had feelings for you. Will you choose one of us or will you marry the four of us? I don't know, Ars answered immediately. Don't know? Loelmina asked in confusion. Yes. I do not know. That is the answer, Ars said calmly, then sighed. I don't know what answer I should take. Because if I choose one of the four of you to be my life partner, I'm afraid the other three will be hurt and your relationship will be damaged. Then you can marry the four of us. Loelmina said calmly. Are you serious? Ars asked while raising his brow. You know, women usually don't like variety, especially for their life partner. Loelmina nodded and sighed. I know. I also don't really want to share with another woman for a man who is my husband. However, I knew that there was no way I could get that. The four of us have also talked about this before and we have no problem with it. You four have talked about it? Ars was very surprised by this. Is that the reason why your room is always noisy at night? How did you find out? Loelmina asked with a surprised face. I usually wake up at night to go out to get a drink or something. Usually when you pass by, your room is with the lights on and there are voices in there that seem to be discussing. Ars paused and continued. I didn't think that you guys were actually talking about this. That's quite embarrassing, Loelmina muttered with a flushed face. Regarding the matter of marrying the four of you, I can't answer this question. Really, this is something very heavy for me, Ars said calmly. Besides, if I marry the four of you, I must also be fair to each of you. I don't know if I can afford to do that. You can arrange some time to spend with us, Ars, Loelmina said calmly, like if you married the four of us. We can arrange the time you can be with someone within a week. After that you can be with the others. That way, each of us has an equal amount of time between each other. Are you guys really capable of surviving? Ars asked. If you do such things, you have to wait 3 weeks to be with me. Loelmina paused and could not answer this. Ars sighed. We'd better stop talking about this marriage, Loa. This conversation is quite heavy and also I myself still have no plans to get married. Besides, I already said, didn't I? The concept of the future is very abstract. Even though we're setting it up this time. However, no one knows what will happen in the future. It could be, right now you four like me. But in the future? It could be that only one of you likes me. Loelmina nodded slowly. No need to be sad, Ars suddenly said. You already confessed to me, didn't you? You are ahead of the others. Although at this time your confession cannot be answered by me. I promise the time will come. As long as you maintain this love for me until I'm ready to marry. You are the woman I will marry for the first time. Loelmina immediately raised her head and her eyes trembled with tears. Loelmina's feeling is a feeling full of joy because she didn't expect to get such a big promise from Ars. What? Are you really going to do it, Ars? Loelmina asked in a trembling voice. Believe me. I promise. As long as you really still like me when I'm ready. I will immediately propose to you and you will be the first person I marry if in one case, there are several women who will later become my wife. You will be the first woman I will marry. Ars paused for a moment and continued. You already got the answer from me, didn't you? Okay. Let's go back to our previous topic of conversation. Our conversation has gone too far. Loelmina nodded vigorously. Although she is not the only woman who will later marry Ars. Loelmina is sure that Ars will not only get one woman but there will be several women who become Ars' wives. However, Loelmina would be the first wife of Ars. It was an honor for him that even the first wife was a woman his partner would always remember. In addition, usually the first wife also always has a very high position in the heart of her partner. Chapter 128, Invitation. Ars regarding the house we will be living in. Loelmina, who had returned to feeling excited and happy, immediately opened their conversation back to the previous topic that the two of them discussed. I think we can postpone the use of the house first. Right now it's better for you to focus on collecting these points to summon Alkiora. We also currently don't really need these houses because at this time we are still comfortable living in our current place. Later, after Alkiora is successfully summoned, you can use your points to replenish the houses that have been completed. Loelmina paused for a moment and continued. The point is that you are currently only delaying completing the houses and not in the sense that you are going to stop the project completely. I'm sure our friends will understand this and Rayleigh and Shaki will also accept it. After all, I see that both of them are quite comfortable living in this royal palace. They also don't seem to be in too much of a hurry to get the house. I think so. Ars sighed. We will present this at the meeting that will be held in the evening if you wish to inform this at the meeting which will be held in the evening. At the very least, you have to hide the facts about Elia and the others. Due to the meeting we will be holding in the evening, Robin will be joining the meeting. Loelmina said calmly. Yes. I should be able to organize my sentences for a while tonight. Ars nodded and continued again. What do you think, if Rayleigh and Shaki take part in the meeting? Rayleigh and Shaki? Loelmina thought for a moment and continued. I don't think it would be a problem for both of them to join the meeting. Both of them are natives of this world, and also both of them must be very familiar with the territory in the kingdom of Alabasta, especially for Shaki. He has a very large intelligence network in this world. We can ask for his opinion related to the problem of the reconstruction design that we will build for the kingdom of Alabasta. For example, if the kingdom of Alabasta will accept the proposal we submit. Aries nodded. Simultaneously, Loelmina's den mushi sounded. Ars and Loelmina looked at each other, then Loelmina immediately lifted the den mushi, smiling. Hello, Loelmina here, Miss Loelmina, it's me, Bell. It turns out that Commander Bell. Loelmina immediately greeted him with a friendly smile. What about the conversation you had with the king of Alabasta? Did your side accept the proposal previously put forward by us? Miss Loelmina, your majesty has accepted the proposal. Bell said excitedly, and the voice could be heard by Ars directly. That's very good news, Loelmina said with a smile full of joy, because there were two great news she got today. The first news was the feeling that Ars had, and the second news regarding the acceptance of the proposal received by the Alabasta kingdom that was previously made by him. Commander Bell, because your side has accepted the wish to cooperate and also wants our kingdom to help with the reconstruction. Can you come to our kingdom? I have previously had conversations with His Majesty, and also His Majesty has the desire to immediately spread the cooperative relationship that has been formed between these two kingdoms to the public by conducting a live broadcast like the actions we did before in the Octagon meeting. This live broadcast is to announce the ongoing cooperative relationship between the two kingdoms, with you being the representative in this place. Although, usually we have to sign first on a document that must be done by both leaders. However, right now the case is quite different and we have to take action now to just be safe. Security? Bell asked in confusion. The Dressrosa case. Commander Bell must know about this, right? Loelmina asked calmly. Sure, Bell nodded. What does this have to do with it, Miss Loelmina? Asked Bell. The news about the Dressrosa kingdom being destroyed due to the development of a world-destroying weapon is a lie orchestrated by the world government. The real reason the Dressrosa kingdom was destroyed was because the world government knew that the Dressrosa kingdom would establish a cooperative relationship with our side. This. Bell suddenly fell silent hearing this. The world government did not want our alliance to be stronger than before and chose to destroy the Dressrosa kingdom before we announced our cooperative relationship. The world government knows that as long as we have not confirmed the relationship, we will not take revenge as long as they attack. That is also what they used to destroy the Dressrosa kingdom, Loelmina said calmly. The action we are currently taking is to make a live broadcast announcement, even though there has not been a formal signing of the document by the two leaders, just to secure the Alabasta kingdom from the attacks of the world government. As long as our kingdom has confirmed this cooperative relationship, the world government will definitely not dare to attack or anything against your kingdom, even if you later withdraw from their power. Since they know, there's no point in provoking us. I see. Bell knew how severe the current situation was. Loa, hand over the den mushi. Let me do the talking. Ars said calmly. Loelmina nodded and immediately handed the den mushi to Ars. It's me, Ars. King Fortis. Bell was immediately surprised to find that currently it was not Loelmina who spoke but Ars, the leader of the Fortis kingdom. It is an honor to be able to speak with you directly, King Fortis. There's no need to be so polite, Ars said calmly. What I was said to you earlier is the truth. The reason behind the Dressrosa kingdom being destroyed is because the world government knows that our two kingdoms are close to establishing a cooperative relationship. It remains only to do the signing. However, at that time, the world government knew that as long as the signing of the cooperative relationship had not occurred and our kingdom had not confirmed it, our kingdom would not take any action as long as the world government attacked the Dressrosa kingdom. Therefore, at this time I have also changed the existing policy. Usually when the talks have taken place, both parties must first sign before this relationship is directly confirmed to the public. However, the current situation was very different from before. At least our side must confirm it first, although there has not been a signing, but there has been an agreement between the two parties. This is to secure the situation from those who want to build a cooperative relationship with us. I see. Bell nodded seriously. This situation is really very complicated. Thank you, King Fortis. If you don't act like this. Maybe. No need to thank me. It's only natural for the two kingdoms to protect each other, especially those that already have a bond of cooperation, Ars said calmly. Commander Bell, are you currently with the King of Prudence? Yes. I am currently with him. Can you hand this den mushi to him? I see. Although Bell was quite confused by the request from Ars, Bell did so anyway by handing over his den mushi to the King of Prudence. Hello, King of Fortis, it's me, Elizabeth II. Elizabeth II said in a polite tone, even though both of them had the same status. However, Elizabeth II knew his status in front of Ars was still low. King of Prudence, may I ask for a favor? Ars asked with a smile. Help? Ha ha ha. That's an easy thing, King Fortis. What kind of help do you need? Elizabeth II asked excitedly. You see, currently none of our people can pick up Commander Bell to come to our kingdom. Therefore, can the King of Prudence help me to bring him to our kingdom? Elizabeth II's eyes immediately lit up hearing this. Meanwhile, Dagama, who was behind him, was also excited because he knew this was an opportunity to come to the Fortis kingdom. Even if they only came, they could at least get a chance to taste the dishes made by the Fortis kingdom. What about Mr. Hashirama? Elizabeth II asked calmly. Is he not present at the moment? Hashirama is currently not here. He was on a trip with Chuichiru. There is no reliable person to do the pickup, Ars said calmly. I see, Elizabeth II nodded. I see. I'll deliver it right away. Could the King of Prudence arrive here before lunch? I also need to have a conversation with Commander Bell regarding some matters. Apart from that, we also need to make preparations for the live broadcast later. Before lunch? Elizabeth II's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. King of Prudence. May I come too? Follow? Ha ha ha. Of course, you can come along. You are a king of a kingdom who built a cooperative relationship with our side. Of course, you will always be welcome here. I'm also quite interested in how the development of your government system is progressing, and I also want to ask about the talks that the three of you had previously related to the cooperative relationship. Ars himself knew about Elizabeth II's desire to come here. However, Ars didn't say this out of respect and also to maintain the dignity of Elizabeth II in front of Belle. Ha 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 ha. That is very good news. Alright, I'll come right away. Good. The ship that you will use is parked directly at the port in the area where the residents live. Loa will welcome you here later, I understand. Elizabeth II nodded. Would you like to continue the conversation with Commander Bell? Yes. Please give it back. The denden mushi held by Elizabeth II were returned to Bell. Meanwhile, Elizabeth II immediately ordered Dagama to make preparations for the voyage. It's me, King Fortis, Bell said politely. Commander Bell, please inform King Cobra of the live broadcast action we will be taking and ask him to prepare a place where the residents can see the live broadcast clearly. Also tell him to install speakers where each region can listen to the live broadcast so that later on the cooperation relationship, reconstruction plans and others will be known by the residents. In addition, I will also later assist in freeing the name of King Cobra from the slander that is currently being experienced by him. I see. Bell nodded seriously. Okay. Our further discussion will take place later here. Please do what I asked before. The communication line was immediately closed again. Initial preparations are ready, Loomana said with a smile. You'd better get into the second preparation, Ars. Get in touch with Morgans to help us get the live stream running. Sure, Ars nodded then sighed. This bird. I didn't think he would be able to gain so much from us, Loomana chuckled softly. Ars immediately contacted Morgans and quickly the communication line was established. Hello, with Morgan's greatest journalist here, the greatest journalist. Ars muttered under his breath. Your voice describes you sounding very happy today, Morgans. I guess in these few days, you've made a lot of profit, haven't you? This voice? Morgans immediately stood up from his chair and his eyes flashed a touch of excitement. Yes, yes, yes. Isn't his King Fortis? If I may know, what is the purpose of a king like you contacting me? Is there something you want me to do? Morgan's words are quite harsh. However, his tone was quite polite. The Fortis kingdom is currently the highest power in this world. Morgans didn't have a secret about the Fortis kingdom that he could use to threaten ours. Because of that, Morgans couldn't go easy on the Fortis kingdom. Your intuition as a journalist is really scary, Morgans. It's an honor to have your compliments, Morgan smirked. I also want to thank you. Because of the various actions you took, I gained a lot of advantages. Well, if you want to thank me, how about you give me some of the income you get? How about 30% of the total income? Ha ha ha. You are very good at joking, King Fortis. How could a king from a great kingdom like you take advantage of me being a minor journalist? Morgan said sadly, my current total income is not even comparable to the smallest income your empire has. Apart from that, I also need to make payments to my employees and many other things. Okay, enough playing around, Ars said with a sigh. Morgans, I want to do a live broadcast again. Oh? Live broadcast? Morgan's interest was immediately high when he heard this. If I may know, what is the content of the live broadcast? How about you spill it to me a bit? It was about the Fourth Kingdom establishing a cooperative relationship with our side, Ars said calmly. Fourth Kingdom? Morgans was then so shocked that he immediately stood up from his seat. I wonder, which kingdom is lucky to be able to build a cooperative relationship with your side? You'll find out later. Ars didn't give an answer. Help us to arrange the live broadcast and also spread the word about this live broadcast. We will be broadcasting live at exactly 1 p.m. You can do this, can't you? Ha 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 ha. Of course. It was something very easy for me to do. Morgans laughed excitedly, especially news about your kingdom. News about your kingdom has always been something that many people have been looking for. They will definitely be very happy after hearing the news about this. Especially regarding a kingdom that managed to establish cooperation with your side. Morgans paused and continued while narrowing her eyes. Does this kingdom have anything to do with the world government? You're too curious? Morgans didn't answer him. Better be careful with your curiosity. If you don't control it, you might get into danger because your curiosity is too high. Oh? Is this a threat to me? Morgans asked calmly. Even though Morgans put on a calm face. However, there was a feeling of fear within him right now. Because the ones that pose a threat are not the world government, the Navy, the Revolutionary Army, or the pirates. But King Fortis. The threat posed by King Fortis was different from the other powers. Because it's possible, Morgans is currently being monitored by spies from the Fortis Kingdom. Although previously Morgans had conducted an investigation related to the Fortis Kingdom spy on each of its employees and could not find it. However, Morgans remained very cautious. Because even spies from the Fortis Kingdom could infiltrate the world government directly. Surely the spies have now entered his organization and are currently monitoring him. It's not a threat. Rather just a suggestion, Ars said calmly. However, you can also assume it is a threat from my side. Because as long as you put out news about my kingdom and the news is something that is not appropriate. So, get ready, Morgans. I won't let you go easily. Even if you run to the end of the world, no, before you can even hide. My spies will kill you instantly. Morgan swallowed hard when he heard the threat Ars gave him. Stay cool. I won't do anything to you. As long as you broadcast news that matches the facts in our kingdom. Even though it's bad news, I don't mind it. However, you remember, the news that is issued regarding my kingdom must be news that is factual. Otherwise, be prepared to face your death. I see. Morgans nodded, breaking out in a cold sweat. Well, that's all. Please help. The direct communication line is closed again. Meanwhile, Morgans, who was in his study, sat down in his chair with a stoic face. No, I can't. Never provoke this person. He's so dangerous. This guy. There's nothing I can hide from him. He's really scary, Morgans muttered. Morgans then immediately carried out orders from Ars by preparing all the things needed for the live broadcast. As well as the preparation of the place, delivery of information and various other things. Almost everyone in this world, especially those who know about the Fortis Kingdom at this time, have fallen into the trap set up by Ars. World government, Navy, Revolutionary Army, Empire and pirates. All the powers that exist in this world at this time have considered the Fortis Kingdom to be a very terrible power because of the various actions that were previously carried out. However, they themselves do not know that the actual strength possessed by them is still weaker than the strength of the world government, Navy, and Revolutionary Army. It's just that, from the time it first appeared to the public, Ars has played a strong psychological role where Ars planted a suggestion in people's minds that the Fortis Kingdom is a very powerful kingdom, which is also supported by Ars with Hashirama's presence along with the photos of royal officials that were previously shown. The point is that Ars is currently in complete control of this world. Chapter 129, Dish Completion. New World, Sphinx Island. The cooking match between Thaked and Juichiru is becoming more and more lively, especially now that the cooking match has entered the most decisive part, namely doing the most of the dishes. Everyone was currently waiting patiently for the two of them to plant the dishes they had currently finished making. The scent that was surrounding the area was currently filled with the food dishes between the two. However, the smell of food that dominated the area was Juichiru's. At the same time, Hashirama, who was previously walking towards the back, suddenly walked back to where the judges were. Is there something important, Hashirama? Really asked with great interest. This immediately attracted the attention of Whitebeard and Garp, who were there. Hashirama nodded. We can't linger here, Rayleigh. We have to get back before nightfall. Before nightfall? Garp asked with a raised brow. Is there something you need to do? Garp asked with great interest while also wanting to gather information. Not a job. Hashirama shook his head. It's just, there will be a meeting to attend for a little while tonight. Hashirama paused and looked at Rayleigh. You can also join the meeting later. Rayleigh, can I come along? Rayleigh was quite surprised by the information. Hashirama nodded. It's not just you. But Robin and Shaki will later join the meeting. Robin? Garp muttered under his breath and shook his head. What is the topic of our meeting, Hashirama? Rayleigh asked with interest. I guess it's fine to talk about it here, right? Especially I also have to join in this conversation. Surely this has nothing to do with secrets from the kingdom that should not be known by the public. Hashirama nodded. Yes. The topic that we will discuss later is the problem of reconstructing design in a kingdom that has just established a cooperative relationship with us. The kingdom that built a cooperative relationship with you? Garp exclaimed with a very surprised face. This Garp's voice instantly caught everyone's attention and everyone's interest was instantly high. What do you mean by the reconstruction of a kingdom, Hashirama? Whitebeard asked with great interest. The kingdom that establishes a cooperative relationship with our kingdom is one of the kingdoms in the Grand Line territory. The kingdom was called the Kingdom of Alabasta. You must have heard of this kingdom, right? Alabasta Kingdom? Garp muttered with quite a surprised face. The Kingdom of Alabasta. Isn't that a kingdom ruled by the Nefertari family, and it's a kingdom located in the desert, isn't it? Whitebeard asked. Hashirama nodded. A while ago, this kingdom sent their representatives to the Prudence Kingdom. As a result, after holding talks, we agreed to establish a cooperative relationship with this kingdom by reconstructing the kingdom's territory. Well, what do you mean by that reconstruction? Does your kingdom want to change back the territory of that kingdom? Whitebeard asked again. That's the plan. Hashirama nodded. The plan is that the desert area that belongs to the Kingdom of Alabasta will later be converted by us into an area that can be used as agriculture. Well, let's just say we're going to do reforestation for the desert area. Besides that, later we will make a river and others. Essentially, our kingdom wants to turn this territory owned by the Kingdom of Alabasta into a territory that can be cultivated, right? Really asked. That's it. Hashirama nodded. Oi. Are you guys seriously going to do that? Garp asked strangely. The territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta is a very large territory, and it is very difficult to turn the territory into a ready-to-use territory. Gorara Whitebeard laughed excitedly. If it's someone else you're saying this, Garp, I'm sure it will be difficult for that person to do so. I agree, Rayleigh said with a grin. Garp, if I don't come directly to the Fortis Kingdom, I may have the same thoughts as you. However, since I came there are many things that you previously thought were impossible, are actually quite easy for our kingdom to do. One of them is doing the reforestation. Rayleigh's gaze fell on Hashirama. You're definitely the one who's going to be dispatched for this task, aren't you? It seems so. Hashirama nodded. Among all the higher-ups of our kingdom, I am best suited for this task. My ability to relate to nature as well as my chakra itself has the elements of earth and water, which are able to create rivers and lakes, which are both things that the Kingdom of Alabasta needs the most right now. Garp finally came to his senses and immediately looked at the seat he was currently using and thought that the statement to reconstruct the territory was something that could actually be done. Well, if it's related to the problem of reconstruction, why do you have to hold a meeting? Wouldn't it be better to directly turn the entire territory of the Alabasta Kingdom into forest territory? Asked Garp stupidly. Ha 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 ha. Rayleigh laughed, then said, Garp, you better not ask Hashirama those questions. Because he probably won't be able to answer it. He. Hashirama laughed shyly. If you talk to the other higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom, they can definitely answer that question. Although the answer itself will not be accurate enough because each of them has their own opinion. However, at least they can give a very close answer regarding the reason, Rayleigh said with a grin. Gorara Whitebeard laughed excitedly. Are the higher-ups of your kingdom really intelligent people? Don't underestimate them, Whitebeard. Rayleigh immediately said. Don't think of them as ordinary people. Each of them excels in their own field. Ha 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 ha. Of course. My friends are great people, Hashirama said while laughing happily. Done. Suddenly Thaked said excitedly as he raised his hand. Everyone immediately turned their attention to Thaked, who was currently finishing his meal while Juichiru was still in the process of plating. There he is. Commander Thaked finishes first. Commander Thaked will definitely win this match. Come on everyone. We have to support Commander Thaked to win. I think it's time for me. Hashirama then walked to the front and looked at Thaked. Have you finished your meal, Thaked? Already, Thaked smirked as he showed the 4 plates that were currently covered with trays. Are you going to wait for Juichiru to finish, or do you want to serve him first? Hashirama asked. Thaked immediately turned his attention to Juichiru, who was currently finishing the plating for his dish. I guess I'll wait for Juichiru to finish first. He'll be done soon too. Hashirama nodded, and at this time everyone waited quietly while Juichiru finished the plating for his dish. Finally, after waiting a few minutes, Juichiru finished the plating of his dish as he covered the dish with a lid. Juichiru immediately raised his hands with a deep sigh. I've finished my dish. Juichiru then looked at Thaked, who was now beside Juichiru. That. Finally you came to your senses, Juichiru. Thaked smirked. You really have a very frightening level of focus, Juichiru. He. Juichiru laughed shyly and continued. How was your meal? Are you ready? Yeah. Thaked nodded then said, but I'm not sure if it compares to your dish. That dish of yours. It was so beautiful. Thaked muttered with a face full of surprise. Very beautiful. Is Juichiru's dish really that beautiful? Unlucky. How could my share be taken by that old man? Ace muttered with a face full of gloomy emotions, which the other commanders also felt. Meanwhile, Marco and Jaira are currently excited because they can get a share. Finally. Garp immediately shouted excitedly, "It's finally time to taste the dishes." Unlucky. "I can't wait for it." Garp's voice immediately caught Juichiru's attention. Juichiru immediately turned his attention towards the seats of the judges and his face immediately turned full of surprise. "Garp? Ha 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 ha. Boy, you finally came to your senses." Garp smirked excitedly looking at Juichiru. Juichiru's gaze immediately turned to Hashirama. "When was Garp here?" "No, how did he get here? Isn't he a marine?" "He's been around for a long time," Juichiru really said calmly. "The purpose of coming here is to taste the dishes made by you." "Well, don't think he's a marine." The old man was quite different from the rest of the marines. You can forget about his reckless attitude. Ha 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 ha. Garp just laughed at this. "Hey, kid. Hurry up and serve your meal. This old man is looking forward to tasting the dishes made by you." "Tasting a dish made by me?" Juichiru said confusedly, then continued, "Looks like I have to apologize, Garp. I currently only make 5 dishes, of which only for Hashirama, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Ace, and That. You may not be able to get a share. Unless one of them will give me their share even a little." That. Immediately the division commanders realized that there was still Fate who would later get a share. Unlucky. Marco and Jiru finally came to their senses. "This is bad," Marco muttered, which at this time he saw Ace and others had started walking towards Fate to persuade him to give a little part of the dish made by Juichiru. Especially after the revelations from Fate earlier. The dishes made by Juichiru must be really good. They definitely wouldn't let this get away with it. "Hey," Fate Ace suddenly arrived beside Fate, then hugged his shoulder. "We are both good friends. No, we are brothers. You'll give me a small portion of the dish Juichiru made, won't you?" "Aces?" Juichiru asked confusedly. "Don't you have your own share?" Ha 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 ha. Garp immediately laughed excitedly. "You don't have to think about that, Juichiru. The dish you gave Ace will be given to me." "He has given it?" Juichiru was quite surprised to hear this and looked at Ace, whose face was now full of the gloom. "Is that true, Ace?" Ace nodded with difficulty. "That's right. You can give it to the old man." Juichiru just nodded directly and looked at Fake, who was currently surrounded by all the commanders, to get his share. "Do you guys really want to taste the dishes made by me?" Juichiru asked strangely. "Of course," Jaws said excitedly. "If so, you don't have to do such things. If this cooking match is over, I can make a meal for you guys," Juichiru said and looked at the bunch of ingredients. "Aren't those ingredients prepared for that?" Everyone's eyes immediately shone with excitement. "Hey," Chihiro Hashirama immediately called out to him, "we can't last the night here. We have to get back before nightfall." "Back before nightfall?" Juichiru asked confusedly. "Didn't His Majesty give us permission until tomorrow?" "The current situation has changed," Hashirama said seriously. "The kingdom has just established a new cooperative relationship, and under the cooperation agreement, our kingdom will later assist in reconstructing the territory owned by the kingdom." "Doing reconstruction?" Juichiru asked strangely. "Which kingdom establishes a cooperative relationship with our kingdom?" "Kingdom of Alabasta Kingdom." "I see," Juichiru nodded. "Well then. Still, we can still hang in here until the afternoon, can't we? We can still have a party, right?" Gorora Whitebeard laughed excitedly. "Of course. It can still be done." Whitebeard's gaze fixed on Marco. "What time is it, Marco?" "It's still 10 o'clock, Oyaji. It's still early in the morning and it's still long enough to arrive in the afternoon. We still have a lot of time to spend together," Whitebeard said excitedly. "You can use all the materials available to prepare the party if you are having a party, and the party is the dish made by Juichiru." "I will definitely come along," Garp said excitedly. "You come? Hey, old man. Are you really not wrong? How could a marine like you join the party with us?" Ace asked strangely and hoped for Garp to leave this place soon. Because as long as Garp was here, he would always feel a threat from Garp. "Shut up, you brat!" Garp shouted angrily. "This old man is not currently Vice Admiral Garp. The current parent is your grandfather. There is no connection between current work matters." Garp then muttered under his breath. "How could I possibly let go of this opportunity to eat freely? Ha 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 ha." Rayleigh, who heard this, laughed then looked at Hashirama. "It's fine for us to join the party until the afternoon, right?" "Yes. No problem." Hashirama nodded and continued. "However, only until the afternoon. We have to return before nightfall. Either way, we had to join the meeting. I don't want to get punished by His Majesty for our non-participation." "Yes. The punishment must be quite terrible." Juichiru nodded in agreement. "Terrifying? What's the punishment?" Garp asked with interest. "Is that a pay cut penalty issue?" "If it's Hashirama and Juichiru, there is a possibility that the punishment given to the two of them is to be banned from leaving the kingdom for a period of time." Rayleigh said calmly. "Your Majesty is very familiar with the nature and characteristics of each person. This punishment must be the worst for both of them." "Can't get out?" Everyone's faces immediately changed. Even Whitebeard also looked very ugly. That really was a terrible punishment. Garp nodded because he himself liked freedom too. Decision has been reached, Chihiro suddenly said back. Let's continue this match. I think the others are also looking forward to the dishes we will serve in this match. Thake nodded. That's right. Garp shouted again excitedly. This old man can't wait to taste the dishes of the two of you. Bring it here quickly. You won't get a dish made by Thake, Garp really said. Thake only made 4 copies. It's just for me, Newgate, Hashirama, and Juichiru. What? Garp was very surprised to hear this and looked at Thake. Is that true? Yes, Thake nodded. I only made 4 copies. How could it be? Garp's face immediately collapsed. Goro Whitebeard laughed very happily at Garp's expression. Well then, let's start the assessment for this match, Hashirama said excitedly. Which of you two will be first? Let's start with Juichiru. Garp immediately said with his sad face returning with enthusiasm. What do you think? Juichiru asked Thake. Thake immediately shook his head. No. Let me be the first. My dish has taken a long time to finish. It's possible it's getting cold. I don't want it to affect the taste of my dish. In addition to these reasons, another reason Thake wanted to go first was because he himself was not optimistic about the dishes made by him. Thake already knew that he would lose, especially when he saw the design of a dish made by Juichiru, which could be said to be almost not a dish but a work of art. However, even so, since this is a match, Thake will definitely keep going. Meanwhile, the people who will later get a share for the Juichiru dish that Thake got have increased. The previous ones were just Marco and Jairu. Now it has increased to Jaws and Ace. Due to the small size of the dish, Thake himself will later divide the dish so that the 5 of them can get an equal share. Then let's start with Thake first, Hashirama said. Thake, please serve your meal. Thake nodded and immediately started serving his dish. Chapter 0, Artwork. Thake immediately brought the dish made by him in front of Whitebeard, Hashirama, and Rayleigh. The dish made by him at this time is still unknown to anyone since it is currently closed. Garp, who was at the table, stared at the dish that was currently being closed with a face full of irritation at not being able to get his share of the dish. As a foodie, Garp naturally wanted to try the dish. Similar to the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, they also want to try the dish made by Thake. Goro, what's with that stare of yours, Garp? Whitebeard laughed excitedly, saying in a mocking tone, don't look at me with that gaze, Garp. You are an uninvited guest here. Of course you can't get this part. HMPH. Shut up, Whitebeard. Garp immediately said angrily, I believe the dish tastes mediocre. The dishes made by Juichiru are definitely better than that. Goro Whitebeard immediately replied with a laugh and continued, nevertheless, we'll also get a meal from Juichiru later. Compared to you who couldn't get Thake's dish. I think it's better to stop that stupid bickering you two are having. Really suddenly came in. If you guys continue the fight, we won't be able to taste this dish soon. That's right, Oyaji Ace suddenly said, you should stop your fight with the old man. We can't wait to taste our share too. Ace bastard. Garp immediately shouted angrily, call me grandpa. Goro Whitebeard laughed at Ace's comment and immediately dispelled his intention to mock. What dish did you make, Thake? Hashirama asked with great interest. My dish has the same theme as Juichiru. Thake smirked. Same dish as me? Did you use beef? Juichiru asked with great interest. No, Thake shook his head. I did use meat as the main ingredient. However, the meat used by me is the meat from the Sea King. Oh? Sea Kings? It's quite a step-by-step ingredient as well as one that has the best quality of all kinds of meat ingredients. Juichiru nodded. Are you able to process it well? Don't underestimate our chef, Juichiru Jaws said. Thake has been working on Sea King meat for a long time. The dishes made by him are also very good. There is no way he will lose this match. That's right, Haruta said while nodding. Thake will definitely win this match. Don't get me wrong, first Juichiru immediately said. It's not that I'm condescending, Thake. I'm just asking about how to process it. Sea King meat is an ingredient that has the best quality and also the ingredients themselves have a very strong taste. Even if it's only served in the usual way, the meat from Sea King will definitely have a good taste. It's just that, if someone knows how to process it by adjusting the use of appropriate spices and also setting the appropriate sauce, the taste of the meat will improve a lot compared to before. Don't worry, Juichiru. I have processed this meat well and also I used all my experience to create this dish. Thake smirked, then opened the lid of the dish. Instantly the aroma of the meat along with the smell of the sauce instantly covered the surrounding area. This scent. It smells so good. As expected of Commander Thake. The dishes made by him are very fragrant. Extraordinary. The appearance of the dish was also very beautiful. The plate that Thake used at the time of plating was a clean, flat white plate. Sea King meat is cut into squares with a thickness of 4 centimeters. At the bottom of the meat there is a green sauce and there are also some additional fresh vegetables combined by Faked right on the left side of the plate. Excellent setting, really commented looking at the dish. Gormara, your cooking skills seem to have improved quite a bit. Faked Whitebeard was very happy to see this. This dish can enter into a high-class dish, Hashirama commented, then looked at Faked. What is the name of this dish, Faked? This dish is called steak seeking with a combination of chimichurri sauce, said Faked. Chimichurri. Juichiru muttered, the sauce selection is good enough. It's just, how about the selection of spices and also how to cook it? Unlucky. It looks so delicious, Garp commented while drooling slowly out. If only I had come sooner. Please enjoy my dish. I hope you like it, Faked said, then turned back to his cooking place. Meanwhile, Hashirama and the others started tasting the dish made by Faked. While Faked himself had already given his meal to Juichiru, this is your share. Please give it a try, Juichiru, and give your comments regarding my dish. Yes, Juichiru nodded and immediately cut the meat, and immediately the aroma of the spices used by Faked to coat the meat immediately wafted up. You use spices with a strong taste? Juichiru asked while raising his eyebrows. As expected of you, Faked sighed. Yes. I want to enhance the taste of the meat by enhancing it using seasonings made by myself. Juichiru nodded and immediately tried the dish made by Faked calmly. Every taste in the meat immediately entered Juichiru's mind and he slowly began to analyze it. What do you think, Juichiru? Faked asked with great interest. It's really good, Juichiru nodded and smiled. All the crew of the Whitebeard pirates were very happy to hear this. Even Faked himself was quite surprised to hear the praise given by Juichiru. Your choice of sauce is also very precise. You use chimichurri sauce to stabilize the intense flavor of the meat. Juichiru nodded. It's just. Your choice of seasoning is quite wrong here. Wrong? Faked was momentarily stunned to hear this. Yes. I've said it before, haven't I? Seeking meat is a meat with high quality and also has a strong taste. Although not processed using spices and directly cooked. Seeking meat must be really good. Your choice of seasoning here is quite wrong, Faked, Juichiru said calmly, instead of using a seasoning with a high taste. It's better if you use spices with a lower taste. Because you use spices with a high taste like this. The taste of the seeking meat that you want to highlight in this dish has to fight with the taste of the spices you use. Fight? Faked fell silent again hearing this. Try it for yourself. Juichiru immediately handed over the small piece that had been cut by him. Faked then immediately ate the dish and began to anesthetize it. Instantly Fake's face immediately turned ugly when he tasted the dish. It feels really shattered. Faked said. You can also continue to taste it, Juichiru added, if you carefully taste the dish. At the bottom of the meat, you will feel the sensation of an area that has a different level of maturity from other areas. Your meat doesn't have an even level of doneness on each side. Listen to Juichiru's comment. Faked immediately cut back Juichiru's meat and began to taste his dish carefully and instantly without taking long. Faked could feel the difference in maturity on each side. The underside of the meat is a very different level of doneness from the underside of the meat. You feel it, don't you? Juichiru asked calmly. Faked nodded. There are many flaws in this dish of mine. My advice, if you want to cook meat, compared to frying it directly on the wok, you'd better use the oven to cook it, Juichiru said calmly. In the part where you cook the meat, you put the fat of the meat under, while the meat you are about to cook put it on top of the fat. This can also help your meat absorb fat, which will later turn into a liquid to enter the meat to improve the taste of your meat, and also with the fat that supports the bottom of the meat. Later the meat will have an even level of doneness on each side. Fake's eyes immediately lit up hearing this. Besides, you change the seasoning you use in this dish. Turn it into a spice with a less strong taste. It can enhance the taste of your dish, Juichiru said calmly. Your dish has the potential to rise to a higher level than before. I'll do it. Faked, who had received advice from Juichiru, was excited. Because right now in his mind there are many ideas to improve the taste of the dish. I guess we don't need to comment anymore, do we? Really asked with an embarrassed smile. Everything has been said by Juichiru. Although I also want to say that this dish is really good. At least, by ordinary standards. This dish can go into the dishes of a famous restaurant. Gormara, that's right, Whitebeard nodded. I'm quite satisfied with eating this dish. This is the most delicious dish I have ever eaten. Faked, who heard this, was very happy because the one who praised him was Whitebeard. This is really a good dish. Hashirama nodded. You really have progressed well, Faked. Compared to before, this dish you made is really delicious. Only Garp is currently gloomy from not getting a share. Alright, Hashirama said again. Fake's dish is done. Let's start your meal now, Juichiru finally. Garp, who previously had a gloomy face, immediately turned excited. Come on, boy. Hurry up and serve your meal. This old man can't wait to taste your dish. Hey, Garp. Do you need to say that? You're just an old man taking his own grandson's share. Whitebeard sniffed discontentedly. What is wrong with it? He is my grandson. Isn't that a natural thing? Garp said with a shameless face and added, Whitebeard, you've recognized Ace as your son. Doesn't that mean you are my son? Come on, you should respect me more as an old man. Whitebeard's face immediately darkened upon hearing this, while Marco and others' faces immediately turned red from having to hold back laughter with Garp's joke. Whitebeard's joyful face immediately changed upon hearing Garp's mockery. Do you parents always have to fight like that? You guys are like a child who can't move at all, Hashirama said tiredly. HMPH. Garp and Whitebeard sniffed discontentedly. Joichiro finally placed his dish in front of the four people. Come on, boy. Quickly open it and let this old man see the dishes made by you. Garp said impatiently, I wonder, is it true that your cooking skills are better than Jin's? He take it easy, Garp. You will definitely feel it. Joichiro smirked. After putting down all the dishes, Whitebeard's pirate crew all waited quietly. Everyone couldn't wait to watch the dishes Joichiro made. Meanwhile, Thaked is currently together with Ace, Marco, Jaws, and Jiru, where the four of them will get a share of Thake's part. Hey! Thaked Ace called out, how's the dish, Joichiro? You've seen it before, haven't you? The dishes made by Joichiro are so beautiful. Thaked said, compared to dishes. It's more like a work of art artwork. Marco and the others asked in confusion. You guys just wait. You'll definitely see it later. They nodded. Simultaneously, Joichiro also opened the lid of his dish, and instantly the aroma of the dish made by Joichiro immediately covered the surrounding area. The aroma that had previously been left by Thake's dish was immediately covered by the aroma of Joichiro's dish. This scent. So fragrant. This scent is even more musty than before. Almost smells like perfume. Unlucky. Just by the smell alone. I can't wait to taste it, Jaws commented excitedly. Joichiro's dish was finally revealed. This. Garp fell silent for a moment at the appearance of the dish. Not only Garp but everyone who saw the dish fell silent. Is this really a dish? This. Almost like a work of art. The dish that Joichiro had was a meat dish. The plate used by Joichiro when plating was a white plate. On the plate there are two meats with a thickness of 5 centimeters separated between the left and right of the plate. The meat looks to have a very beautiful brown color, with the middle of the meat still having a red color, which means the meat is cooked to a rare degree. On the side of the meat on the right side of the plate there is a blue sauce, while on the left side of the plate there is a red sauce that covers the meat. On the top of the plate is a green leaf which enhances the appearance of the dish. What a beautiful dish. Really commented. What is the name of this dish, Joichiro? Hashirama asked with great interest. Even though Hashirama was used to eating dishes made by Joichiro. However, the dishes made by Joichiro were ordinary dishes and not dishes made using all of Joichiro's abilities. Therefore, staring at the dish in front of him, Hashirama was even slightly speechless. Whitebeard, who was staring at the dish, was also speechless because this was the first time he had seen a dish with such a beautiful appearance. This dish is the first dish that I have made. Well, let's say this dish is called beef steak with 2 different sides. Joichiro smiled and said, enjoy it. Joichiro immediately turned around and walked towards Thake to hand over his share. Chapter 1, Supreme Taste. Well, then. Let's try the dish made by Joichiro, Garp said with a grin. Garp immediately took the prepared cutlery and then cut the meat with a knife slowly. Garp chose the meat that had a blue sauce because it looked more tempting in his eyes. By the time the knife touched the meat, even though Garp didn't use the slightest strength or use a saw-cutting technique that could be used to cut meat, by the time the knife cut the meat was instantly cut. It wasn't just Garp who was surprised by the texture of the meat. Whitebeard, Hashirama, and really were also surprised by the texture of the meat made by Hashirama. They don't need to use force or cutting techniques to cut the meat. This meat is so tender. Rayleigh muttered. Almost like a jelly. Hashirama added. After the meat was cut neatly, the 4 of them immediately put the meat quickly into their mouths that had been covered with the sauce they had chosen. The moment the meat entered the mouths of the 4 men, their faces immediately showed a very significant change. Whitebeard couldn't suppress his surprise as the meat melted in his mouth. Without even biting into it, the flesh instantly disintegrated and slowly entered his body. Unlucky. It's really delicious. Garp shouted excitedly, this is the perfect dish. The meat is so tender. The seasoning used in the meat enhances the taste of this meat combined with the sauce used by Joichiro. It's a perfect combination, really commented with a face full of happiness. Hashirama nodded and slowly enjoyed the taste that was in his mouth at this moment. All of Whitebeard's crew members who listened to the comments and also saw the happy faces of the 4 men, even though it was only one mouthful. They are currently full of curiosity about the taste of the dish. Meanwhile, Joichiro finally gives Thake's share to him. My advice, it's best for each piece of meat, you divide into 5 pieces, Joichiro said calmly. Divide into 5 parts? Is there a reason? Faked asked with great interest. This conversation between Faked and Juichiru immediately pulled Garp and the others who had entered the illusion of food back into the real world. This dish is a perfect dish if you eat these two meats in succession. If you only eat one side of this dish, you will only taste half of the taste of this dish. Meanwhile, if you taste these two meats sequentially, you will be able to taste the highest taste of this dish. It doesn't matter if you start with the meat on the right or the left. The point is, as long as you eat the two meats in succession alternately, every time those two meats go into your mouth, you will get the highest taste of this dish. Highest taste? Garp and the others were taken aback by Juichiru's words. Hey, kid. Aren't you kidding? You're saying that a dish as delicious as just one piece of meat isn't complete? Garp asked with a face full of excitement. Yes. The dish is still incomplete if you only taste one part. Juichiru nodded and continued. Please try it yourself and feel the difference after this. Alright, Garp smirked and immediately did as Juichiru said. Meanwhile the others didn't do it and stared at Garp. As the second mouthful of meat covered in red sauce entered Garp's mouth, Garp's face immediately changed drastically. His expression immediately showed a touch of excitement. Damn. It's really delicious. This taste. It's really improved compared to the previous taste. Garp then continued with his trademark laugh, bahahaha. Perfect? This is really a really great dish. Damn. Your cooking skills really surpassed Jin. No, Jin isn't even your equal. Juichiru smirked at the compliment. Without waiting long, Garp continued to try the dish again by alternating the meat. Seeing Garp's completely deceitful expression, Hashirama, Rayleigh, and Whitebeard also did the same. By the time the two pieces of meat entered their mouths, their faces immediately turned into expressions full of joy. Faked. Let's cut the meat right away. I want to try it soon, Ace said with a face full of impatience. Unlucky. That's right, Faked. Let's quickly cut the meat. I can't wait to taste this dish. Marco and Gyra are also currently looking at Fake's face as if saying quickly cut the meat and give me mine. Be patient. You will definitely get your share, Faked said as he started to cut the meat covered in blue sauce. When Faked cut the meat, Faked could feel the meat was very soft to cut. The meat is very tender. Fake's gaze then looked at Juichiru. How did you make the meat this soft, Juichiru? I use honey, Juichiru said calmly. Honey has an enzyme which helps in tenderizing meat. When a meat is covered with a honey for 30 minutes, shame will break down the fibers of the meat which can increase the tenderness of the meat. In addition, honey can also increase the sweetness of the meat. The increase in sweetness is not too strong and is very suitable for use in the process of tenderizing meat and also in the combination of spices. Faked nodded and stored the information in his head. Finally, Faked has divided the two meats into 5 parts where each meat has 5 equal pieces of meat. Finally. Ace shouted excitedly, then immediately took the cutlery he wanted to use and then put one of the pieces of meat into his mouth. Damn it. It's really delicious. Ace exclaimed with a face full of joy. After Ace ate it, then Marco and the others followed and their faces immediately showed that the dish made by Juichiru was really very delicious. This sauce. You used blueberries as the main ingredient? Asked Faked, who had woken up in the illusion created by Juichiru's dish. The main ingredient for the blue sauce is blueberries, while the red one is strawberries. These two main ingredients are food ingredients that taste not too strong and are very suitable for making sauces. Both can also help each other improve feelings for each other. Strawberries has a characteristic sour taste while blueberries is a fruit that has a characteristic sweet taste. With these two conflicting flavors meeting each other, they will get a new taste. Faked was silent hearing this, even if you say that. However, the way to combine the two sauces is quite difficult, especially to get flavors that can mutually reinforce each other. At least. Faked sighed, with the current skills, it's hard to do it. Juichiru shrugged his shoulders as he thought it was quite easy on his own. It didn't take long for Juichiru's dish to be eaten by those who got it. Bahahaha. My choice to come here wasn't a wrong choice. This dish is really a perfect dish, Garp said excitedly looking at Hashirama. Hey, Hashirama. You guys have a special department for chefs who open restaurants, right? Don't they have any plans to open a restaurant outside of your kingdom? Opening a restaurant outside the kingdom? Hashirama asked in confusion. That's right, Hashirama, Ace suddenly said excitedly. Isn't there a chef who will open a restaurant in your kingdom will open a restaurant outside your kingdom? I think that's a pretty good idea, don't you, Hashirama? Juichiru suddenly said. We can try to pass this idea on to His Majesty and send some chefs who will later open restaurants in several places. For example, on Bounty Island, the territory held by Empress Amazon Lily, and also in the Prudence Kingdom. The opening of this restaurant can also help introduce the citizens to the dishes that will be sold by our kingdom. It will be time for our kingdom to open up to the world. They already know about the dishes in our kingdom. Goro Whitebeard laughed at the idea. If you guys have such an idea, don't forget to prioritize opening a restaurant in our jurisdiction. We will be happy to help build the restaurant where your chef works. The entire crew of the Whitebeard pirates were excited to hear this. That doesn't seem like a bad idea. Hashirama nodded. We will try to share this idea with His Majesty. I think His Majesty will definitely accept this idea. That's good. Garp nodded. That way, I can eat well every day. Hee. Okay. You guys have tasted the dishes made by me and thanked Juichiru said back. Now, we can start the judging. I think we'd better skip that, Thaiked said calmly as he looked at Juichiru. I lost. There's no way my dish can compete with the dish you made, Juichiru. The comparison is very far. Thaike's gaze then looked at Whitebeard and the others, even though it's possible that Oyaji will choose me. Whitebeard looked away hearing this. You really are someone who can't be fair in a Whitebeard match, Garp said mockingly. Shut up, uninvited guest, Whitebeard said with an angry face. However, everyone knows that the dish you have is better than mine, Thaiked said then sighed. I lost. However, Thaike's gaze showed determination. Next match. I will definitely win next match. Everyone was shocked by this. Next match, huh? Juichiru grinned excitedly. I can't wait for the match. I hope your cooking skills have improved and also that you don't mix ingredients wrongly. Stay cool. Mistakes like this won't happen a second time. Simultaneously, a newsbird suddenly descended from the sky and landed directly on Juichiru's cooking pot. Newsbird? Marco exclaimed. Are there any interesting topics today? Mark asked. Possibly today's topic is about our kingdom, Juichiru said calmly. Supposedly, His Majesty has asked Morgans to inform him of the actions he will take after this action? Garp asked while raising his brow. He meant it was live, really added. Yes, Hashirama nodded. The news in the newspaper should record the timing of the live broadcast that will be conducted to inform the world of the cooperative relationship that exists between our kingdom and the kingdom of Alabasta. Our own kingdom must do this to anticipate because we don't want the second incident to happen again. Second incident? Whitebeard asked seriously. Did your kingdom ever want to establish cooperative relations with other kingdoms but didn't do it? Ever? Juichiru nodded. At that time with the Dressrosa kingdom, the Dressrosa kingdom? Everyone exclaimed with faces full of surprise. Wait. Marco said with a face full of surprise. Don't say that's right, Hashirama nodded. The destruction that the world government did to the kingdom of Dressrosa was because the kingdom of Dressrosa wanted to establish a cooperative relationship with our side. At that time, there were several demands that His Majesty made Doflamingo to fulfill before the Dressrosan kingdom could establish a cooperative relationship with us. However, before there is a formal agreement between our side and the Dressrosa kingdom regarding the cooperative relationship, the world government has learned of the actions of the Dressrosa kingdom. Your Majesty estimates that the world government is afraid that the strength of the alliance built by us will become even stronger. Moreover, with the kingdom of Dressrosa establishing a cooperative relationship with our kingdom, there is a possibility that the Dressrosa kingdom will leave the world government alliance, which would be a very strong slap to the world government. The image they previously built will be shattered again. Therefore, the only way is that they can only destroy the Dressrosa kingdom using the ancient weapons at their disposal, Juichiru added. Everyone fell silent hearing this. Are you not taking action regarding this? Asked Case. No, Hashirama shook his head. We haven't fully agreed to establish a cooperative relationship yet. This is also used by the world government so as not to get a counterattack from us. If until we have agreed and our party has announced the cooperation relationship. As long as the world government dares to attack the Dressrosa kingdom, we will strike back. You heard that, Garp, Whitebeard said with a mocking face. The world governments should protect our people like that. They even ruthlessly destroyed an island where many innocent people live. I am currently wondering, are you really the guardians of justice or are we the pirates who are the guardians of justice? Garp's face was very ugly when he heard Whitebeard's mockery. Hey, Garp, Juichiru suddenly called out, I'm quite interested. What is the reason behind you Marines still being under orders from the world government? Garp sighed. That's because the Marines get their supply of resources from the world government. Funds and weapons currently owned by the Navy all come from the world government. Every year at least we the Navy spend 250 to 500 billion berries. These funds include salaries, as well as other things. The world government will usually give us 350 billion berries as an annual fund. 350 billion berries? What about the rest? Juichiru asked. The rest we get from the captured pirates, Garp said. Usually the funds owned by the pirates we catch will go directly to our cash. That is a rule that has been set by us because if we only depend on the funds provided by the world government it is impossible for the Navy to be able to continue to operate. Then, what if in a state? Do you the Navy have a place to supply your own needs? Will you Marines dare to come out from under the orders of the world government? Hashirama asked with great interest. What do you mean? Garp asked seriously. I mean, if there was a time when you Marines had a way of getting supplies for resources that consisted of funds and weapons, would you dare to try to disobey the orders of the world government party? Hashirama asked again. Garp was silent for a moment then shook his head. That's hard to do. Difficult? Hashirama raised his brow. Despite the strength of the world government's troops when compared to our Navy side, we are stronger. However, they have ancient weapons that can help them destroy us. Garp said with a gloomy face, if we act like stepping out of their subordinates. Of course, the world government will definitely not hesitate to destroy us. What if in some case you Marines get one of the ancient swords? Ancient swords have a level of strength that is almost equivalent, or there are even some swords whose power if maximized can exceed the strength of ancient weapons. What if you got those swords? Would you guys dare to step out of the world government's vessels? Juichiru asked. Our side got the sword. Garp muttered then looked at Juichiru. Are you guys going to give us one? Don't ask stupid questions, Garp really suddenly spoke up. We couldn't possibly give a sword like that to the party. No, Hashirama cut him off. There's a chance we'll give it away, huh? Everyone was shocked by Hashirama's words. What do you mean, Hashirama? Whitebeard asked seriously. The purpose of finding the swords is to keep and look for the wielder of the swords later, Hashirama said calmly. As long as on the side of the Navy there is someone who is qualified to wield the sword and also the belief of that person is good faith. And not save. I don't think His Majesty has the opinion to give the sword to the Marines. Hashirama's gaze then turned to Garp, especially Your Majesty has enough respect for the Marines. Although I myself quite hate the Navy because of various past actions taken by them. However, at least because of their existence. The current Five Seas region is not in a state of chaos. Garp was immediately embarrassed to hear Hashirama's words. Back to my previous question, Juichiru, what do you think, Garp? Garp fell silent for a moment. If there really was a situation like you said, Juichiru, I think we Marines can really separate ourselves from the world government. On the premise that we the Navy have a steady source of income and weapons. Then, we have a handle that can counter attacks sent by the world government using ancient weapons. Garp paused again then sighed. However, it would be difficult for such a situation to exist. Every movement we have is always monitored by the world government. As long as they find out that we're doing what it's possible to betray them, they will immediately cut off the supply they provide, and it is also not impossible that we will get an attack from their side. I see. Juichiru nodded. The news in this newspaper is really about the time for live broadcasts, said Marco, who was currently buying a newspaper from Newsbirds. When will the live broadcast time be, Marco? Whitebeard asked. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Marco said calmly. Shall we send our men to the Proton's kingdom to take pictures? I don't think you need to do that, Juichiru said. After all, you already know the contents of the live broadcast. You don't have to send your people to go there. It's just a waste of energy. The live broadcast is just a notification to the public regarding the cooperative relationship. Nothing else. If anything, it's likely that I, Hashirama, and really should have the information by now. I think so too. Whitebeard nodded and looked at Marco. Rather than going on some known business, Hashirama smirked. We'd better have a party. Bah ha 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 ha. I support this. Garp said with an excited laugh. Aren't you going to share this information with Sengoku, Garp? Really asked with great interest. The Navy is a subordinate of the world government. Shouldn't you tell them this? Do you think I am their dog? Garp asked in a cold tone. If it weren't for the Navy's philosophy being in line with mine, I can't possibly stay in the Navy until now. You really are a unique Marine, Garp, Hashirama said with a smile. You know, Garp, there are some people in the Navy that His Majesty respects. Oh? Honored King Fortis? Garp felt proud to hear this. Who are they? Whitebeard and the others were also quite interested in this. You, Admiral Aokiji, and also a Marine named Smokers. Garp and Ace were immediately surprised to hear the name.